Do humans actually have souls? If so, what would the afterlife be like? Will one's consciousness still be retained after death? Back when she was still alive, Eve often pondered about such philosophical questions. Nevertheless, with each time she thought about such matters, the same answer she came into conclusion have always stayed the same. That is, she probably just eaten way too much, hence her brain kept thinking of such profound things as some form of mental exertion. However, when the actual chance to verify and experience such an unbelievable occurrence had finally happened to her, Eve instead refused to process anything, so she just stood there in utter bewilderment. Silence. She seems to be within a void, with nothing but an endless expanse of darkness before her. Eve's only option to appease her boredom was hiding into the deep recesses of her mind and be lost in contemplation. Firstly, she was absolutely certain that she had indeed died moments before she reappeared in this bizarre world. Eve didn't know how she could still retain her old consciousness after dying. But regardless of such out-of-this-world scenario, one thing's for sure is that she's now stuck here in this world of nothingness. Loneliness, darkness, isolation. Aside from these immaterial concepts, the only things she could perceive that may have some sort of substance are those two orbs of light, one blue and one green, flickering aimlessly at a distance. Eve once tried to reach these shining orbs with her hand, but soon found that she had no actual body and was only a bundle of consciousness. Fortunately, she seemed to still be able to float akin to a cloud. Could it be now merely just a soul? Eve suddenly had this thought. After pondering for a moment, she tentatively floated towards the two orbs of light. The green one was large and emitted a flickering light, giving Eve a sense of grandeur and mystery. The blue one, on the other hand, was small and emitted a soft glow, making Eve feel at peace and comfortable. After thinking for several seconds, Eve decided to first make contact with the latter. However, just as she was about to touch it, a faint cascade of solemn prayers suddenly echoed within this devoid space. The voices were ethereal, soft and solemn, seemingly laden with deep yearning and melancholia. Eve was perplexed and shifted her attention to the source of the sound, realizing that it seemed to be coming from the green orb of light. The prayers were intermittent, and it was spoken in a language that Eve had never heard before, but it gave her a profound sense of solemnity. Eve couldn't understand the content, but she seemed to be able to sense the countless sorrows and despair contained within the prayers. Curiosity killed the cat, so to speak. As if guided by a strange force, Eve shifted her attention and tentatively touched the green light instead. At the moment she touched the bright, viridescent orb, the dark world stirred as if provoked, then changes started happening. Her consciousness soon fell into a trance within an instant, and a huge amount of information burst forth like a deluge within her mind. Eve then felt her vision go black as countless scenes appeared within her subconscious mind, one after another, a vast and ancient continent, a mysterious seed falling from the sky, a strange and enormous tree sprouting from the ground. Beautiful is born from the tree. This term instinctively resurfaced through Eve's mind the moment she took a glimpse of those long-eared figures often seen in the fantasy RPG games of her past life. But before she could think of anything further, the green light sphere generated a strong, inescapable vacuum force and sucked her in an instant. Suitable soul captured. Condition triggered, activating the World Tree Awakening ritual. In a daze, Eve, a stranger's voice. It was spoken in an unknown language, but Eve was surprised to find that she could still understand it. Eve's vision then brightened, just as the voice slowly fades into a whisper. looking around her new unfamiliar surroundings. Eve came to the conclusion that she had been transported into a world filled with wonder as countless flickering tiny orbs of light dances through the air as if heralding her arrival. Such dreamy and otherworldly sceneries are indescribable by words alone. What's going on? Eve was perplexed. Initiating soul fusion, activating world tree inheritance ceremony. The mysterious synthetic voice rang out again, and then the countless flying particles around Eve began to converge towards her body. She felt a strong and mysterious power pouring into her body, accompanied by a flood of countless information as well. As the fusion continued, Eve felt her innate senses becoming more clearer and better, and the prayers echoed again within her mind, becoming more pronounced and coherent. With the lights that entered her body slowly becoming intertwined with her, Eve's consciousness have also began to radiate a faint divine light, as the solemn green energy continued to converge until it engulfed the entire space for which she stood still. In the last second, Eve heard the synthetic voice again. The union is successful. Welcome back, your divine grace, the new seed that have finally been reborn to replace the old one in the realm of Saigwes. Eve, Yggdrasil. When her consciousness had finally returned, Eve fell into contemplation right away. She was no longer in that strange void, but on the contrary, she seemed to have arrived in a lush, vibrant world instead. An ever-expansive range of high mountains encompasses her view in the far distance, whilst being surrounded by lush, dense forests in close proximity. That is, only if one could ignore the distinct difference between the plants here comparison from those on Earth. Eve would have doubled as to whether she had really come to a primeval forest. However, all the forest and mountains around her are far too small for some reason. It was such a strange feeling, like being in an Ultraman film set, or being spirited away into the lands of the tiny Lilliputians. Eve felt as if she was overseeing everything in the world through the POV from high above. Even the flock of birds gliding through the skies looked like mere flies in her eyes. Moreover, her vision was very peculiar. It's like having an eyesight capable of 360-degree angle view, something entirely unimaginable in her past human life. Drawing her attention to something else down below, Eve saw a palm-sized, not far away from where she stood. The lake was still as a mirror and shimmering, and it clearly showed her reflection, a being of colossal proportions with twisting roots, a robust and majestic trunk, and ever-expansive branches that almost blocked out the skies. Combing through all the vast information that was forcefully poured to her frayed mind, Eve eventually got the gist of it. I'm the World Tree? Yggdrasil, the World Tree. She was hailed as the primordial root of nature, the mother goddess of the elven kind, and the miraculous life-giver. She was an unfathomable existence comparable to likes of dragons, for which were hailed to as the most powerful race in the entire history of Saigwes. The one she had reincarnated into was a real mythical being rivaling the might of gods. Is this really true that I'm now the World Tree? And all of this is not just an insane delusion of mine? Looking at the falling, withered leaves at it ripples her reflection within the mirror-like lake, Eve didn't know if she was sighing or lamenting in her heart. Perhaps both. After sorting through the information she had been forcefully inherited, Eve had more or less figured out her current situation. Her soul had crossed over to a fantasy world called Saigwes, and as a newly minted recruit for the army of transmigrators, she seemed to have handpicked by the old dying world tree to replace it. Her soul had been fused with the mother tree's essence, as well as the remaining memories and divinity, while retaining her prior consciousness, henceforth becoming the new world tree, Eve. Euktrahill. A quasi-dead one, that is. The inheritance of the world tree seems to possess a peculiar power that calms one's bearings. Eve didn't feel panicked or lost in her heart after seeing the state of her new body. On the contrary, she was surprised to find that she was incredibly composed at this moment, with even had a hint of joy in her heart. Joy. Indeed, what she's really feeling now was joy, the mirth of surviving posthumously. After merging with the inheritance of the world tree, Eve knew that she had been very lucky. As a soul wandering in the endless void, unless one experienced something miraculous like this, the destruction of one's soul would be the actual norm. However, with her crossing worlds and merging to a new life had inadvertently helped her escape her imminent destruction back in that dark world. Henceforth begins her new life, as a tree. Anyway, it's good that I am alive again, I guess? Looking at her reflection at the lake's surface, whilst trying to move her newfound wooden body, Eva was filled with curiosity. It's great that she's alive once again, but the sense of decay that seemed to pervade this new body of hers is quite alarming considering that she just transmigrated onto it. Without a doubt, the current state of this body is not so well. Just by looking at her reflection in the lake, it is clear that the branches are withered and the leaves are decaying. A perilous state of quasi-death right off the bat. Great. What a splendid way to start her reincarnated life, indeed. Sarcasm aside, Eve can still feel a powerful and ancient power lying deep within her body, brimming with vitality, stirring and seemingly just reawakened from its deep slumber. At the same time, a profound feeling also arises within her. It is a feeling of being in complete control of the heavens and earth. Eva felt as if she is the reigning sovereign of this entire world, and as long as she wills it, she can dominate everything within several kilometers around her. This feeling is quite addicting once you get a taste of it, she mused. Eva then looks around in search of things she could apply her powers into, and found a withered oak tree not far away from her, and she tried to focus in her magic onto it. Harnessing her power mentally, eventually strange things suddenly happen to the oak tree. That dead tree suddenly bursts with new life, sprouting leaves and branches in a matter of seconds. Not only that, but Eve also felt as if she has formed some kind of special connection with the oak tree, as if she can control everything about it. However, she also realizes that the magical power within her is rapidly depleting, and a third of it disappears in the blink of an eye. Realizing this, she quickly stops reviving the dead tree. Eve, who had already merged with the essence of the world tree, knows that this power is the energy of life, which is also the source of the world tree's strength, or its divinity. Once it runs out, the world tree will inevitably fall into a deep slumber. That all means Eve's death. Feeling the pain of losing a third of her magical power, Eve regrets her carelessness. She did not expect such a large consumption just by trying to resurrect this particular withered oak tree. What's so special about it anyway? Initially, she thought that it was just your average oak tree. Focusing on the tree that had just been infused with her natural divine power, Eve soon felt a little strange. The withered tree at this moment had already completely changed. Not only did it become lush again, but it also grew almost 3 times taller than it was before. Comparing it to the surrounding trees, he guessed that this oak tree, for which had regained its vitality, was probably at least 30 meters tall. And then, what happened next further astounds her. Suddenly, the lucky oak tree trembled and struggled to break free its roots from the ground, while sprouting new roots that twisted and curled in 2 strange legs. Its branches grew into 2 muscular arms, while the crown became a tangled mass of wooden hair, and a pair of shining eyes appeared on the top of the trunk. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a majestic trint. As Eva watched in astonishment as the 30-meter-tall oak trint shook off the dirt on its legs, turned toward the world tree, and knelt down on one knee, his powerful voice was filled with excitement and sincerity. "Oh, Mother Nature, I thank you for your favor. Please grant this oak guardian a name, your divine grace." Mother Nature, oak guardian, granting a name? Eve couldn't help but smirk wryly at the sight of the tiny toy-sized Trent posturing beneath her. Meanwhile, she felt a strange connection with it, as if she could directly convey commands to it. His posture somehow made her remember a particular scene she had watched back at her past life, and a mischievous thought crossed Eve's mind, and she hesitated for a moment before giving the Trent a name. Suddenly, a sacred, majestic, and ethereal voice echoed in the Oak Guardian's mind. "Very well, then you shall be known as Berserker." Nihil note. Hello, I decided to retranslate all the old chapters to make it more consistent with my own translations. I'm still thankful for the earlier TLs, since it's through them that I've stumbled upon this gem. Anyhow, I'm still releasing my usual chapters, but I'm also adding some of these retranslated she alongside as well. As soon as she proclaimed his name, the massive body of the Oak Guardian trembled in reverence, as his half-kneeling posture turned into a full-on gesture of kowtowing. He deeply bowed and spoke with a voice that seemed to be excited and trembling akin to a child who had just been praised by their mother. "Praise be the Mother Goddess, I will serve thee until my last dying breath." After hearing his bold proclamation of loyalty, Eva then felt a pure and warm energy coming out from the Oak Guardian, as if it had crossed the void and directly blessed her, ultimately converging with her own natural divine power, whom sits at the deepest part of her body and coalescing with the rest of her divinity. Eva was then surprised to find that her originally depleted divine power reserves had actually recovered just a little bit. After considering the information in her consciousness for a moment, Eva quickly came to a conclusion. The power of faith, the power that just came from the Oak Guardian, is undoubtedly the power of faith. Being personally blessed by Eve's natural divine power, this Oak Trent has now fully become a loyal advocate of the Mother Goddess, and will naturally provide consistent power of faith through daily practice of his religion. Looking at the respectful and obedient berserker in front of her, Eva became even more satisfied, feeling that she had touched upon some ideas on how to restore her powers. Thinking of this, Eva once again checked the information passed down to her and unsurprisingly found relevant information to such matters. The Saigwa's realm is a magically enriched world that is home to mortals and a few demigods, for which the latter are mostly in control of the world. The power of the deities comes faith, and the power of the faith of all living things is what empowers the deities, them transforming the raw faith into pure divine power through their divinity. The world tree is a mythical creature that exists on the same level as the gods. Henceforth, the power of the world tree and the deities are somewhat similar. The world tree also is an esteemed, being widely recognized, all living things within Saigwas. True gods had once walked the surface of the mortal realm long ago, but currently there's some problem that's preventing them from descending into this realm. Thus most of the true gods resides in another plane called the heavenly realm. Also, according to the world tree's inheritance, there are different types of deities. They are mostly classified by the method for which they can garner power. The popular term for distinction amongst them are the new gods and the old ancient ones. The new gods, also known as the faith-based deities, are often deities that are born much later. They mainly rely on the power of faith provided by their worshippers to accumulate divine power, strengthen their divinities, and improve their own celestial domain by building divine kingdoms in the mortal world. The old ancient ones, on the other hand, are known as the mythical-based deities, which most of them already exist even way back to the primordial era eons ago. Their power comes from the natural laws bestowed upon the heavens and earth. Thus, in turn, gives them the ability to obtain divine power from the cosmic void or through some other obscure means. The great ancient ones do not require faith. Nevertheless, they can also strengthen themselves through being worshipped. The world tree belongs to the latter. Back when the world tree was still at its peak, it could directly draw energy from the cosmic void and gain divine power from it easily, or directly convert the vitality of other creatures into its net divine power. However, at this moment, the world tree is in a dying state and has lost the ability to gain natural divine power from the cosmic void. In this quasi-death state, the world tree cannot function on its own and can only indirectly influence the outside world through divine power. This makes it impossible for Eve to actively absorb the life force of the plants in the forest to restore her strength, because she cannot do it herself. The only method Eve can think of to increase her divine power is through faith. However, the path of religion is not an easy one. According to the information derived from the inheritance, the competition amongst the faith-based gods for believers on Saiguis is quite fierce, and the previous world tree apparently fell because of it. Thinking of this, Eva looked at her newly created Trent follower, and he felt more and more precious within her eyes. A fanatic, and one that could potentially become a saint. Sigh, if only I could know more about Berserker's abilities. It would be nice if his status was displayed just like the games back in my old world. She couldn't help but exhale ruefully. How stupid. This is reality and not a game world. How could there be a convenient thing like a status score? Suddenly, Eve felt a slight decrease in her natural divine power, and within her consciousness appeared a status interface of the Oak Tree Guardian, just like the one she had wished just now. Name, Berserker. Race, Oak Tree Guardian. Druid. Level, Finquoyung Silver Mid-Rank. Patron God, Eve Yggdrasil. Level of Faith, Fanatic. Titles: Mother Nature's Follower, World Tree Guardian. Abilities: War Sacrifice, Oak Grasp, Nature Whispering. Eve opened her non-existent mouth agape. This? How did it actually happen? No, this is an old ancient god. Although still somewhat incredulous, Eve, who had now been fused with the essence of the world tree, understood that in a sense, she was now a bona fide god. A god can manipulate the natural laws of the world, but even more so for an ancient one like her. It is said that great old ones can even create things out of nothing with just their thoughts alone and nothing else. Although Eve has not yet completely mastered her power, she can already use her natural divine power to achieve some miracles. Manifesting the information of the other party in her mind is relatively easy compared to what she could actually do. But regardless, Eve still feels somewhat pained after feeling the dissipation of her divine powers once more. She felt like a CEO of a delisted company on the verge of bankruptcy. After checking Berserker's information, Eve was quite frankly a tad bit disappointed. Only silver mid-rank. That's a little low. Having fused with the World Tree inheritance, Eve had gained a clear understanding of the current world's strength level division. The power ranking within Saiguis could be divided into 4 major levels: occupational level, legendary level, demigod level, and mythical level, each separated by a vast difference. The lowest level, occupational level, is also known as the secular rank and can be further subdivided into 3 tiers: black, iron, silver, and gold, with each tier having upper, middle, and lower ranks. Being a silver medium rank, in the occupational level, the Oak Guardian is only considered to have average strength and was far behind the legendary levels and above. I didn't expect that just bestowing a mere silver medium rank follower would cost this much. I feel like I've been ripped off a bit, Eve muttered to herself ruefully. After thinking for a moment, she commanded again in her mind, "Manifest my own status." With a single thought, a similar information box appeared in her consciousness again. Name: Eve Yggdrasil. Race: World Tree, Ancient God. Level: Fensifte, Mythical Rank. Condition: Weak Divine Power debuff. On the verge of deep sleep. Divinity: Nature, Life, Elf. Titles: Nature's Mother Tree, Goddess of Life, Patron God of the Elves. Divine Power Value: 10,500. Number of followers: 3, Saints 0, Fanatics 1, Devout Believers 1, Shallow Believers 1. Abilities: Communication, Bestowal, Enlightenment, Healing, Summoning, Divine Descent. A mother of what now? Ah, right. The World Tree is originally the Mother Tree of Life, so naturally a moniker would be made in relation to that. Anyway, she played a lot of virtual reality games in her past, so naturally she could easily understand all these gaming terminologies, like levels, debuffs, and similar stuffs. Oh wait, she still has a few followers? Seeing the number of followers, Eva was somewhat perplexed, but thinking back to the faint prayers she had heard before fusing with the World Tree, she also felt somewhat relieved. If she guessed it correctly, those voices may probably came from her few remaining religious worshippers. Only 10 points of divine power. How pitiful. Just now, when she revived Berserker, she used up a whopping 0.5 points of divine power, and gaining the ability to observe the target state also consumed 0.1 point of her divine power, God dang it, I must make myself stronger. My divine power is just not enough as it is. Eve urgently wants to increase her divine power, even if it's just for the ability to move freely. As a world tree in a quasi-death state, she's nothing more than an immovable lunk of wood. Except for being conscious, she's no different from a vegetable, truly the most miserable god in existence. When she first arrived here, she was really excited, but if she was forced to stand like a background prop like these from now on, then Eva felt that she would go insane sooner or later. No, this won't do. She must accumulate enough divine power, at very least recover from the dying state she's stuck in now. And when things gets a bit better, she'll finally create a divine avatar for herself. Once she has an incarnation, then Eve can finally move freely within a certain range and do whatever she wants. However, if she wants to use the divine avatar creation in her abilities, Eva checked and found out that it requires a grand total of 100 points of divine power in order to manifest it. At present, this is just too high of a price for her. Sigh. I'm just too poor. Fortunately, the faith power provided by the few believers she still have can be converted into divine power. However, looking at the very slow pace of faith accumulation in her status screen, Eve felt even more and more helpless. T3 believers, one of which was just created moments ago. Aren't there any gods in the world who is more pitiful than her? Although the World Tree, being an ancient god for which belongs to the category of great old ones, and does not rely on religion like faith-based do, at present, it seems that the only way for Eve to replenish divine power is through worship. By the way, where are these other believers? Suddenly, a hint of interest rose in Eve's heart. Since she was able to contact the Oak Guardian, could she also contact the others? She thought about it and sank back into her own sea of consciousness. In the depths of her mind, Eve entered that mysterious green space yet again. But now, she already knew what this space was. It was the divine essence of the world tree, and also the compressed core of her celestial domain. At this moment, the domain is still shrouded in a hazy light and is very much chaotic. In the depths of her consciousness, Eva had a sense of being the sovereign here. She could manipulate and change everything in this space, but she didn't try to do so because her current divine power was still too weak to withstand the turmoil. In addition, Eve also discovered 3 clusters of green floating orbs in this space, flickering stars. This apparently was the connection link between her and those 3 believers. Besides these, to her surprise, Eve also found the familiar blue sphere of light that she had seen before her reincarnation. Not only that, but the sense of familiarity from the blue light has become more pronounced and stronger at this moment. After hesitating for a moment, Eve temporarily abandoned the idea of directly contacting the other 3 believers and cautiously probed her consciousness into the sphere of blue light. As Eve touched it, a massive amount of information consisting of ones and zeros and symbols suddenly flooded over her mind akin to a tidal wave. Will the VR tech really create a new wave of technological revolution? Awesome! My country is expected to achieve full coverage of virtual networks by the end of this year. Report indicates that a professional gamer suddenly after staying up for a week in game capsules. After enduring for a few seconds, Eve quickly cut off the information link. She stared blankly at the tiny blue light in front of her, and her heart surged with overwhelming waves of euphoria. She just believed it. This blue sphere was actually connected to the internet from her previous world planet Earth. Eve still couldn't understand how she had managed to connect to the internet of her past life. But thinking of her past life's cause of death, she began to have some guesses within her heart. She remembered that in her previous life, she had enjoyed playing VR games on a virtual capsule moments before dying, and the cause of death seemed to be due to several days of sleeplessness. Yes, the last piece of information that had just emerged seemed to be about her. Virtual reality tech was a new type of technology that had become increasingly popular in recent years back on Earth. Its principle was to directly connect a person's consciousness to the network and create a virtual reality world. Eve suspected that it was because she had died while still connected to the internet, so her consciousness had somehow established a kind of link with the internet world for some reason. Not only that, but by comparing the flow of time on both sides, Eve found out that the flow of time in Saigwas was about 4 times faster than that of Earth. So what does this all mean? Can she still contact her family after crossing over this side? Thinking of this, Eve didn't know whether as to cry or laugh at the absurdity of it. Why only now when she had already decided to embrace a new life and forget everything from the past? But for some reason, she felt a bit reluctant. Hope is such a strange thing. Sometimes when it's completely cut off, it's simply gone. But once even a slim chance occurs, it can rekindle so bright that it might even burn you up entirely. I just left like that, without even saying goodbye. I still don't know how sad my parents and sister are. Eve sighed in her heart. Alas, she now had become the world tree from another world, and add to the fact that her previous body had long already been cremated into ashes. So what use is there even if she can establish contact with her family through Earth's internet? She has already tried once, and her divine power seems it can only affect the network world, and cannot manifest physically on the other side. In other words, even if she projects her consciousness over Earth, Eva would at most just an invisible mass of data without any corporeal body. And if she wants to entirely make a copy of her consciousness and upload it into some databanks over there, she estimated the consumption of divine power required to do such an endeavor is even more astronomical. Eve estimated that it would require at least tens of thousands of divine power values. Eve sighed in her heart before calming her nerves down. Maybe after she had become more stronger and finally escape her quasi-death dilemma, then perhaps she could try again in the future. Being able to spend tens of thousands of divine power points requires at least an intermediate level of divinity. But as of right now, she is just a weakling with a meager divine power. Not to mention she is on the brink of death too at the moment. Mundane divinity, weak divinity, intermediate divinity, strong divinity, and finally great divinity. She's still a long way to go. Moreover, her current priority is something else instead. Looking at her pitiful status screen, Eve sighed in her mind once again before closing it down. First order of business is stabilize my own condition. A god who's about to die is as good as an easy mob full of golden loots. At least for now, my goal is to position myself well here in the mortal realm. I will stand firmly on my own feet first, then consider other things afterwards. At this moment, Eva finally decided on a long-term goal for the future. That is to make herself strong and gain true freedom. With that in mind, Eva resolutely left Earth's internet and came back to the 3 green spheres of lights back in her celestial domain. After excluding the one belonging to Berserker, she then looked at the remaining 2 firefly-like orbs. Suddenly, that ethereal, gentle, and solemn prayer had came again. This time, Eva finally found the source of the voice, which was the brightest of the 2 lights. After hesitating for a moment, she probed her consciousness into it to track its location. Accompanied by a sudden weightlessness, Eva felt her vision constantly rising as her surroundings began to bend and distort. Soon, she exited her celestial domain, and her consciousness was pulled in a certain direction, flying towards it as if being pulled through a link. After a moment of dizziness, Eve soon found herself in a towering temple. The temple was intertwined with vines, and its structure is made of ancient wood which was carved with exquisite and complex patterns, giving people a natural and sacred feeling. But alas, it appeared very dilapidated, with a sense of ancient and vicissitudes of life. In the center of the temple was an ancient altar, and the strange magical runes had already been long destroyed by cracks. Above the altar was a broken elf statue missing its head. Where is this? Eve, slightly stunned. When she expanded her consciousness outward, she suddenly felt some sort of connection to this structure. This temple. It was actually located on her own body. To be precise, it was on the lower trunk of the world tree, but Eva had been observing her surroundings all along and hadn't noticed it. Is this considered a blind spot? Silently complaining to herself, Eva focused her attention on the area in front of the altar. In front of the altar stood 2 elves, a man and a woman. The male elf was very old, with white hair and beard, leaning on a cane and wearing a gray ceremonial robe. He exuded a sense of dusk and decay, with deep sadness and despair etched deep in his eyes. Eve's attention quickly passed over him and focused instead on the female elf in front of her. She was a beautiful elf girl, about 16 or 17 years old in appearance, kneeling on the ground with her hands clasped tightly around a leaf-shaped emblem. She had her head slightly bowed with her eyes closed, and was whispering a prayer. She had all the stereotypical classic beauty that legends often attributed to elves. Her pointed ears, slender neck, and delicate features looked incredibly holy and pure. Her fair and delicate skin was as white as the first snow, and her golden, silken hair flowed like a waterfall to the ground, adding a touch of maturity to her youthful countenance. She was dressed in a gorgeous ceremonial gown, as well adorned, more intricate greenery etchings in comparison to the older male elf. Golden patterns and vine motifs decorated their gowns with solemnity and sanctity. In addition, she made people feel inferior and unworthy to her innate natural grace and nobility. Eva then tried to bring out the elven information through her mind. Name: Alice Swiftwind. Elf. Occupation: Priestess of Nature. Level: 23's High Iron. Patron god: Yggdrasil. Faith classification: Devout believer. Title: Nature's Saintess. Everyone likes beautiful things. Seeing that her only devout believer left was such a pure and beautiful elven girl, Eve's initial disappointment dissipated in an instant. As for the other person, he was only a shallow believer. According to the information, the old male elf in front of the altar was named Samuel Swiftwind, a 30th level nature priest and druid. Both of them were mid to high level iron rank professionals, with the old elf being the highest and only one level away from advancing to the upper level of iron rank. Unless something unexpected happened, these two would be her core advocates. Eve noted inwardly in satisfaction. Her next agenda was to communicate with them and find a way to rekindle their dying faith. Eve thought for a moment, planning to use a bit of divine power to respond to them with some reluctance. But the elf girl had finally stopped praying. She opened her emerald eyes, wiped away a teardrop from the corner of her eye, sniffled slightly, and then struggled to stand up whilst propping herself up on the ground. Turning around, she gave her waiting companion a forced smile, and Alice's crisp voice was somewhat hoarse and depressed. Grandpa Samuel, the final prayer is over. She has been kneeling here for 3 days and 3 nights, and all her remaining hopes have eventually turned into despair. Watching the girl's despondent expression, the elf elder named Samuel sighed. He concealed the sorrow in his eyes and tried to comfort her. Well, this is something we can't help. No matter how much we persevere or hope, eventually we must accept this harsh reality. As he spoke, he then raised his head and looked at the broken statue above the altar. In his cloudy eyes there were faintly shimmering tears. Her divine majesty, our patron goddess, she really has fallen. Silence. It took a moment of realization, but finally, a weak, broken, sobbing sound echoes faintly within the temple's grand hall. After the saintess had eventually regained her bearings, the elderly elf sighed deeply before saying, "Let's go. After guarding this place for thousands of years, we no longer need to persist here anymore." As he finished speaking, the lights representing the 2 believers in the world tree's divine space dimmed even more and were about to go out. Oi. Listen, is it really okay to give up your faith like that when your God has finally come before you? Didn't you guys wait for me for 1,000 years? What am I going to do now that the last 2 believers of mine have become like this? Eve felt extremely depressed. Originally, she had wanted to perform a miracle and raise the elf girl's favor to fanaticism, then develop the other shallow believer into a devout one. However, she didn't expect to be met with such a game over scenario right off the bat. She rationally judged that if she didn't act now, then these only 2 indigenous believers left would soon be saying bye-bye to her. Stay calm, she reminded herself. She had just inherited the mantle of the nature goddess, and that every beginning is always difficult. If worse comes to worst, there's still good old Berserker. After consoling herself, Evan decided to use her divine power to prove her existence. But suddenly she noticed something and temporarily suppressed her original plan. She scanned her consciousness at a certain direction in the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. Her divine power was still too precious to be used only. My. What a lucky coincidence. Just as she was about to do something reckless, someone then offered her a far better choice. And now it seems there are even more efficient and cost-effective ways to persuade these two. Deep within the Forest of Elves, a hunting squad consisting of orc mercenaries was carefully making their way through the lush vegetation. Hurry up, you useless lot. If we let the targets escape, then we won't get any share this month. The orc captain named Rock cursed fiercely while holding a wolf-toothed club made of beast bones. He kicked one of his subordinates' buttocks, turned back forward, and the vicious expression on his face immediately disappeared, replaced by a smiling one as he looked towards the towering world tree in the distance. However, due to his sharp teeth and crude face, such gesture made him appear more particularly hideous. Hey, the priest was right. As long as we stay near the world tree, then we'll definitely catch this group of foolish long-eared creatures. Thinking about the potential rewards could come from this hunt, Rock's anticipation grew even stronger. Ever since the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago, where the nature goddess, mother of the elves, fell and the world tree withered and decayed, the elven race had lost the protection of their patron god, causing their overall strength to drastically plummet. As the most beautiful, elegant, and long-lived race on Sigwis, the elves had become a hot commodity for slave traders for 1,000 years. Even a young female elf could sell for a fortune in the human kingdoms. Even adult male elves were in high demand in the high-end slave markets, and the Orcish tribes living on the edge of the elven forest had become rich and prosperous just by capturing and selling these elves to the humans. Rock was no exception. He had already captured over 10 elves, and even among the orc captains, he was considered wealthy in the entire tribe. After finishing this job, I'll finally propose to Bilo and then buy a property in the Chaos City, completely bidding farewell to this savage mercenary life. Rock thought happily in his mind. Boss, I've found the targets. There are 2 of them in total. One of them is female, an absolute top-grade specimen. Suddenly, the excited voice of a scout came from the front. Rock's spirit was immediately lifted, and he immediately drew his wolf-tooth club. You fools! Draw your weapons. Let's surround them quickly. Be careful not to expose ourselves, and anyone who causes trouble will get his balls smashed to bits. Alice and her older companion left the natural temple in silence. The elven girl turned back to look at the withered giant tree with her eyes getting teary once again. This was their last time coming to worship. Every time, she hoped to awaken their mother goddess, but every time, she was always disappointed. Now, even as the last holy woman of their religion, she had to admit that the elven goddess had probably truly fallen. With the divine mother's fall, the royal elven family had become extinct, while the elf kingdom had long since shattered, with the various tribes scattered and fled, the once brilliant silver civilization becoming a mere thing of the past. Under the threat of the hunting slavers, all surviving members of the elves could only hide to evade pursuit. The future of the elves no longer held any hope. Thinking of those bastards who saw the tribe as mere commodities, ruthlessly hunting and abusing them, Alice almost ground her teeth to pieces. However, she also felt deeply powerless. Without the protection of their patron deity, the elves lost their once powerful strength long ago. I wonder how many of our people will be left in 100 years. The blonde girl whispered in defeat. The old priest Samuel remained silent. 100 years. Will there really be 100 years for us in the future? The elven race doesn't even have a unified community anymore. Even if they were to regain their power now, without the protection of their goddess and without a sufficient population, it would still be difficult to restore their former glory. The two walked in silence, feeling heavy-hearted. Suddenly, Samuel's expression changed slightly, and his two pointed ears involuntarily twitched in alarm. He stood up straight, reached out and bent a tree branch, and sniffed it lightly. Then his face changed drastically. "Oh no! There are orc mercs here." Before he finished speaking, the surrounding grass rustled with the sound of excited howls, and more than a dozen grotesque and boorish huge figures emerged from their ambush, completely surrounding the two of them like a pack of wild hyenas. They had into a trap. Seeing the sudden appearance of the orcs, the two elves' faces changed dramatically, and they immediately stood back to back, pulling out their own staffs and weapons. A dozen or so beastmen greedily looked at the elf girl with their sinister eyes, causing Alice's body to tremble. Seeing that familiar mercenary attire, an endless amount of anger surged out of the heart of the young girl. They had encountered an orc hunting team. Samuel, the old priest, had a rigid expression. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'll hold them off, you escape instead." After speaking, he then let out a loud roar and began to chant a rhythmic spell. He transformed into a black bear that was 4 meters tall. This was his druid skill, allowing him to transform into another natural creature temporarily and gain 70% of their strength. The bear he transformed into was a powerful third-tier monster unique to the elven forest. With the strength of low iron, feeling the pressure from the bear, the orcish mercenaries stirred slightly, and their expressions became serious. However, before Samuel, in bear form, could even attack, a large wolf-toothed club suddenly flew towards him and violently struck his chest. With a fracturing sound of bones, the bear let out a painful howl, spewing a mouthful of blood. Then, his body crashed onto the ground, and once again transforming back into the appearance of an elderly elf. At this moment, the old priest was already in a bloody mess, unconscious and lying in a pool of his own blood. Just one blow, and their strongest force had been disabled just like this. Hey, so weak. The orcs cheered and slowly made way as a towering figure, standing at 3 meters tall and resembling a mountain of flesh, approached. It was their leader, Rock. The orc captain picked up the wolf-tooth club from the ground, licked the blood from the bone spikes, and his eyes were full of mockery. Alice looked at him in disbelief, her voice trembling. High iron rank. High iron rank meant that the opponent's level had reached at least level 31, and being able to defeat Samuel with just one move. It was likely that the leader had reached the peak of the iron rank. For a moment, she felt infinite despair in her heart. She turned and looked at the withered world tree, her eyes filled with sadness. Mother Goddess, is this your punishment for us? Gehehe, Goddess. That old tree of yours was burned down by the gods thousands of years ago. Rock sneered at the distant giant tree, making a spitting gesture full of disdain before licking his lips and shooking his head. He was very satisfied with his one strike just now. Only a few days ago, he had finally been promoted to level 40, reaching the peak of the iron rank, with only one level away from the silver rank. By the might of the hunter god, after finishing this job, I will have enough resources to promote myself to the silver rank and become the strongest among the orcs. Rock thought to himself, feeling extremely pleased. He then looked Alice up and down with a hint of amazement flickering in his eyes, as his face couldn't hide his surprise. Sure enough, it's really good-looking slave. Now we're in business, boys. After speaking, he leered at the girl and threatened, "You'd better stay put, or you'll suffer even more, otherwise, gehe, gehehe." The surrounding orcs also chuckled in agreement. Alice's eyes were filled with anger, and she took a deep breath, straightened her body, and rebuked angrily. "Full orcs, I would rather die than let you succeed." After speaking, she then drew her wand, preparing to fight to the death. However, before she could even take action, Rock's figure flashed slightly, and with a pop, her weapon was easily knocked away. So weak, and you still call yourself a silver race?" The beastman's voice was full of mockery. Silv race. Hearing this infamous word, Alice's heart was even more sad. In the distant past, when the elves were still under the protection of their patron god, every adult elf had at least the strength of silver, and a race that the majority reaches silver rank at adulthood are celebrated as silver race. Back then, how brilliant was the civilization of the elves. Legends and demigods were everywhere within their ranks, but now, even an iron upper-class professional is difficult to produce. Not only that, but they are also bullied by the orcs, who are notoriously called iron races. Alice clenched her fists, her heart filled with grief and indignation. "Gehi, at this point, do you still think you have any other choices?" Rock sneered. Alice looked at him with hatred in her heart, feeling entirely helpless, thinking about her people who were destroyed and killed in plunder and slaughter, and also thinking about the tragic fate of her compatriots who were sold into slavery. Alice's heart became increasingly cold and desperate. Gradually, she calmed down. The elven girl closed her eyes and began to silently chant. One restrained magical wave after another spread out from the golden-haired elf as the center. Rock's expression immediately changed. "Oh no, she's going to self-destruct her magical core and seeking death. Stop her quickly, idiots." After hearing the leader's words, the orcs immediately became restless. Rock was more angry in his heart. He wasn't worried that the self-destructing source of a mere iron rank would hurt him, but he didn't want the treasure he had just obtained to be gone just like this. Living elves were living treasures, and dead ones were just useless corpses. Alice pursed her lips, and at this moment, old distant memories once again resurfaced in her mind. It was the time she and her mother were still living happily together 200 years ago. It was a scene where their tribe was still here, and everyone was praying devoutly to the mother goddess. It was the scene where her mother passed away, and she was selected as the last saint of their faith. A lone crystal-clear teardrop rolled down her cheeks, and Alice recited the last sacrificial spell, instantly detonating her own power with faith. Radiant light burst forth from the girl like a golden sun. Rock's facial features contorted, and he shouted, "Stop her quick." But before he could even finish his order, the scene before him made him swallow his words. A subtle wave passed, and the girl's dying light flickered before wilting like a popped balloon. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to calmness. It was nothing had happened. The atmosphere became somewhat eerie for a moment. Rock looked at the bewildered elf girl strangely and swallowed the heart that almost jumped into his throat. Then he chuckled, "Useless trash who can't even self-destruct." Alice stared at her hands in a daze, muttering to herself constantly, "Why didn't it work? I didn't mispronounce spell. Dabubu, what just happened? Mother goddess, am I unable to control even my own life?" Watching the elf girl become stupefied, Rock breathed a sigh of relief, then ordered his men, "Bind her. Be careful not to hurt her." However, his subordinates did not act. Rock frowned, asked, "What are you all doing?" The rest of the orcs didn't move. but instead looked at their captain in horror, backing away involuntarily as they did so. A burly-looking orc looked dazedly at Rock's back, swallowed hard, and then trembled as he pointed out his index finger with his voice trembling. "Boss, behind you, behind him?" Banshee's eyebrows furrowed. A cool breeze, accompanied by the scent of earth, blew from behind him, and a huge shadow looms over everyone. Rock's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of unease spread through his chest. As he muttered to himself, Rock finally turned around cautiously. His expression instantly froze. Behind him, a 30-meter-tall Trant stood there with a frigid gaze. Its sturdy body blocked the sky and sun, and the immense pressure it emitted made the air freezing cold, as if heralding their demise. Looking at the huge, terrifying figure, the orc captain's pupils contracted in disbelief. His eyes almost popped out as he opened his mouth incredulously, with his voice dry and shell-shocked. "Oh, Oak Tree Guardian, how this possible?" Berserker's cold gaze swept over every orc's, with his voice icy and devoid of any emotion. "Speak, foul one, what did you just say just now?" "Guardian." The elven goddess had ruled over all during the peak of the Silver Civilization 1,000 years ago, when the elven kingdom still existed, and throughout her reign, the Oak Guardians was her primary enforcers. Its status is equivalent to the archangels of humanity's gods. During the height of the World Tree's power, she commanded an army of 100,000, all comprised of powerful Oak Guardians. Even the weakest Oak Guardian possessed the power of silver rank. Every intelligent beings living within the elven forest and its affiliated territories would instantly know the meaning behind the reappearance of this once legendary being. A wave of emotions surged within Rock's heart as the orc captain looked upwards at the colossal creature standing before him, incomparable to the size of a dragon. Silver. Feeling the pressure of its overwhelming force, Rock's mind then went completely blank. How was this possible? Didn't the Oak Guardians all died alongside the fall of the elven goddess? Was hallucinating right now? Rock rubbed his eyes in denial. But everything before him stood the same, and the horrifying creature in front of him wasn't just an illusion. As he looked at the towering tree-like being, Rock felt his entire body tremble in fright as reality finally sinks in. No, there was no mistaking it. He had seen this image countless times back in the tribe's murals, and he couldn't be wrong. This was definitely the Oak Guardian, the guardsman of elven goddess. How could this be? Rock's not-so-high intellect made it difficult for his brain to keep up. But one thing was sure, the other party's appearance in front of them was definitely a bad premonition for him and his hunting. Crew. He's going to kill us. An instinctual sense of danger pervaded his heart as his fight or flight instincts completely sends alarm to his brain to immediately choose the latter. Run. Mumbling to himself, the orc captain suddenly snapped out of his daze before shouting to his fellow mercenaries, Run for your lives, quickly!" Without even bothering to pick up his wolf's tooth club, Captain Rock swiftly turned and flee for his life as if the devil himself is in hot pursuit of him. Are you kidding? This Oak Guardian with the power of silver rank weren't his match at all. He would be dead in seconds should he try to fight it. Hell, even if the tribe's high priest somehow miraculously came to his rescue right this instant, he would still be nothing more than a tiny prey compared to this colossal predator. Seeing their mighty captain flee in a completely pathetic manner, the rest of the orc mercenaries stood completely stunned. They tried to open their mouths, but then turned their heads in unison instead, like birds and beasts scattering in all directions, running for their lives, just like their leader. At this moment, they had already forgotten about the slave hunt. The only thing on their minds at the momental was to escape this towering monstrosity. As Rock sprinted, he became more and more confused and equally frightened. Why are there still oak guardians appearing? The elven god had clearly fallen long ago, which is a widely known fact all throughout the realm of Saiguis. Without the support of a patron deity, how could this oak guardian still exist? No. Bippy. Suddenly, an incredulous idea emerged from his heart, and somehow, the image of the imposing and ancient world tree reappeared in his mind. And no, he can't be. At that moment, Rock felt his throat dry up and deathly chills looms all over his body. Run. Quickly escape. Return to the tribe. This must be reported to the high priest at all cost. If it's really what he's thinking, then their tribe. No, the entire Orcish race will be in grave danger. Berserker felt extremely angry. At first he was elated since the goddess had finally given him his first task. Being able to dedicate his power to the great monarch, Berserker felt incredibly excited to complete this task, no matter what the cause. However, when he arrived at the location designated by the mother goddess, what he found was a group of ugly and evil beastmen. What made him even more mad was that these beastmen were hunting the children of the great mother goddess. Not only that, but when he heard the evil orc even dared insulted the great monarch, Berserker's last bit of reason instantly collapsed. At the same time, the icy voice of the mother goddess once again resounded in his mind. Akin to unlocking the final shackle for which holds his raging fury, the goddess' simple order was all the Oak Guardian needed to finally let loose. The deafening shout coming from the Trent agitated countless birds within the vicinity as they flew away in droves. Blasphemous orc, die! Accompanied by a trace of divine power. The immense magic gathered from the core of the Oak Guardian made his already towering 30-meter-tall body to even grew larger. With his eyes turning red, Berserker raised his arms, made of branches, and roared, "War sacrifice." With a fluctuating chant, his arms transformed into rapidly growing vines, slithering like crisscrossing ropes towards the countless fleeing Orci mercenaries. The vines were extremely agile, and before many of the orcs could even take a few steps, they were already bound up long before they even realized what just happened. What is this? Let go of me. Let go, please. Help. Tenrock, help. Monster. It's a monster. It's absorbing my life F-force. Arg. My leg. God damn it, my leg. Hearing the countless miserable screams behind him, Rock's scalp went completely numb. Suddenly, a sense of dread surged up in his heart. Rock's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively dodged to the side as a thick vine shot through the spot where he had just passed, causing him to shudder in fright. However, before he could ever catch his breath, Vine rushed towards him once again. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he drew the curved blade from his waist and swung it fiercely at the vine. Accompanied by a clang sound, the blade broke into 2 pieces, but the vine was unharmed. How is this possible? In Rock's stunned gaze, the vine leaped up and tied him up, and a terrifying attraction appeared on the vine. In Rock's horrified eyes, he saw his once strong body rapidly wither, his strength constantly weakening, and his life force rapidly draining away. In just a few seconds, he aged significantly. Jabir, sacrifice. His voice became old and hoarse, filled with infinite fear. War sacrifice, an intermediate-level ability of the druid. The user can transform into a vine, absorb the target's life force for their own use, and sacrifice some of the obtained strength to the Mother Nature. In his last moments of consciousness, Rock finally remembered this terrifying skill that once belonged only to the Wrath Druid. In a flash, the hunting party of over 20 beastmen was completely wiped out. All of these twists and turns occurred in less than 10 seconds, as a matter of fact. Alice, sitting on the ground whilst watching all this happen, was entirely stunned. Oak Sentinel, War Sacrifice. Watching the slaver mercenaries, whom turned into bones and ash in the blink of an eye under the vines of the Oak Sentinel, the elven girl murmured to herself in reverence. Suddenly, as if realizing something, 2 lines of crystal tears slowly flowed down her fair cheeks as Alice suddenly raised her, before looking towards the direction of the world tree with 7 parts of surprise and 3 parts of apprehension, a little confused, expectant, and ashamed. Great Mother Goddess, is it you? Silence. A breeze passed by. Countless dazzling light green rays descended from the sky, incomparably sacred and solemn. The rays carried a gentle power and seemed to receive some kind of mandate, rushing into Alice and Samuel's bodies, after another. The injuries caused by the explosion of the core in the elven girl's body were healed in an instant, while the broken body of the old elf Samuel also recovered at a visible speed with his consciousness slowly awakening. If everything akin to a miracle. The old priest trembled as he stood up, looking incredulously at the majestic oak sentinel and then at his own wounds. After realizing what had happened, he then sat down on the ground, still in utter disbelief. His lips were sticky, and he looked expectant yet somewhat uneasy, as if wanting to believe something but fearing that he was experiencing a meaningless dream. Is this real? Can I really believe it? Suddenly, a grand and sacred voice echoed within their minds. My name is Euktrahill. The 2 of them instantly shook down to their core. They then looked at each other and saw fear and disbelief in each other's eyes, which quickly turned into boundless joy. It's the Mother Goddess. It really is the Great Mother Goddess. She's back! In an instant, Alice felt as if all the power in her body had been drained away. Her body wavered and she couldn't help but collapse to the ground, tears streaming down her face incessantly. As the voice entered his ears, Samuel slightly opened his mouth, and deep wrinkles trembled uncontrollably, while his murky tears fell like pearls. He, who was once a respected elder of the tribe, was now crying like a child. Goddess, is that you? Is it really you? Goddess, have you come back? Have you really come back? Their nigh almost extinguished flicker of faith was once again reignited anew as it soars metaphorically high into the sky. In the nature's shrine situated on the trunk of the world tree, the elven Saint Alice and old priest Samuel knelt down in front of the headless effigy, feeling a little bit uneasy. They lowered their heads with expressions of pure joy, while feeling a deep shame as well. It seemed that some inexplicable change had occurred within Alice's body at that moment, as she's exuding a lot more pronounced sense of holiness and sanctity within her. The elderly priest, whom had regained his normal state, has also seemed to have undergone some subtle changes as well. The oak guardian berserker stood from a side watching it all like a sculpture, with a serious and fanatical expression etched onto his face. Did I go too far in deceiving them? While still inside her own celestial domain, Eve swallowed her saliva in anticipation, whilst looking at the number of followers in her status screen. Total believers 3. Saint 1, Fanatics 2, Devout 0, Shallow 0. It seems that her timely choice of actions had a far much greater impact than she had once initially calculated. The previously devout Saintess Alice not only rekindled her after the turmoil, but also surpassed her prior level of fanaticism, becoming the only saint as shown in the data. And the elderly priest, who was saved from the brink of death, had also become a fanatic believer just like the Oak Guardian. Evis still couldn't forget the sight of the old priest falling to the ground as he berates himself while bawling out like a child once he realized what had all transpired. Their endless anticipation paired with ultimate despair cascading together, which hope appeared at their most dire moment, brought about an extraordinary effect that they sure will never forget in lives. No wonder gods, even in my old world, like to make their believers suffer first before helping them. It seems the reactions is far more stronger after some kind of tribulations. Could this be considered Stockholm Syndrome of some sort? Eve nonsensically sighed before checking her divine power reserves. The divine power, 2,500. This result greatly exceeded her initial expectations. Originally, Eva only had around 10 points of divine power left, and in order to heal those 2 elves, she had to use 0.1 point of DP. But when the 2 of them recovered their faith, these believers instantly provided her with a whopping 6 points of divine power in exchange. The returns were too exaggerated, with among them 0.4 points were provided by Alice alone, who was promoted to a saintess. Not only that, but killing more than beastmen with war sacrifice skill, Berserker have also provided her with another 0.5 points of divine power. In summary, her divine power not only didn't decrease, but increased to 20 points, even higher than before she revived the Oak Trant. Looking at her current divine power reserves, Eve fell into a deep thought. She had calculated early on that by increasing the number of believers she can provide her with a constant supply of faith, for which can be transformed it into divine power, thus making her recover faster. However, what she didn't expected was the amount of faith brought by this incident alone. Nonetheless, she also knew that this kind of thing cannot be forcefully replicated. Furthermore, the 2 elves were already her believers, whom persevered for a long time. This also indirectly indicates that they already had great potential for faith to begin with. After all, not everyone can become a devout believer in an instant. Thus, Eve proved one thing through this incident. Strengthening religion is absolutely the correct path for her at the moment. However, remembering the 0.5 points of divine power that the Oak Guardian provided for her just now, Eve felt a bit strange in her heart. A hollow of divine power. If the transformation of Alice and Samuel surprised her, then Berserker's situation was all nothing short of shocking, to say the least. He sacrificed onto her the vitality of all the 20 orc mercenaries, whose average strength was merely around low to mid-iron rank. This, however, gave her around 0.5 points of divine power, which is rather surprising. Forget about 0.5 points, she was only expecting around 0.1 point in return. However, just now, those 0.5 points of divine power didn't seem to be entirely transformed from the vitality of the orcs alone, but rather seems like there was something else as well. After consulting the inheritance of the world tree, Eve came up with a certain speculation. Those orcs were probably seasoned elf hunters. They accumulated countless grievances from their victims, and as the patron god of the elves, killing these guys fulfilled the wishes of those haunting souls slain by these mercenaries. The more powerful and intelligent creature is, the stronger its grievances are after death. Elves, on the other hand, are long-lived and wise creatures, born with an innate magical capacity. The grievances gathered from countless elf victims over thousands of years are definitely not a small number to scoff at. Evis surmised that grievances are also a type of spiritual energy, with a similar effect to the power of faith. The victim's deep-seated grudges will definitely lingers onto their killers even if the victims died and their soul enters into the underworld. With Eve finally killing these slavers, her actions had inadvertently fulfilled the duty of the patron deity of the elves. So these accumulated grievances were thus transformed into gratitude for, which sublimated into the power of faith, and ultimately came across the void to feed back to Eve in the form of divine power. This was a big surprise for Eve. So, in addition to strengthening my religion, I can also rebuild the glory of the elven race and regain my power by eliminating the enemies of the elves and gaining recognition from the spirits of the deceased. Moreover, the skill war sacrifice seems to have significant potential to indirectly provide me with power as well. Eve came to this conclusion, but after some deliberations, in the end she felt like it was not really a good strategy to implement. The elf enemies that I can deal should mostly belong to the hunting slavers category. In fact, the number of these slave hunters are rather limited. Even if I eliminate them all, I'm afraid I still won't be able to recover much energy with this method. As for those hidden enemies which are the real culprits, I am currently still powerless to deal with them at the moment. If I want to rebuild the glory of the elven race, I must first gather enough forces of my own, which means I must unite the remaining elven people together. In addition, I require a huge population, so that these believers could provide me with divine power through war sacrifice as well. But calculating the numbers, I'm afraid it has to be at least within the tens of thousands, or perhaps even millions to make it all feasible. What dilemma. Anyhow, how many elves still remains to this day? Earlier, Eve overheard Alice and Samuel's conversation, and had various understanding of the current situation of the elven race. In general, once the world tree had fallen, most elves have scattered all throughout the world, and over time less than 10% of the population remains, with most of them also hiding everywhere. The once glorious civilization has been decimated and on the brink of extinction. Seems like gathering all my people is a must if I wanted to restore my religion to its past glory, but alas, such an undertaking will consume a lot of time, and there's not really a shortcut to it. Furthermore, it will be even more difficult if I want to rebuild the elven and civilization back to its heydays, as a significant population base are required for a fully functional civilization to work. The more she thought about it, the more disappointed Eve felt. I'm still far too weak. If only I were like the world tree during its prime, then I wouldn't need to worry about population issues at all. I could just directly use divine power and produce primordial elves by myself. The primordial elves are the first generation of the elven race. They didn't evolve from animals, but rather created by the world tree itself. But then again, if I really had the power to give birth to primordial elves, then there would be no need for me to rely on rebuilding elven civilization to restore my power at all. Thinking of this, Eve felt helpless. The amount of divine power required to create primordial elves is far too great. More precisely, the consumption required to produce the soul-required primordial elves is far too great. Even if Eve has the divinity of life and the ability to create souls, she still cannot use this power at this time. Not to mention giving birth to souls, even reviving Berserker's soul consumed 5 points of divine power. Yes, revive rather than create the treant's soul. Among the 5 points of divine power used to revive Berserker, the vast majority were used entirely on his soul. The DP consumption to give the oak a silver strength power actually accounted for so very little. Creating the soul of the primordial elves out of nothing would require even greater DP consumption. If she only produces the bodies alone, then the consumption would not be that high. But without a soul to operate the body, then it's merely an empty vessel with no further use whatsoever. So in the end, do I still have to rely on slowly gathering my people and restore faith at a turtle's pace just to enhance my power? In that case, it may take several decades or even centuries? That's far too long. Moreover, it's not like she doesn't have any enemies. After inheriting the world tree, Eve also inherited the enemies of the previous world tree. Those old cunning foxes are also gods as well, no doubt. The body of world tree still persisted to this day, even after 1,000 years have passed since the end of the Heavenly War, due to the former world tree using a last resort protection spell onto itself. It cast a spell so powerful that no one could harm its body, and only its believers could touch it. The world tree consumed most of the magical powers on the mortal world to cast this protection spell, for which also inadvertently depleted the mana supply within Saigwas up to this day. Due to this circumstances, the passage between the heavenly realm and the mortal realm has been temporarily closed, and the gods could no longer descend easily on the ground, while some demigods whom are stuck in Saigwas have chosen to slumber, instead in order to conserve their power. However, her sudden appearance had broken the protection spell. Currently, Eve still doesn't have enough power and is still in a quasi-death state. In the likely event that the world tree's old enemies really do come, then it's entirely possible that Eve herself will be in grave danger. It would nice if there was a way for me to find a large number of souls. Speaking of which, if there are already readily made souls, then I could just focus on producing the body and create elves in a shortened manner. The population problem would be solved, then I'll just continue gathering all the elven tribes, thus making my recovery quicker. But where to find ready-made souls? Because of the existence of religion, almost all souls in this world already have protections of their patron deities. She would definitely alert her enemies if she tried to snatch one, and she cannot enter the underworld as well. Moreover, even if Eve can find usable souls, the other party must be willing to worship her. It's too difficult. As Eve exhaled in frustration as she boredly surfed the internet within the celestial domain for any inspiration, she idly watched all the users on the popular social media sites converse with each other, when she suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute. Eve trembled in excitement as she stared intently at the lively netizens of her former world, as a sudden bold idea began forming within her minds. It seems like really is a way. Eve felt the cogs of her mind swiftly turning as she looked at the blue sphere of light which symbolized Earth's internetwork, a lack of readily made souls. Eve subconsciously muttered as she felt her divinity pounding, as if it's telling her something. The netizens belonging in the world of her past life was at the forefront of her attention as the vague inspiration she had thought of mere seconds ago finally took some intricate form of idea. Can these netizens' consciousness be used instead? At that moment, Eve's mind ran on overdrive, analyzing the feasibility of her rather ingenious plan. Currently, Earth's virtual reality technology have developed by leaps and bounds, with one's consciousness connecting within the network, gradually becoming the mainstream for newer online games. Since this was the case, could she then somehow find a way to implement some sort of passage link to redirect the consciousness of these netizens from Earth towards Saigwas instead? Indeed. Since she's already doing it now, once she reverse engineers and replicate her current method of connection, then it might really be possible to completely link the consciousness of humans on her old world through, as long as they use the internet. All she needs to do now is to replicate her method through the use of her divine powers, then use the bodies created by the world tree to be reborn as avatars. sort of like a Wi-Fi receiver, wherein she would personally function as the main server, whilst the empty bodies would be the receiver of the consciousness. In this way, her DP consumption would be very low, and the elven population dilemma could be solved as well. She could completely develop a game and release it onto Earth's internet and allow these netizens to descend into this world as players by linking them to the empty bodies she will create. Moreover, she wouldn't have to worry about their deaths with this method, since the people from Earth are only mentally linked to the world tree in order to connect their consciousness with their avatars. Their actual souls would still exist back on Earth. Their avatars here dies, their consciousness link would only disconnect, and they would wake up back on Earth without any actual loss of life. In this way, she can create an army of players who are entirely not afraid of death. They can be used to rebuild the civilization of the elves. At the same time, players can also assist her in gathering elves from all over the world, and even help spread her religion. Thinking of this, Eve more and more excited. And not only that, she can also modify the properties of these avatars she will create, slightly altering the war sacrifice skill, so that it can be integrated into the body as some sort of passive skill. In this way, every time the player levels up or defeats an enemy, some of the DP collected would also loop back onto her. Just as long as these players keeps leveling up, she would also benefit as some sort of stock investor. Over time, she would accumulate significant divine power with them slaying different sorts of enemies, whilst having the passive war sacrifice skill. Thinking of the hardcore gamers back in her previous life, Eve feels like this crazy idea is very promising. These gamers can do anything just as long as they can keep grinding in order to level up and become stronger. These are the optimal kind of players best to exploit. When the time comes, she would just be responsible for operating the game's back-end system, and all tasks will either left to the players or the natives themselves. She just needs to lie down on the background, rake in all the DP as administration fees. I am definitely a genius. Thinking of this, Eve almost couldn't resist laughing like a madman and taking action immediately. But soon, Eve restrained her impulse, because she remembered that she still had to deal with those two native elves back at the temple. Let's solve this matter first. After making this decision, Eve exited her celestial domain. Her attention returned to the main hall of the nature's shrine, wherein two elves were still kneeling piously in the same position as when she had to temporarily leave them. Saintess Alice lowered her head, praying and repenting at the same time. I'm so stupid, really. There's no way the great goddess really could abandon me. My faith is still not devout enough. Great goddess, I truly failed as a saintess. How could I have such blasphemous thoughts? The great goddess is an all-powerful being. If my prayers have not been answered, then it only shows that my faith is not devout enough. Even when I has abandoned the great goddess has not abandoned me. All of this is a test from the great goddess, but alas, I did not persevere. I'm truly the most unqualified saintess. I'm so silly, really. On the other side, the old priest was prostrating as well, his pious voice trembling just like the younger maiden beside him. Mother Nature above, I am truly guilty of such grave sin. Am guilty. O great goddess, I must have been tempted by the devil to doubt your return. I am guilty, so guilty. Eve felt a bit ashamed as she listened to the two's incessant, and feeling the immense regret and pain etched in their words. However, she still had to deceive these people, even if it was a bit shameful. With a light cough in her heart, she slightly stirred up her divine power and began posturing. A faint sigh echoed through the hall. The voice was majestic and solemn, yet ethereal and pleasant, as it seems to carry ancient vicissitudes of life, as well as deep lamentation and melancholia, making people unconsciously feel a sense of worship. Upon hearing it, a ray of green light suddenly illuminated the entire hall. The two elven worshippers raised their heads in confusion and anticipation, only to see the broken statue on the altar beginning to emit faint divine radiance. The oak guardian stood tall like a loyal guard, but the shimmering light in his bright eyes betrayed his inner excitement. Under the passionate gaze of the three, an ethereal and sacred area seemed to traverse the ages, faintly echoing in the hall, as the damaged elven statue slowly began to repair itself on its own. Before long, a holy and beautiful effigy of an elven goddess reappeared on the altar once more. If those who had seen the complete elven statue back in the old days were here, surely they would find that while this statue is similar to the ancient matriarch by 80 to 90%, this new effigy also now has its unique characteristics of their own added to it. The gorgeous divine skirt has both the elegant and splendid style of the traditional elven civilization, whilst a hint of modern earthen art blended to the patterns etched onto the details, giving it quite a unique, otherworldly charm. The face of the statue appears to be younger, like that of a young adult maiden, dignified and beautiful, just as sacredly and noble. Looking at the reshaped statue, Eve was slightly surprised as well. This appearance was not intentionally generated by her, but formed rather instinctively by her will. Is this my statue? The image that I will now form whenever I manifest in the future? It's quite good looking. Looking at it made her lost in thought. At this moment, Eve felt as if she had established a connection with the statue, and a sense of enlightenment arose from within her heart. This effigy had now become her symbol and representation. Any intelligent life could pray to this statue to receive her blessings, and the statue could also absorb the faith of her followers and transmit it to her continuously. Great. Eve was very satisfied, but repairing it did consume a lot of DPE. Eve thought, feeling a bit pained. Sure enough, Eve's divine power had decreased by 0.2 points, leaving her with only 18 DP. Three followers looked excitedly at the restored statue, with tears constantly flowing down their eyes in relief. Nothing can prove the return of the goddess more than the restoration of this statue. Even the oak guardian knelt respectfully on the ground this time. The three people's excited voices echoed in the hall. Praise be thy patron god. Praise be thy matriarch. Praise be great goddess of life. Thou pious servants respectfully welcomes thy majesty's return. Alice, Berserker and Samuel shouted in unison. Their words really do sound a bit embarrassing. Eve shivered involuntarily even though she doesn't have a corporeal body. She mentally and then spoke. Stand up. Her majestic and divine voice remained ethereal and beautiful. The three individuals trembled as their expressions overflowed with fanaticism and emotion. They deeply bowed before the constantly flickering statue before slowly rising to their feet. After a moment of silence, the grand voice rang out once more. I am already aware of the affairs of the elves. Now that I have returned, I will naturally revive the silver civilization. Upon hearing these words, Alice and Samuel's bodies shook once again. They looked up at the dazzling statue with both surprise and tears blurring their eyes. Praise be thy elven patron god. Their voices choked slightly. It had been so many years. The elven race has been awaiting for this to happen for so long. Finally, their matriarch has returned, and their patron god has returned to reclaim her crown. For the revival of elven civilization and our religion, I need all your strength. The solemn voice of Eve sounded again, and the three believers shuddered, straightening their bodies with devoted expressions. Praise be thy mother goddess. We are willing to offer our lives and soul to the great goddess. The three boldly claimed in unison. In the year 166 of the eternal era, the sleeping immortal world tree, the ancient old goddess Eve Yggdrasil, have finally been reawakened. This marks the new epoch in the annals of the elven civilization. The spring rain continued almost rhythmically without stopping this entire season. Nevertheless, the emerald green forest still appeared to be even more vibrant under the cleansing of the rain, with a gentle breeze carrying a faint earthen scent as all things were rejuvenated whilst basking within the light and fall. Standing in the side hall of the naturalist shrine, the elven saintess Alice idly looked out of the window at the minuscule world outside. Feeling a sense of wonderment within her heart, the mother goddess has really returned. Even though 3 days have already passed since incident, Alice still feels as if it is all surreal. At this moment, the young elven girl's countenance became even more solemn and noble. After being promoted to a saint, her strength has undergone earth-shattering changes, directly bypassing the iron rank and entering the ranks of peak low silver, earning her a position somewhere around the top 50 rankings within that tier. However, Alice didn't feel any sort of joy for her own strength progression, as her heart is only filled with endless mirth for the return of their mother goddess, as well as deep regret and self-loathing for almost abandoning her faith. I must work hard to cultivate and not let down the mother goddess ever again. I will strive hard in proselytizing the faith of the mother goddess and the future of our race. Looking at the high mountains at the distance, the elven girl pursed her rose-tinted lips tightly and clenched her tiny fists in determination. Alice, an old familiar voice interrupted the elven maiden's musings, and Alice's pointed ears slightly twitched involuntarily as she turned around and saw the old priest Samuel walking towards her slowly. The elder priest was wearing a gray and white ceremonial robe, with a fully packaged backpack latched onto his back. His face had a hint of radiant youthfulness into it, as if he had regained some 100 or so years of his life back. It's still quite hard to associate this lively appearance to the weathered old man whom had chosen to give up their religion mere 3 days ago. After reigniting his faith once more and obtaining the blessings of the goddess, Samuel also broke through the ranks and became a strong low silver rank, rivaling those around the top 40s within that tier. Grandpa Samuel. Alice bowed politely towards the elder whom had always taken a good care of her ever since she was a little child. She then looked at the backpack hanging behind the old man, and her eyes brightened as she asked with joy, "Is everything prepared already?" Samuel simply nodded as he turned around and looked towards the direction of the main shrine with a fanatical expression. The matriarch has ordained the gathering of the scattered clansmen now that she had returned, and I'm afraid I'm the only one who can fulfill this ordeal and contact those surviving clan members. 3 days ago, the elven matriarch Eve Yggdrasil enacted her first mandate to regroup all the elven clan members, which are currently scattered all throughout the world. Among the believers present, Samuel felt that he was the one most suitable for doing this job. After speaking, he once again showed a look of shame. For the sake of the mother goddess and for our clan, and finally, for the atonement of my own sins, I am ready to uphold this task. Feeling the new powers bestowed upon him by the matriarch, Samuel felt that his previous self, whom had chosen to forgone their faith, was simply a befallen, pathetic bastard. At the same time, his belief in the divine matriarch became more and more firm. Hearing the impassioned words of the old priest, Alice's emerald eyes slightly lit up in relief. Gathering the clan members' eyes, that's great. After speaking, she also became a little worried. Grandpa, you're alone in this mission, so be sure to be safe, okay? Hearing the holy maiden's worried tone, Samuel's expression softened slightly. He lightly patted Alice's head and said, "Rest assured, I alone am good enough for this task. Not to mention that with the matriarch's benevolence given unto me, I have also already become a silver-ranked priest. The matriarch has also bestowed upon me a divine artifact that can sense the location of our fellow clansmen from within a certain distance. This object can also defend me against attacks at the gold tier rank to some extent." He then reached out his hand, holding a green leaf that exuded a potent holy aura in his palm. It was a leaf belonging to the world tree, strengthened by Eve herself by consuming 1 point of divine power, and was considered a quasi-divine artifact. 3 days ago, Eve gave this leaf to Samuel, ordaining him to start the search for the remaining members of the clan and guide them back here in this ancestral forest. "It's good." Alice nodded, and then said with a tinge of regret, "Grandpa, I also want to search for our people together," said Alice, feeling a bit envious. Samuel laughed heartily, and then said with a serious tone, "You have a far more important task ahead of you. Remember that you must assist the great goddess in guiding the chosen ones who will soon arrive in this world." Guiding the ones? Upon hearing these words, Alice's eyes lit up slightly as she nodded gently. She thought of the recent oracle bestowed upon the great goddess, and her admiration and fervor for their matriarch resurfaced. The Advent chosen ones. 3 days ago, the great goddess had enacted her second mandate, stating that chosen ones from another world would soon descend upon this realm and help the elven race revive their civilization as some sort of heroes akin to the legendary figures spoken in the fairy tales of old. At the same time, the great goddess ordained the holy maiden Alice and the oak guardian berserker to prepare to guide these chosen ones and help them gradually adapt to this world. What kind of people will the chosen ones be? Will they simply be elves as well? Or perchance even like those illustrious high elves, just like the heroes from the old legends? Alice's expression was filled with expectations. Regardless, since they were personally chosen by the matriarch herself, then surely they must be like us elves, well, just honest and selfless. She couldn't help but swoon at the mere thought of it. Watching the eagerness of the girl in front of him, Samuel's expression softened even further. He then looked up at the still withered canopy of the world tree, as his gaze gradually becoming firm. The matriarch has just regained her strength, and her current power is still limited. We must work hard to spread our faith and bring our patron god back to her peak, leading us elves back towards prosperity once more. After speaking, he and Alice locked eyes and smiled at each other as they moved their arms while performing their religion's hand gesture. "Praise be thy matriarch. Praise be thy matriarch." The voice was full of vitality and passion. After conveying various tasks to her followers, Evie dived back into her celestial domain. She once again reconnected to Earth's internet and started constructing the game in preparation for the arrival of the players. Within these past 3 days, she had verified the feasibility of her ideas through various experimentations, and the only thing left to do now is to perfect the game's internal system, for which she simply named Elven Kingdom and finally promote it through various social media sites. The leveling system must be set up properly, as it's a core dynamic that could either make or break a game. Let's see. Perchance I can model it after the Saiji's own power ranking system as well, to make things less complicated. I think it's better to limit the player's initial average levels somewhere around the iron rank during the closed beta stage, with the maximum level cap being 40 up until I proceed to the open beta phase. As a matter of fact, why don't I copy the job classification system as well? But in exchange, I can add more attribute settings on the status profile as all the basic things gamers would expect, like star, def, luck, and so on. I'll just make an appearance at the beginning as some sort of introductory guide to aid these players into setting up their character appearance and initial stats. Then I'll give players some small gifts and increase their affection for me, since first impressions are important on matters such as this. As for the player's default race, let's choose elves, obviously, since being born as an elf is an inherent ability of the world tree after all. To save divine power, I can set their base strength to the minimum level of 0-1. After all, those hardcore gamers will definitely grind hard to level up through quest and competitions. To facilitate their rate of advancement, I can also forcefully awaken their dormant potential to the highest degree, which in doing so would let these players probably reach the talent of geniuses. Eva then pulled up her mental checklist of things to do before continuing. What's next? Alright, modify the war sacrifices skill, integrate it into the avatar as a passive skill, and integrate it with the leveling system. That way, these players could provide me with DP each time they level up. If I calculate it this way, one divine power can create just about 100 avatars. In the closed beta phase, I can just make it 300 people just to be safe. After all, I still need to reserve some DP for my own protection in case some unexpected trouble occurs. Selecting potential players should also be a top priority, preferably choosing those who have spent a long time playing virtual games and some influential streamers on the net as well. This can quickly spread the game's reputation and facilitate the expansion of the player base later on. By the way, gore, pain, and even obscenity coefficient can be modified through the system settings. She can use some of her DP to either numb the pain or blur things not suitable for general populace if they want. I will limit the scope of activity for those who are just new, so that it will be more easier to revive their bodies and recover the remaining DP within them once they die. Then, I can make them work for me again, starting back from level 0-1 after their death's cooldown has passed. As for the experience points, I'll just apply some hidden passive skill that can log all the activities of the players onto their avatars, so that I can check their condition anytime and display it, should they check their stats screens. As for the game's main storyline, I can just use some online materials for reference, but the theme will obviously be the rise of the elven race. Also, the promotional trailer must be done well. There are some segments recorded about the Heavenly War in the World Tree's inheritance, and well, she can just splice some of it instead. Also, the magical powers used in that battle are way more realistic than any most modern CGI could even offer. For the background music, the elves are an artistically attuned race, so they already composed of musical pieces all throughout history, and Eva also have recordings of them all. For the game's art cover, I'm just gonna use Alice since most gamers have a thing for cute waifus and Let's also add some handsome guys to attract some female players as well. The flow of time in both worlds are vastly different. It's like mind acceleration technology. The game time is 4 times faster than reality. But the question is how to explain this tech? Oh yeah, there's already a lot of sci-fi stories that tried to delve into this, so I'll just borrow some of their words and explain it in a complete vague manner full of technical jargons that the average schmuck wouldn't understand at all. Aha, I am a genius. Without realizing it, 3 days had passed, and with the help of divine power, this massive undertaking had finally taken form and the game was finally completed. Great, I'm finally done. Looking at her magnum opus, Eve felt extremely satisfied. At this moment, her divine power, which was originally at 20 dp, had dwindled down to only mere 11 dp, as the cost of operating across dimensions and the internet was still significant. As for the closed beta test of the game, I'm just gonna release it for 1 week from now on Earth. I just hope I could trick a lot of people in these next 7 days into playing my game. After sensing her own state, Eve made up her decision. The next step is to gain some publicity. Using her divine power to interfere with the internet once again, Eve successfully managed to stealthily establish a game company called Yggdrasil Cutting Edge Tech Co. Ltd. and secretly registered Elven Kingdom as a virtual reality game. Finally, she uploaded the promotional video onto the net in one go. Next, she awaited for the game's teaser to gain some traction and welcome the subsequent first batch of players. Lemieux male 22 years old, with an average appearance and an ordinary family background, is a typical college student you could see everywhere in almost any country. However, what sets him apart from the norm was that he has another identity, a VR game streamer. Since virtual reality games have become rather popular worldwide around 2 years ago, Lemieux also followed the legion of streamers who joined the VR bandwagon and began live streaming his experience. As well, coupled with his verbal eloquence and good sense of humor, this simple hobby of his earned him quite a decent bit of income. However, unlike many single-player game streamers, he instead specializes in critiquing various VR MMORPG games. In Lemieux's own words, although there are exciting virtual games that are constantly being released, so far there still hasn't been a single game yet that can truly amazes him and makes him want to keep playing. He also has a rather infamous nickname in the VR fandom, the Nitpicking King, whom specializes in pointing out the flaws of various VR games. In fact, this is quite normal. Although virtual neural networks have fully been developed in recent years, and immersion pods have grown way cheaper, becoming more affordable to the general populace, the vast majority of virtual engines on the market still have a relatively poor performance and often encounter various bugs during gameplay. Lemieux rose to fame being able to win the audience's laughters by finding these sorts of bugs in every games that he played. Sitting in front of the computer and making himself a cup of instant coffee, Lemieux opened a well-known streaming site. The new episode of Xiaomu Reviews needs to find a fresh target soon, he muttered, looking around the site in a rather bored expression. He then finally sighed after scrolling down for almost an hour with no interesting results. Lately, the quality of various newly released games has been too poor. It's gotten so bad that he doesn't even want to do any reviews on them. This is also because VR has shown many people its possible business opportunities, and as with all new emerging technologies, all kinds of developers have rushed in to create half-baked games just to capitalize on the hype. Heck, some devs are even just flat-out scammers and are merely there to trick people into giving away some personal information. Furthermore, any game company needs to invest a lot of capital and manpower to produce good quality products, and many VR companies doesn't have those capabilities, hence the quality of many game releases are lacking to say the least. Lemieux is somewhat of a famous streamer, and he has a reputation that doesn't look at any low-rated trash games. He only has eyes for those big-budget AA+ games that are produced by well-known game companies. After all, it's more satisfying to find bugs in these high-profile games. I haven't uploaded anything in a week, Let's see if there are any new titles on other platforms. Humming a simple tune, Li Mu opened the virtual game recommendation on an e-commerce gaming platform. His gaze skimmed over the ads, but didn't pause for a moment. Another fantasy game? Hasn't this theme been overused already? TSK, another cheap cash grab game with lame graphics? Shooter? It's alright, I guess. But there are already many good titles in that category. Plus, I already did this genre in my previous Let's Play series. I want to try something else this time. Otomi Raising Sim? This is great, good, very nice. No, I don't want to get banned yet. He muttered to himself as he browsed through the various games. Suddenly, his movement paused, and the mouse stopped on a particular Elven Kingdom. It was an unremarkable, with a stereotypical art cover featuring a towering world tree and a beautiful and pure golden-haired elf praying towards the front with closed eyes. Although the elf girl on the cover was pretty, amongst the vast array of virtual games, this art cover could only be considered passable at best. After all, the cover is the face of the game, and no game developer wouldn't make a good-looking cover for their games. Furthermore, there are far too many cases wherein the cover doesn't actually match the gameplay itself. Li Mu was so used and numb to these eye-candy art cover. But what caught his attention this time was not it, but rather the visits click-through rate of this game. 3 million visitors, what the hell is this? Did some big corpo bought an army of paid online trolls to brigade this game? To his surprise, this was only released 2 days ago, but already garnered a staggering 3 million visitors. Horseshit. These clicks are definitely artificially inflated. But once curiosity arises, it can no longer be suppressed. Li Mu took another sip of coffee and doubtfully clicked on the ad. Like many ads, this game had only one promotional video and a pre-order link. What surprised Lu, however, was that the number of comments below had exceeded 10,000 plus. This is rare, especially on virtual gaming category. He didn't directly click on the promotional video to let it play, but rather scanned the comment section down first. Demacia. Damn it! Did the developers hire a professional film company to make this trailer? Don't tell me they spent all their budget on this PV alone, lol. This liked comment. Is it fantasy game? Li Mu raised his eyebrows. This genre has already declined in popularity in recent years, right? It's considered an obscure classic genre, although he also heard that it's still quite popular in some other countries, particularly in the West. His interest in the game was immediately reduced by half upon finding this fact. But alas, he was really bored at the moment, thus he continued to look on. Black Emperor. EU? A fantasy MMOs have already declined in popularity here in my country. If this game really do become popular, then I'll live stream myself eating shit Mao. This was the second most liked comment, and it seemed to be trending towards surpassing the first most liked comment in terms of likes. Ha ha ha. Li Mu couldn't help but laugh out loud. There are always people like these online that are all talk and no bite, and chances are, he still wouldn't do his dare, even if he was proven wrong. Nonetheless, his comment was funny, so Li Mu clicked on the like button and then scrolled further down. Attack on Hairy Legs, Mind Acceleration Technology. It sounds really great, but does this kind of thing really exist? This was the most popular comment. Mind acceleration technology? What is this? How come he had never heard of any news regarding this tech? Li Mu read the comment carefully. Then, to his surprise, he found that it seemed like a new technology mentioned by the devs in the brief introduction of the game. It was said that this technology could enable players to think faster while playing their game. Players only need to spend 15 minutes or so in the real world to stay in the game world for an approximate hour in exchange. That is to say, players would gain more time at a fraction of a time spent playing this game. That's so epic, but was this claim greatly exaggerated? Could this game actually be a secret project by some wealthy tech tycoon, or perhaps even created by those massive cutting-edge corpos that's leading the charge in terms of technological innovation? Lemieux doubtfully smirked as he glanced at the game developer's name. Yggdrasil, Cutting-Edge Technology Corporation. His expression then clouded in confusion. What company is this? A foreign one? He definitely never heard of this company locally or even once in his life. Could it be just another offshore company that's trying to scam people? Lemieux frowned slightly, feeling a bit skeptical. Nowadays, these internet corpos are always trying to make some big claims, regardless of their actual abilities. Lemieux shook his head and had already decided that this was probably just another scam to generate some attention. However, thinking about the high click-through rate of 3 million, he decided to watch the promotional video before leaving. Let's watch this trailer. The reviews for it seem pretty good anyways. He lightly clicked the play button, and the screen entered the interface of the promotional video. As the video played, the computer screen suddenly went dark. Lemieux took a sip of coffee and began to casually watch as he reclined back to his chair. Accompanied by ethereal singing, the screen slowly brightened once more. The first thing that caught his eye was a towering world tree. The camera gradually zoomed back from the world tree, and a series of magnificent cities appeared before Lemieux's eyes. Graceful and beautiful elves wandered through the lush green cities, whilst talking and laughing as if presenting a real picture of the elven civilization. At first, Lemieux was not impressed, but soon he was drawn in by the constantly changing sceneries, the fantastical and pleasant surroundings along with the magnificent and otherworldly cities, as the elegant and noble elves go on their daily lives, whilst a lively and soothing music play on the background made him feel as if he was personally there as well. A pleasant and melodious female voice slowly started to tell the story of the world tree and the elven race in this fantasy world. The game plot's quite interesting and unique. The cinematics are great, furthermore the character models are also very detailed, plus the movements are very smooth. I wonder what's the BGM's name? It sounds really nice, but it seems like I've never heard it before. Lemieux couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Regardless of the game itself, this opening sequence is really well made and absolutely realistic. Gradually, Lemieux became more enamored as the story continued. Powerful forces gave the elven race a brilliant civilization, but at the same time, it also led to their vanity and arrogance. Their civilization's wealth and abundance also attracted the envy of others. The scent of conspiracy constantly lingers in the shadows, and eventually, it finally turned into a crisis. Suddenly, the screen changed, and a golden light illuminated the skies. With sacred chanting and roaring, vague and towering figures slowly appeared one after another. Thus the war had begun. Blazing rocks rained down from the heavens as the earth split apart, whilst countless holy angels clashed with giant wooden treants, and the once peaceful landscape turned into a magnificent bloodied battlefield. Brutal battles, dazzling magics, rivers of blood, magnificent miracles. One scene after another occurred as the tragic and wondrous scenes faded into oblivion, whilst accompanied by ethereal and majestic music, widened his eyes as his blood boils in excitement, and could only utter one single phrase, filled with utmost sincerity. Wow. As he marveled at the stunning cinematics, he also felt a hint of concern and sympathy from the bottom of his heart for these fictional elven race. Lemieux became even more fascinated by it. At the end of the war, there was a dispute amongst the gods. Under countless magical attacks, the lush and verdant world tree finally came to an end and withered away. Thus finally in a chorus of mourning aria, the civilization of the elves gradually faded into the annals of history. Accompanied by the mournful and ethereal singing, the screen finally plunged into darkness and silence. After a moment, a sorrowful and solemn music began to faintly echo once more. Completely immersed in it, Lemieux unconsciously let out a long sigh, feeling a strange resonance within him. Prosper in adversity but decay in pleasures, such is the rise and fall of civilizations. After a moment, the scene changed once again. A beautiful elven girl appeared on the screen. She was dressed in a gorgeous ceremonial gown, kneeling in a ruined temple, tearfully praying to the broken deity effigy. With the girl's prayer, the ethereal singing gradually reached its climax. Finally, in the last chant, a deafening bell rang out. The statue flickered slightly. The screen went dark again, and all sound fell silent. Seconds later, rows of artistically striking large characters appeared on the screen. Otherworldly mind acceleration technology allows players to enjoy the game world. Intelligent AI brings you an unprecedented gaming experience. Create the most realistic, immersive, and highly customizable epic fantasy world. On June 1st, the virtual reality MMORPG Elven Kingdom will officially start its non-deleting closed beta phase. Everyone are welcome to sign up. Elven Kingdom awaits for your salvation. The promotional video then ends there. Lemieux watched it with a dazed expression, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the epic battle scenes just now. After a moment, he pinched his thigh and said, "Damn! How much money did they spend on producing this trailer and rendering those CGI?" In Lemieux's opinion, every frame of the 10-minute promotional trailer must have worth a lot of money. And he briefly wondered how much cash did the publisher squandered in order to produce it. If he were to rate the trailer out of 100 points, then Lemieux would definitely give it a 99 points. He merely deducted 1 point out of consideration, lest the publisher became too entirely proud. Regardless of the visuals, characters, sound effects, or even the cinematics, everything were all top-notch and definitely on par with the best in the industry, and could it even be considered as a Hollywood-class movie? No, most movies locally or foreign still hasn't reached the level of cinematography shown in this PV. The so-called mind acceleration technology also piqued his curiosity. However, Lemieux still remained calm, unlike the other netizens, who got hyped up for the game after watching such groundbreaking promotional video. On the contrary, he became more objective at the moment. The promotional video is indeed great, but can the game really be equally just as good as the trailer when it release? Nowadays it was already numerously proven that the VR industry are riddled with deceptive games with exaggerated advertising and false marketing schemes, just so that these companies could fool the masses into playing their games. Although the promotional video for Elven Kingdom was indeed quite a masterpiece, it did not necessarily mean that the gameplay would be really just as good as the trailer. After closing the promotional video, Lemieux casually opened a search engine and soon found out that Elven Kingdom had already appeared on the trending tab and sparked extensive discussions on various social media platforms. It is obvious that such a high-quality produced trailer, coupled with the mysterious new technology, would easily arouse the curiosity of most denizens of the internet. In fact, Lemieux was also being affected by the hype and had the urge to join the heated discussions as well. Despite anything else, even if he had never heard of this game company before, as a gaming veteran who already played a lot of AAA+ games in his life, Lemieux had a hunch that this game would definitely become an instant hit. After all, it was obvious that a lot of money was spent on the promotional video alone, as if burning their entire budget to hell. Lemieux estimated that the cost of the game was probably a lot more higher than the rest of the virtual reality games already out on the market. Despite the circumstances, he thought for a moment and felt that even if the gameplay didn't live up to the hype, it probably wouldn't be that bad either. Moreover, he was very interested in the mind acceleration technology. Not only that, but the trailer for Elven Kingdom has already sparked public discussions, and it is also the best video material to use in his next livestream as well. Thinking of this, Lemieux nodded decidedly. This game is worth investing in. Immediately, he clicked on the registration link for the game. The webpage changed again, and the screen jumped to the official website of Elven Kingdom. The official website was very rough, like it was created by an amateur web developer, which made Lemieux seriously doubt as to whether the company that made the motion graphics of the promotional video, the same one that designed this site. Although it was bad, the website still had everything you would expect to have, including a forum, message boards, and information section. Lemieux scanned those briefly and clicked on the registration button on the homepage. The screen flashed and jumped to the registration page. Welcome. Sign up for the chance of obtaining invitation for Elven Kingdom's closed beta test launch on June 1. For your gaming experience, please fill in your identity information and related materials. Thank you for your cooperation. After looking at the registration requirements, Lemieux was not surprised. Virtual reality games are deemed highly addictive, so the government imposed regulations which enacted about a year ago requiring personal verification of anyone wanting to partake in such games. He filled out his information smoothly and clicked on the register button. Registration successful. You are the 515,494th player to sign up for Elven Kingdom. Thank you for your participation. Seeing this number, Lemieux's mouth opened abruptly. Wow! 500,000 registrations, that's too incredible. Can the game's servers even operate under this kind of heavy load? After all, virtual reality game servers requires a much higher bandwidth and capacity needs compared to traditional ones. After marveling for a moment, he then continued scrolling down the information section. The first batch of closed beta testers will have 300 available spots, and we will randomly select applicants within a week. Please keep an eye on your email and messages for the invitation. Thank you for understanding and support. Lemieux. 300. Are they kidding? At that moment, he had the urge to smash his keyboard. His expression changed. Lemieux emptied his coffee in one gulp to calm his nerves. Forget it, I'll just borrow someone else's account when the time comes. His anticipation diminished greatly as Lemieux shook his head before closing the webpage, then went to find other games as potential prey for his live stream. By quickly. In the ancient elfin forest of In the Mortal Realm, nearly a month had passed, and at this moment, the world tree had undergone some few changes compared to before. Although the vast majority of its branches still remained withered, some at the bottom and at the top have already shown some hints of budding greenery. This was not intentionally done on the part of Eve, but rather a natural instinctual recovery process that the world tree itself had initiated after its reawakening. Although the process was slow and the world tree was still in a critical condition, it will still gradually recover on its own, just as long as it is given enough time and no problematic events occur. During this period, however, this process will be quite lengthy, and without any external assistance, it may take thousands of years to restore the world tree to its peak. Of course, Eva wouldn't just wait for that to happen, as who knows if a powerful enemy will come knocking on her doorsteps during this period. In recent days, she commanded the Oak Guardian to eliminate all threats within a 10-kilometer radius zone as preparation for the upcoming beta testing phase of her game. In the future, this area will be the stronghold of the elven civilization. At the same time, she spent 0.3 points of divine power to establish an illusion barrier, concealing the maximum range she could control within the 10-kilometer radius zone, so that the outside world cannot see the changes happening to the world tree. This period is the most dangerous time for Eve since currently her DP reserves were at its lowest and will remain at that low level for quite some time due to game. She must ensure that she is not disturbed before her divine power value reaches around 100 DP. She could formally rid of the quasi-death state when her divine power value reaches the 3-digit mark, and can also finally create an avatar for herself, making it a lot more convenient to use her abilities, the more familiar body structure. Glancing at her own status screen, Eve sighed in her heart. My divine power value is still at 11 points. I hope Elven Kingdom won't be a flop. It was only because the Oak Guardian had once again annihilated another group of hunting orc team in these few days that her DP value could be maintained at 10 points or above. However, the continuous intrusion of these orcs have also made Eve more vigilant. There is a beastman encampment near the elven forest, in which Eve has already confirmed. Although its strength is not strong compared to many other orc tribes, this tribe is still too close to the elven forest for comfort, and is a high-risk threat that needs to be solved sooner or later. Not to mention, behind these orcs is one of the mortal enemies of the world tree, Uller, the god of winter and hunting. Unfortunately, Eve's current range of influence can only extend up to 10 kilometers, and anything beyond that would severely limits her powers. Berserker is also alone and unable to deal with the enemy by himself. Perhaps, after the first batch of players arrive, and when they finally reach a certain level, then I can just leave it to them as a quest or something. Their initial levels would be low, but I can expedite the process by giving them various tasks so that they easily level up to 10, which is the base ranks of low iron. In fact, with Eve's power, granting players a level 10 strength right at the start wouldn't consume much of her powers. However, in order to prevent players from being reckless, she decided to implement a steep penalty of resetting their levels back to 0-1 whenever they die and had to resurrect. The beginning period is the most crucial phase of her plans, and Eve wanted to impart the importance of their lives from the start, so that they wouldn't just take their resurrection for granted. I bet the players will think those penalties are unreasonable, but I must be strict at least at the start, so that these guys can learn to cherish their lives here. It will also make things easier for me. The player's activity range is much larger than Eve's. Through testing, she determined that the furthest connection between the avatars she created and herself can reach up to 100 kilometers, and anything beyond that will simply disconnect the linkage. Of course, if it's a believer, then they can travel even further because there is a dedicated link between believers and their patron deities. But as virtual tourists from Earth, Eve doesn't expect these players to instantly convert into her faith. After all, it's just a mere game to them. And 100 kilometers is also the maximum activity range for the initial players in Eve's plan. To prevent players from getting lost, she has set up a system that will automatically alert her and forcibly teleport the player back whenever they go beyond this boundary. But as Eve's power grows, the player's range of activity can also be expanded as well. And when she finally becomes an all-powerful god, She can even allow these players to travel freely throughout the entire world of Saiguis. Later, Eve once again immersed her consciousness within the celestial domain. After testing the operation of the game system in her consciousness and feeling that there were no further problems at all, Eve focused her attention back to the core of her divinity. There, 300 egg-shaped clusters of shimmering and misty light were hanging loosely, with each emitting the breath of life. This was the first batch of avatars that she have created. The bodies were already mature enough, and the resurrection mechanism had already been set up. The next step was to choose the players and prepare to welcome the arrival of these lovely otherworlders. Eve felt very satisfied and once again connected to Earth's to finally select potential players for her game, University Town. Lemieux was simply wearing baggy shorts and a pair of flip-flops as he holds a freshly bought breadstick and soy milk in his hands, before heading towards his dormitory apartment for which he specifically rented for streaming purposes. Suddenly, a pleasant notification sound came from his pocket. He hesitated for a moment, wiped his greasy hands on his white undershirt, before casually pulling out his smartphone from his pocket. On the screen was a brief text message that says, "Congratulations! You have been selected as one of the first batch of beta testers for Elven Kingdom. Your invitation code is 233-123-124. On June 1st, Elven Kingdom welcomes your arrival." Lemieux was stunned for a second and seemed to have not yet recovered from the initial shock, but after double-checking the text message, if it was really authentic, he then excitedly slapped his thigh and grinned. "Ha! I frickin' knew it. My luck has always been good." At this moment, various gaming chatrooms have already exploded as well. "Aha! I was selected. What happened? Why are you so excited? Elven Kingdom, I was selected as a beta tester." "What? That's impressive. I heard that the number of applicants for that game has already exceeded 1 million, right?" "Yes. Hey, I will send you screenshots when the time comes." "I envy you, man. I watched the trailer and it really looks great. If it's really like the official announcement says, with the trailer showing the actual game graphics, then it really could become a masterpiece." Some experts even said that the game's language and music seem to be meticulously designed as well. "It's so awesome. Arg. It's crazy, I tell you." Some beta testers in a group chat I am in to have already started selling their invitations. "What? That's harsh. How much is it?" "It seems that it's being resold for more than 7,000. After all, everyone wants to try this so-called mind acceleration, and the game will also introduce a brand new 100% adjustable, realistic sensory system. You know, the sensory systems of those virtual games on the market now are all too poor. What the That's scary. We plebs just don't get the mindsets of these rich bastards. That amount is almost worth nothing to them. Lamau, what they're doing is useless." Didn't the announcement also said that the account is bound to the original owner's identity, and the invitation will be verified when logging into the game? Only the account owner can go online. Then we can only wait for the public beta at this rate. To be honest, I think this game's publishers are exaggerating with their claims. It's way too fake, dude. S'mon, if they really had that kind of technology, then developing games would be their least priority. I am also skeptical since I've led a lot of arguments about the game line. Let's just wait and see. There should be some big name streamers broadcasting it when it's finally out. Live streaming? Didn't they mention mind acceleration? If it's true, then can it really be live streamed? Wouldn't the time be inconsistent between us watchers and the streamer? Lol true XD, I bet the delay would be so bad that it would almost be impossible to be streamed in real time. At most, we're just gonna watch the VODs instead. Li Mu, who was munching on a fried breadstick on the side, slightly curved his mouth as he peeked at his group chat in his phone. After some thought, he decided to type in a message. I got an invitation. At 12 p.m. on June 1st, I'll start live streaming Elven Kingdom. Everyone's welcome to watch my stream. In an instant, the group chat exploded yet again. Damn! It's Big Brother Mu. Xiao Mu got the qualification. Nitpicking King is going to livestream Elf King. I can't wait. I'll be on the front row with some sunflower seeds. This game's hyped up so much that I want to see what it's like. At Xiao Mu, I'm Demacia, and I got the invitation to. Add me as a friend in advance. Please carry me in the game, Brother Mu. As Li Mu watched the constant stream of messages popping up without stopping, he inwardly felt delighted and put his phone back in his pocket before rushing back home. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the closed beta period for a goddess with an illuminating a gentle light all over her body appeared in front of Li Mu. She wore an elegant and magnificent divine dress, along with silvery long hair that reached all the way down to her waist, and a set of amethyst eyes for which flickered with mystery and wisdom, making people an irresistible urge to prostrate and worship her. This divine figure was so beautiful and dignified that Li Mu could hardly find any suitable words in his vocabulary to describe her, feeling that all the aesthetics in the world was insufficient to express even a tiny fraction of her magnificence. His eyes simply glazed blankly, and for a moment he even forgotten to do a live commentary of the situation. With her gentle halo basking down upon him, Li Mu felt warmth all over his body as the solemn and benevolent voice of the goddess called out to him again in a soft tone. Verily I am the one which governs the divinity of nature, life, and spirits, the personification of the ancient god tree itself, Euktrahill. O brave chosen one, welcome to the world of swords and magic. The voice was so enchanting, yet it also evoked a feeling of reluctance to be rude within her presence. Unconsciously, Li Mu swallowed his saliva and had only one thought in his mind. God damn. This 3D model and special effects are really amazing. He had seen many beautiful NPC models all his gaming life, but never had he seen one like this that was so gorgeous that it looks so real, or perhaps even better than real-life celebrities, with her beauty enhancement and deification effects. At this moment, the live broadcast stream had already been flooded with barrage of comments. Damn. Awesome. I'm in love. So in love? Don't stop me, guys. I want to join her religion. Can I lift your little skirt, great goddess pretty please? Hixd? Sure enough, goddesses are a standard staple in games like Elf King with otherworldly fantasy settings. Wait, you bunch of thirsty simps, can you even hear what they are saying? For me, their speaking speed is just so fast that I can't keep up. Of course, the last comment was already drowned out by the army of horny god-smitten idiots. Eve decided to put on a solemn, benevolent facade along with archaic way of speaking whenever she manifested in a public settings as a goddess, in order to guide these unruly players and leave a lasting impression upon them. Eve specifically used her divine powers in order to create a cinematic scene at the start using her personified image as the initial guide, for which her appearance is actually based on her own statue at the shrine. Every player who enters the game will have to go through the same process of receiving a blessings from her, which is an integral part of the game system. O brave chosen one, in order to better adapt to this new world, I will now bless thee in order to unlock your own powers and potential. The ethereal and beautiful voice of the goddess sounded again, and she lightly tapped Limu on the forehead as a system window then materialized before him. Please, your initial job classification. Millie class. Spellcast class. Job selection? Lemieux rubbed his chin as his face morphed into a look of concentration. Before entering the game, he had already read the game's information on the official website and knew that the profession system in Elf King was divided into two major categories: melee class and spellcasting class. Furthermore, upon reaching level 10, players can even change their jobs and choose a more specialized professions, such as warrior, archer, mage, and so forth. So which one do I choose? Lemieux fell into contemplation. The comments in the live broadcast stream also fell into a heated argument. Strength. Definitely star-based class. Elves have high AG stats and can change professions to either assassin or archer much later on the game. Go with a magic and instead Xiaomu. Lol, you're already in a virtual reality. So why do you still have to play in a traditional hack-and-slash style when you can instead experience the feeling of magic? The user above me is an idiot. Using a melee build in a VR game is far more exciting and realistic. It's so satisfying to feel the sword hit the flesh, you know. Lamao, it's still a game. I don't think the devs could completely replicate the true feeling of slashing someone, just like in reality. So you actually know the feeling of slashing someone in real life? Dumbass, it's just an example. Aren't you the one acting a demon wanting to slash someone so realistically? Looking at the increasingly raging comment section, Lemieux involuntarily twitched his mouth. He thought for a moment and clicked on the spellcasting class option. He felt that casting magic would be more interesting in this game. Plus, someone who enjoys the act of murder is an uncivilized buffoon, in Lemieux's opinion, and such style of gameplay does not live up to the scholarly virtues that he upholds. After all, civilized people prefer the use of their mouths rather than their fist. Chanting spells is good enough for him. O chosen one, I see that you hath picked the spellcasting class. I will now impart thee a blessing as well as bestow 2 random magical skills upon you. Accompanied by an ethereal and solemn voice, the beautiful goddess then points a finger at Lemieux's forehead once again. Having accepted the World Tree's inheritance, Eve have a somewhat complete set of job classes recorded in her mind, and it wouldn't be a problem for her to choose some low-level skills to bestow upon players. In an instant, Lemieux felt a soft and warm power surging into his body as his 5 senses seemed to have undergone some kind of change. Lemieux couldn't help but check his status screen yet again after the bestowal ceremony. Name, Lemieux. Race, elf. Class, spellcaster. Level, when novice. Experience, 0-100. Health, 50-50. Mana, same 100. Attributes: Constitution 5, Strength 5, Agility E, Magic 10. Skills: Minor Healing, Entangling Vines. The attributes related to magic have been enhanced. Lemieux, delighted. O chosen one, thou hath received thy blessings. Please equip it yourself and finally embark upon your journey. The goddess's voice spoke out again, and Lemieux's body was enshrouded by a radiant light. A plain set of robes materialized onto him, along with a wooden wand in his hand and a wooden dagger at his waist. You obtained an item. Plain linen robe, white. You obtained an item. Rough wooden staff, white. You obtained an item. Rough blackwood dagger, white. These are the starting equipments prepared by Eve for every new players, made from an average quality trees and linen in the forest. These items are mass-produced and are the starting equipments of players upon arrival, which can be considered a small gift from Eve for these newbies. Of course, that was also the limit of what she could do, and anything more than that would simply be redundant and a waste of her precious divine powers. Making 300 sets of these equipments took up 0.1 point of her divine power. With the ceremonial blessing of the goddess ending, the scene in front of Lemieux changed once again. Dazzling lights flashed by all around him, and Lemieux instinctively closed his eyes. Through his impaired vision, he felt as though he had broken through some kind of barrier, like he was reborn from an egg, as his senses became increasingly more clearer. Fresh, soft air blew over his face as distant bird calls entered his eardrums. Lemieux finally slowly opened his eyes and realized he had arrived in a different world. What greeted him was huge towering branches, as well as ancient and magnificent temple, situated at a distance. Majestic long range of mountains encompasses his line of vision, while hundreds of quirky-looking elves made ruckus around the vicinity. Standing on the huge branches of the world tree and looking at the dense forest below his feet, Lemieux fell entirely silent. Oh my god! It's really 100% real-like graphics. I love this place. This game's going to be a massive hit for sure. This scenery is just too amazing. Ha ha ha, this is so hilarious. Look over there, dude. Why are those players so effing creative? How did they make their avatars look so weird? What's up with the guy with the explosive red hair? Don't tell me he just used the system's default face instead. Oh, are the starting equipment for spellcasters a robe and a wand, and a wooden armor and sword for melee-based class instead? What a beautiful scenery. Any landscape enthusiasts here? Let's take a group photo to commemorate this moment. Oh, why don't we do it again once the open beta takes place? Hey look, isn't that Xiaomu the famous streamer? Why is he just standing still over there? Brother Mu, Xiaomu. Let's be friends. I'm Demushia. I'm in the game too. The barrage of comments in the live stream became more and more intense at this scenery. After a long silence, Lemieux's voice trembled slightly, and there was a hint of shimmer in his eyes. Damn it, watching Lemieux, who had tears in his eyes, the audience in his live broadcast was stunned. What the is Xiaomu crying from being so moved? Isn't it just the game's built-in preset expression function, right? But the tears looked so real. Lol, I'm surprised the game can render such a realistic expression. It doesn't look like a fixed preset motion to me. Looking at the comments flashing by in his line of sight, Lemieux's face turned black. He cautiously glanced at his feet, then took a deep breath and quickly raised his head, rubbing his chest before explaining. No, I'm just a little scared of heights. For a moment, the live broadcast stream fell silent. What did Xiaomu just say? He spoke too fast and I couldn't hear it clearly. Yeah, his speech is too fast just now. I couldn't hear it clearly as well. It's like we pressed the fast forward button somehow. You just noticed that? Lemieux. Forward. Mind acceleration. It's probably due to that mind acceleration, sure. Xiaomu's speech is so fast because of this mind acceleration tech. It definitely is, dude. For real? This game can really accelerate the thought process of its players? It wasn't a lie? So it really gives a game time of 1 hour despite users just spending 15 minutes in the real world. Oh my god. This game is going to be incredible. It has amazing graphics plus alien-like technology. It's almost impossible not to be popular. Lumfao, I remember a user commented in the trailer that he's going to live stream himself eating poop if this game becomes a massive hit. I wonder if he's actually going to do it XD. Oh, that PV's most like comment. I remembered it too. Ha ha ha, that user must be shitting his pants now. What's the most frustrating thing about playing games? It's when you started playing, and just before you realized it, hours have already passed, and it's already time to log off. Time is always the enemy of the players, or the lack of it. But mind acceleration gives players the ability to have more free time in a sense, right? Even though it's only an hour in real life, it's 4 hours inside the game after accelerating one's thoughts. Elven Kingdom have attracted a lot of attention from gamers, not only because of its top-notch promotional videos, but also because of this miraculous technology. Of course, they don't know that this is just because the rate of time flowing between the two worlds are vastly different. However, in reality, aside from the miraculous mind acceleration features, the gameplay aspect of Elven Kingdom have also greatly exceeded the player's initial expectations. It's just way too realistic. So realistic that one could say that it's even a completely different beast from the rest of the crude VR games which are already out on the market. The publishers didn't lie. The game was just like how they advertised it, making people feel as though they were truly there, in a real fantasy world. At this moment, all the lucky players participating in the closed beta were filled with curiosity and excitement. 300 elves, each in their own unique game character form, were exploring and studying this vast, unfamiliar new world with enthusiasm. Some stood in the open, gazing at the distant sceneries, exclaiming, "So high and beautiful." Some waved their arms, feeling the same gravity as back in reality with their expressions filled with surprise. Others pinched their faces while sighing, "I can't believe it. It's just so real." However, there were also some abnormal players. A player with an explosive hairstyle unexpectedly took off his clothes in public, causing some players near him to exclaim, "Ah," in surprise, while other players around him laughed and booed. The few female players covered their faces but looked towards him curiously with big watery eyes, whilst peering through their fingers. Nevertheless, this particular player was obviously disappointed. After a few movements, he stripped himself naked, but a golden light appeared and nothing could be seen clearly on his private parts. Damn it! It turns out that this game's ratings are suitable for people of all ages. The nudist player regretfully booed. Eve felt her eyebrows twitching as she watched this scene in her celestial domain. Fortunately, she had already prepared the blurring light as a default settings. Otherwise, the game would have been sanctioned by the Game Classifications Board for obscene content right after its launch. She didn't want the game to be unilaterally banned on Earth for inappropriate sexual content. Glancing at the person who took off his clothes, Eve made sure to remember his username, adjusting his luck attribute down to 01, while calling onto Saintess Alice to quickly arrange tasks for these beasts lest they caused any further problems. Most of the beta testers she caught this time were veteran gamers, whom had been playing online games for a long time. Who knows what sort of actions this group of players would come up with in order to exploit the game. Inside Nature's Shrine, Alice, who was kneeling as she prayed in front of the statue with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her emerald-colored eyes as she sensed a massive wave of spatial energy fluctuates within the air. The chosen ones hath arrived. Her eyes were instantly filled with excitement and anticipation upon hearing this news. She then stood up, holding the hem of her ceremonial dress, and prepared to finally greet these chosen ones. At the same time, Eve's solemn voice once again echoed in her mind. "Alice, assist the chosen ones to acquaint themselves with this world." For some reason, she felt that the voice of the goddess was somewhat more tired than usual. It seemed that summoning the chosen ones had consumed a considerable amount of the goddess's power. I couldn't let the goddess down. Their patron god were already working this hard for the future of the elven kind, even though she just recently awoken. With these devout thoughts in her mind, Alice's gaze became even more determined, as her faith became even more stronger. Matriarch, I promise will not sully your expectations of me. With deep emotion, she bowed slightly towards the statue and gestured a tree-shaped symbol representing their religion with her right hand onto her chest before eagerly rushing towards the trunk of World Tree. As soon as she walked out of the temple, Alice heard various bursts of cheers and shouts. It's the chosen ones. Her eyes lit up as she quickly tidied up her appearance, patted her face, and organized the welcoming speech she had prepared in her mind, then walked towards the direction of the noises with a sweet smile and graceful steps. She briefly wondered what kind of beings are these chosen ones, that the matriarch even placed so much importance upon their arrival? Alice's thoughts continued to imagine various things as she walked towards her destination with hurried, excited steps. As a young maiden, who not even reached 300 years old, Alice was full of longing and curiosity for these chosen ones, who were akin to the heroes of old legends in her eyes. At this moment, her mind had already imagined various scenes. Well, as the vanguard of nature, the chosen ones must be like those heroes described in the old scriptures, riding on unicorns, wearing gorgeous holy armor, wielding sacred swords and magic staffs, and carrying divine blessings. They must be true heroes, handsome and elegant, humble and noble, as well as mysterious and powerful. They must have iron discipline with beliefs like those from the legendary Legion of Natura. At the thought of this, Alice felt a strange sense of tension in her heart. Puffed, what am I even thinking about? I am our fat soul saint. I must not disgrace the mother goddess's dignity. Alice scolded herself and shook her head vigorously, dispelling all the nonsensical thoughts from her mind. However, she unconsciously quickened her pace. She lifted a branch that obstructed her view, and Alice finally saw the anticipated heroes that she eagerly looked forward to meet. On the trunk, hundreds of chosen ones in rough robes and wooden armor were jostling about, making a lot of ruckus as some were frolicking, while some were experimenting with magic. Few were scraping the tree bark and wantonly slashing leaves with their wooden swords, and some were singing loudly in an off-tune within the distance. Even more exaggeratedly, there were even a few male elves who were completely naked, and their lower bodies were shining with brilliant light as they jumped around between the branches, dazzling people's eyes, their obscenity. This bark is too tough. Even with a knife, I just can't scrape it off. Where are my pants? Who stole my damn pants? Hey, you guys are just too excited. Can't you just read the instructions properly? So what skills did you guys get, huh? Mine are mostly melee-based. The goddess gave me cross-cut and spin attack. Cross-cut is so cool. Does anyone knows how to read the minimap? Hey, is there a female player who want to take a screenshot with me? The scenery here is good, and I want to post it on my group chat. Of course, if you observe carefully, there are only a few dozen really rowdy players. The majority are still properly studying the novice guide without making a scene, but these few dozen players are enough to sully the overall perception of the player base. From the perspective of the players, this kind of behavior is understandable. It can be said that this game is just too realistic, making players feel surprised and curious, wanting to experiment with everything. But for the indigenous elves, it's different. Looking at the totally chaotic scene in front of her, Alice's smile froze upon her face. This is the chosen ones? She rubbed her eyes, suspecting that she was seeing a hallucination. Taking a deep breath, Alice looked again. Hey, those are the pants I took off earlier. Don't just wear them, dude. There's no name written on them. How do we know they're yours, huh? I'm telling you guys, that's enough. Let's just play the game properly. Didn't they say there would be a guide for beginners? Where is this person? Chaos still ensues. Click. Felt like something in her heart breaking. The destructive combination of Elves' beautiful and noble appearance, along with such vulgar and despicable behavior, was almost enough to subvert the Holy Maiden's core values. She stared blankly, with wide eyes, with her brain in complete turmoil. What is going on? Aren't the chosen ones the vanguard of the gods? Aren't they supposed to be noble and enlightened beings? Shouldn't they be akin to the heroes and warriors of legends? This group either possessed by goblins, with no discipline whatsoever, and manners just like the orcs with no sense of shame at all. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, she noticed those several people with outlandish hairdos with wooden swords slashing at the tree bark. The girl's face changed. Her anger finally surged as she couldn't help but shout, "Stop! What are you doing? You can't be disrespectful to the mother goddess." A clear voice suddenly appeared, attracting hundreds of players' attention. In an instant, 300 pairs of eyes of varying colors looked towards the girl. The atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Being stared at by 100 sets of eyes, Alice felt her scalp utterly tingling in alarm. She couldn't help but involuntarily take a step back, feeling a bit timid but still trying to remain calm, and said, What are you looking at? Even if you are the ones chosen by the matriarch, you still cannot be disrespectful to her vessel." Her voice trembled slightly, but still with an air of resilience. Players looked at each other, and the silence instantly turned into a lively spectacle. An elven girl? Cute. Look, her head doesn't have a username. She must be an NPC. No shit, idiot. Look at her equipment, it's so cool. Definitely must be an NPC. Her expression is so vivid and realistic. This AI is so different from the NPCs from other virtual online games. Hey pretty girly, what's your name? Are you a priestess? Hey. Guys, you're scaring her. Watching the cute and vigilant face of Alice, some of the male players became curious and excited just like a wild animals. Oh God, this is not good. Her expression is a bit too tempting. It makes me want to bully her. Sister, what's your name? Are you a priestess? Missy, is there any quest for me to do? Lyle sis, can I join your religion? Hey, can I touch your priestess dress? Because Eve had already made language adjustments beforehand, the player's words would automatically be converted into the universal language of the world of Saiguis and vice versa. Therefore, Alice could clearly understand what this group of chosen ones was saying. Listening to these frivolous words, the Holy Maiden blushed and trembled with anger and shyness. Oh, she's embarrassed. She's totally embarrassed. Wow, this game's really highly interactive. The NPCs are so lifelike. Why do I feel like she's getting angry? Come on, guys. Even if she's an AI, can't you be polite? I've never seen an NPC this lifelike before. I'm just curious, you know. Why isn't she talking? By the way, who has the appraisal skill? Can you try appraising her identity? I do. Let me try. The young lady's name is Alice Swiftwind. Her profession is Notorious. Her level, I can't see it, huh? Using appraisal can also unlock the target's favorability rating? Damn. Why is my favorability rating with so negative? Damn it, it just dropped again. Ha. Maybe it's because your face just too ugly. Ha. Damn it. Why is favorability rating so negative too? Alice was shaking with anger as she watched these bunch of bastards who were acting like bandits without any restraints. She took a deep breath and desperately reminded herself in her heart, "Calm down. Stay calm. Remember, Alice, you must stay calm. This must be a test from the Mother Goddess. You must not disappoint the Mother Goddess. Why isn't this girl speaking? Her hair is so long. I wonder how it feels." Suddenly, a rather daring player, who had been the first to strip, slinked over and reached for Alice's golden hair. The elven maiden was utterly startled and couldn't help but swing her staff. In a burst of brilliant light, accompanied by a wailing scream, the player with Demacia, written in green letters above his head, sent flying by the protective sanctuary spell and fell straight down the world tree. So weak. This was Alice's thought. "Oh dear goddess, what have I done? I just pushed him down." This was the second. Alice was shocked and took a few steps forward, looking down at the world tree. However, the unlucky player was nowhere to be seen. "Matriarch, I actually killed a chosen one." Alice's went black. "Ha ha ha. That's just asking to be killed. He dared to provoke an NPC despite being at level 1? I'd say it just serves him right. Ha 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 ha." Behind her, the gleeful voices of other players came, accompanied by bursts of laughters. Alice turned her head incredulously, staring at the elves who not only weren't afraid or worried after witnessing a companion's death, but were also excited as well. She felt like her brain was becoming increasingly unable to keep up with the absurdity of this situation. Are these chosen ones crazy? This is abnormal, absolutely abnormal. Why does the chosen ones behave like this? Alice felt like her world had turned upside down as it devolves into a chaotic mess, for which confused her to no end. After a while, a faint green light appeared on one of the branches of the world tree, as a cluster of lights slowly converged into a human-like silhouette. The outline of this shimmering figure gradually takes form of a person, with an explosive red hair as the light emitting from his body gradually lose its intensity. It was Demacia, the unlucky guy who had just been knocked away by Alice. He seemed to have been resurrected just now. Gasping for breath, he said with a fearful tone, "Oh God, that scared me to death. Why is this NPC so damn strong? Fortunately, I reduced the pain value in advance." Resurrected? Alice gazed at the familiar figure, as she became somewhat dazed as if seeing a ghost. "Don't be afraid, Alice. These chosen ones are immortal beings." Suddenly, Eve's words resounded from within her mind, as if they had a power to calm one's heart. "Matriarch." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Alice felt a sense of relief, but then her eyes welled up with tears, and she almost cried. She didn't know whether it was due to excitement, or grievances, or maybe perhaps both. "Goddess." The elven maiden sobbed as her words turned incoherent. "Cuff. Don't be afraid." Eve cleared her throat and reassured her with a hint of guilt in her tone. "These otherworldly denizens live an oppressed life back in their own world, and I've picked them to be my chosen ones, give them a way to momentarily escape their harsh realities, and offer them an outlet to vent out their accumulated stress. Sometimes they might do things that you perchance might not understand, and they may even act callous at times. But I can assure you that they are also capable of amazing feats. You just need to be patient with them." Eve explained in a soothing tone as she let a hint of her touch stroke the head of the sobbing maiden. It was within her expectations that some schizos would be included amongst the people she selected. After all, out of the 300 people invited, majority were either gamers or streamers. With them averaging unhealthy long hours of playing time, It was inevitable that some would acquire some sort of occupational diseases, wherein they would be partially numb to external stimulus due to having played all sorts of games. Henceforth these schizos had the tendency to go wild and seek thrills they'd never experienced before and disregard rules to satiate their own thirst for excitement and master the game's mechanics. However, disregarding the fact that they could be troublesome to handle, these neurotic gamers are undoubtedly very proficient in their gaming abilities. Of course, there's no way to explain this all to Alice. After a moment of silence, Eva simply said to the elven maiden, "Just think of them, a mental illness, Alice. However, rest assured, they're not inherently bad and also willing to work hard. Just give them various tasks to do, and they will eventually settle down after adapting to the environment. Besides, these initial 300 people are just the first batch. The subsequent chosen ones will be more normal." Subsequent? Are there more coming? Alice was stunned to hear this bombshell of a revelation. Sensing the unease in the girl's heart, Eva quickly added, "Ahem, don't worry, they won't be like this forever." After reassuring Alice, controlled her divine power once again, and transmitted a piece of information onto the girl's mind. These are some daily task list you can give to the chosen ones to do, which will greatly divert their attention. Eva doesn't intend to micromanage everything. Since there are native believers available, she will then maximize their role, turning them into NPCs capable of issuing common game tasks without her direct intervention. By giving them administrative rights to do these menial matters, she instead only needs to focus on the overall plot direction and critical game scenarios. This is also Eve's way of promoting player communication with indigenous people of this world. In her vision, she wants to build a new civilization that unites players and natives with strong cohesion between each other. As for her plans in regards to Alice, this holy maiden would act as the guide for beginners and be given a role as the main NPC that handles all the daily tasks, as well as the candidate for assisting players in changing their job classes to priesthood once it's implemented in the future. As for Eve's short-term goal, it was to have players complete tasks to steadily raise their levels, simultaneously building their own base camp. This would serve as the foundation for the newly formed elven civilization. After a burst of light, Alice found that something had been added to her mind. A task list. The holy maiden looked at the contents and murmured to herself, the temple, collecting wood, build houses, Alice. Silence. Isn't this just manual labor? Would the chosen ones really be willing to do such menial things? These kinds of chores were always assigned to those low-ranking clansmen, even when the elven race was still at its peak. But they are chosen ones. In addition, they don't seem to be followers of the goddess, nor their religion either. Moreover, they are so undisciplined, as well as wild lawless barbarians. In this situation, would they really show obedience? These are all tasks which require teamwork after all. Alice is a bit confused. "No, I can't think like this." The blonde-haired girl shook her head vigorously, as if shaking away the guilt she felt about doubting the will of their goddess. These tasks set by the matriarch surely must have some hidden meaning behind it. She was their faith's sole saintess, the closest one to the Great Mother, and this must be the matriarch's personal test for her. She must complete it perfectly. Thinking of this, Alice silently recited Great Mother high above in her heart, then stretched out her hand and gestured a tree-shaped symbol of their faith upon her chest. She took a deep breath, finally looked back at the players. The chosen ones were still being chaotic, but thank goodness no one was being overly reckless anymore. Watching the chaotic scenery, Alice, who had just reignited her fighting spirit, suddenly let out a deflated sigh, now feeling even more overwhelmed once again. How she speak? How could she get them to accept the tasks willingly, if they were really as pitiful as the great matriarch had said? And this rowdy behavior is just a means for them to let out their stress. They live in another world, filled with pain and repression. Thus, being so extreme in their actions must have been instinctual coping mechanism to manage their mental and spiritual pressure within themselves. Thinking of these facts, Alice felt that this group of reckless barbarians in front of her didn't seem so annoying anymore. The elven girl even felt a little guilty when she thought back to her own insensitive actions from before. Was I overreacting? Although that red-haired guy was definitely annoying, Alice decided to let bygones be bygones, and now focused on one thing at a time. That guy is still chosen by the matriarch, so maybe I should apologize first. While thinking about it, Alice finally noticed that most of the chosen ones suddenly fell into silence. She raised her head in confusion and found that hundreds of them were looking at her with shining eyes, as if they were looking at a living treasure. Alice had only seen that kind of look in the eyes of greedy human merchants and fearless mercenaries, which made her shiver involuntarily. Meanwhile, the players excitedly began to whisper to each other. "Hey, did you guys also receive the system notification just now? It says you can get daily tasks from the NPC named Saintess Alice." "Yeah, I received it too as well." Saintess. So the little Missy's job class is a saintess. Get the task. Quickly at the task, guys. Novice tasks like these tend to be the fastest way to grind XP in the beginning. Let's hurry and level up. I can't wait to switch to a mage class. Suddenly, as if receiving some kind of instruction, all the chosen ones simultaneously rushed towards Alice, making her jump in fright. Did the matriarch convey some kind of divine message upon them? With some speculations in her mind, Alice tried to calm herself down and awkwardly stated, "Do you want to accept some tasks?" Countless players instantly raised their hands eagerly, as if they've become obedient students. "Yes, definitely yes. You're the best little saint sister. Give me the task, please." "Lady Alice, I want to accept the task." "Alice, sister, your little skirt looks so pretty. Can you give me a task as well?" "Alice." In the blink of an eye, all the players turned into bootlickers, without her knowing how it even came about. Watching these elves eagerly accept the menial tasks and then leave with elated expressions, Alice was felt numb. The goddess was right. There's definitely something wrong with their brains. Gasping for breath as he finally squeezed out from the crowd of countless players, Lemieux shook his head and said, "Woo, this game is too realistic. Even getting a task requires jostling through a crowd. I hope the devs finds a better method before the open beta, otherwise everyone's just gonna explode in fury." Lemieux was still full of excitement despite complaining about it. Opening his system interface, Lemieux checked the task he had randomly received from the Saintess. The daily randomized task: collect wood. Reward: 5,300 experience, depending on the amount collected. Collecting wood. It seems like it's for building houses. It's not too difficult after all. This is my old profession. He once lived in a forest farm back in his youth and learned from there how to properly cut down trees. I can get at least 50 experience points doing this task alone. Moreover, it's repeatable as well. Looks like I can quickly level up by accumulating experience points using this method, but alas, it seems like it will be randomized every day and one cannot specifically choose a task they want. Lemieux said curiously while checking, before heading towards the temple's teleportation array mentioned in the task details. There, players could directly teleport to the base of the world tree, a kilometer down below at the surface. Other players have also began to move. At the same time, hundreds of elves scattered and headed towards the different sections of the forest as Eveva watched from high above as the pieces slowly go on their rightful tracks. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lemieux had a deeper understanding of the realness of Elven Kingdom as he entered this ancient forest. The trees around him stood tall, with interlocking grayish branches, with its bark covered with dark emerald moss. Thick vines wrapped around the trees, akin to layers of overlapping nets, as lush grasses spread widely and grows tall up to a person's height. The air within the vicinity was filled with the unique fragrance of vegetation and soil, which smells incredibly fresh and pure. Occasionally, flying birds passed by, chittering crisply and clearly as distant unknown animals roared with all their mysteries and immemorial bluster. This place was really akin to a quintessential primeval forest, with the soothing, elven-style background music which echoes from within every player's consciousness. A dreamy feeling of being spirited away from the hustle and bustle of the real world arose within Lemieux's heart. And as he plucked a branch and tore off a leaf, Lemieux couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite production value of the game. He gazed at the clear contours of the leaf's veins and watched as pale green sap slowly oozed out of the broken stem. He couldn't help but exclaim in wonderment, "Holy shit, I would really thought that I transmigrated into a fantasy world if I hadn't experienced logging in at the start, and if this amazing BGM isn't playing as well." His live streaming function has long been turned off by him and now switched into video recording mode instead. In fact, he couldn't interact with his live audience very well due to the stream being heavily affected by the mind acceleration, thus making the comments latency so bad that it's nigh almost impossible to have any sort of coherent discussion between his watchers. After pondering for a moment on what to do next, Lemieux then opened the game system and accessed the beginners section as he read out loud the introductory notes. The safe zone for beginners is within the 10 kilometers radius zone around the world tree. Anyone can freely explore and collect items needed for various tasks within this area. Stronger monsters may spawn beyond the 10 kilometers safe zone, and it's best not to risk one's life by going there before reaching level 11 under the low iron rank. The fastest way of earning EXP at the beginning is through performing various daily tasks, and when one's level finally reaches 10 within the iron rank category, players can then go to the Temple of Nature to change their job classification. Lemieux then checked the floating minimap widget in the upper right corner of his field of vision after closing the beginner's guide. The map widget was circularly designed, which centered around the world tree. Currently, the minimap only shows a radius of 10 kilometers, which was the maximum range that Eve could effectively control. Beyond that point was a blank void, as if waiting for players to explore the unknown. Trees were abundant in this forest. However, Lemieux was still having trouble finding suitable target needed for his task. Looking at the ancient trees which surrounds him, Lemieux felt his scalp tingling in exasperation as he gazed upon the tree's trunk of at least 1 meter in diameter, with its treetops not even entirely visible. These trees are just too massive, aren't they? If I had known beforehand, I would have instead organized a group of people right from the start, he muttered ruefully. Each tree towered high into the clouds, way beyond what his eyesight could ever see, and it took him a long time to find a tree that's suitable for the task and also easy to handle. It was a tree over 10 meters high, with rare golden-like bark. This looks close to a cedar tree? Lemieux raised an eyebrow as he thoroughly inspected the surface of the trunk. As a university graduate who had taken some dendrology courses, Li Mu had some rudimentary knowledge about forestry, although the tree in front of him were slightly different due to its outermost layer having some strange colorings. This particular tree were still very similar to the cedar trees in his memory with only few minor differences. Cedar is a top-quality building material if my memory serves me right. Li Mu felt delighted and started to prepare the tools he needed for the task. Growing up in a rural area with parents who worked in the forest industry, had followed his elders to do the same job, and was quite familiar with activities such as tree cutting. Holding the wooden axe given by Alice when he received the task, Li Mu finally began to chop down the tree. Chup. Even the impact in his hand felt so real. With each swing, Li Mu felt like he had returned to his youth. Although the only difference was that his body was now lighter and more flexible. He enjoyed this nostalgic feeling very much. Finally, with a loud crack, the cedar tree swayed a few times before finally crashing down, setting off a cloud of dust for which also dissipated after a few seconds. At the moment when the tree fell, Li Mu felt as if some kind of power had flowed into himself, making him feel warmth all over his entire body. Unbeknownst to him, this was actually the vitality of the cedar tree. When he felled the tree, the war sacrifice that had been modified and hidden by Eve as a passive skill in every avatar she created was automatically activated, and the skill absorbed some of the vitality of the cedar tree without Li Mu becoming even aware of it. The absorption rate of this vitality can be controlled within the game system and can be raised up to a full 100%. Although it should be noted that one also needs to have administrative rights in order to access this hidden settings. Without tinkering with the settings, the default is that loot drops cannot be destroyed, and only about 20% of the target's vitality will be absorbed, such as what happened to Li Mu this time. Half of the absorbed energy was retained to himself, while the other half was siphoned back to Eve. Of course, at the moment had no interest in this minuscule amount of vitality, but nevertheless, she implemented this function as a part of her long-term plans. The feeling of this energy surging into his body felt very extrinsic to him, and Li Mu couldn't particularly describe it in mere words alone, but if he had to, then he would say it was simply refreshing. At the same time, he noticed that his EXP points had increased slightly up by 10 points. Oh, so I can level up by cutting trees. Li Mu felt delighted at this discovery. At this moment, he surmised that his half-hour of labor was entirely worth it. Li Mu shook his head after wiping off the sweat dripping down from his forehead. Woo, it's really inefficient to do this task with just one person alone. It would be more optimal to have several people cooperate instead in doing this kind of task. Li Mu then used the skill binding vines to tie up his harvest together before dragging it back towards the starting site. The place to report his task completion was in an open field just below the world tree, which was originally covered with meadows and low grasses. This is where Eve planned to have the players establish their base camp, which would also be the foundation for the new elven civilization. As Li Mu entered the site, the usual mystical BGM then changed into a lively tavern-like music, which made him feel attuned with the cheerful tune. He also noticed that there were many players scurrying around the vicinity, who from the looks of it, seemed to have received some cleaning task and were clearing the area of weeds and shrubs. There were even some players who seemed to have already started their second round of tasks and are trying to form parties of their own. Is there anyone doing the task of collecting wood? Our party have 4 members. We only just need one more person. Preferably a spellcaster who have magical skills that can aid us in cutting big trees. Is there anyone here who's knowledgeable in architecture? Our team received a construction task, but we lack a supervisor. Is there any logging party here that's looking for members with high STR stats? I got skills rage and whirlwind cut as well. I can definitely chop trees in one hit. After looking around for a while, Li Mu eventually spotted the one he's searching for, which is the Holy Maiden NPC, whom was currently surrounded by a group of players. Alice looks to be preoccupied at this moment, but she now seemed to be in a rather good mood, unlike her initial despondent appearance, as her emerald eyes were now shining brightly, as a pure and lovely emanates from her. Looking at how she animatedly moves around, Li Mu internally swore that this was definitely the most vivid, lifelike, and intellectual NPC character he had ever seen. However, Alice's face would turn slightly colder once whenever she saw some players acting cheeky with her. Anyone can see the NPC's favorability value by using appraisal skill upon them. However, for the vast majority of players, the girl's favorability was all in the negatives. This was especially true for male players, and some even stated that the current reigning lowest impression have reached a staggering value -100. Their barbarian-like behavior had blindsided Alice, but the biggest shock had ever experienced was from a group of shameless individuals who started flirting with her and indulging in their every whims as soon as they'd met her. The impression this group left upon her was the worst of it all. In contrast, Alice's reacted much better towards the female players, whom were much more decent and gentle in their interactions with her. Despite this, Li Mu could still sense a faint awkward estrangement between her and the rest of the players. Watching the ever-changing expressions on the Holy Maiden's face, and paying closer attention to the players' expressions and movements as well when interacting with Alice, Li Mu pondered for a moment, before suddenly coming up with an idea. Taking a deep breath, Li Mu dragged the chopped cedar woods and strode over towards their location. After dealing with a female player's task, Alice saw the figure of Li Mu returning. Seeing that it was just another male chosen one, her expression then once again hardened just a little bit. "Have you completed your task?" Her sweet voice carried a hint of detachment to it, but Li Mu ignored it and simply nodded in response. He was neither humble nor pushy, just looking at the girl sincerely with voice full of respect, as if he was communicating with a senior at his university back in real life. "Lady Alice, these are the materials I have gathered. Please check them properly." Looking at this male elf, in front of her sporting a proper attitude, Alice couldn't help but take a second look at him. He was the first male chosen one who could normally talk to her in this manner, completely in contrast with the others who were either flirtatious or shameless, with their gazes full of lasciviousness whenever they communicated with her. Although she did not verbally say it, Alice could clearly discern that these guys always seemed to have an inexplicable sense of superiority when interacting with her. Their gaze did not seem to be looking at a fellow clansman, but rather a tool or an inanimate object instead. This feeling made her very uncomfortable and reminded her of those greedy humans whom hunted elves for their own pleasures. However, this particular male elf in front of her had a sincere look in his eyes. For a moment, the discomfort within the girl's heart lessened significantly, and her impression of Li Mu also improved a lot. Her complexion slightly eased as she nodded towards Li Mu. "Okay, let me see your harvest." "Please," Li Mu said as he dragged out the wooden logs. "Cedar logs." Alice's lit up. "This is a good wood. It has a strong affinity for light, and it's not only a building material for the temple, but can also be used to make magic wands too." "Oh my, I didn't expect you to be able to find this wood." The girl looked at Lemieux in pleasant surprise. Personally, she did not think there was anything wrong with cutting down trees. In fact, unlike the depiction of elves in many literary works and games back on Earth, most elves within Saiguas rather accepted moderate logging as life's basic necessities. For them, the only thing that mattered and needs to be maintained was the ecological balance. Her reaction slightly stunned him, but Lemieux then smiled in relief. What he harvested seemed to be a valuable item. It looked like his luck were still just as good. Your task is completed. Here's your reward. Alice waved her hand and announced the result as a notification sound softly echoed afterwards. Lemieux was pleasantly surprised to find that he had received a grand total of 300 experience points just from this task alone. This task is very profitable, and I've leveled up as well. Lemieux was overjoyed. He then impatiently clicked on the level up button right away. Dazzling divine light enveloped Lemieux, and a mysterious energy converged into his body, surprising Alice and everyone around him. Lemieux felt a warm sensation all throughout his body, akin to basking under the sun's heat, while his strength rapidly increased incrementally. In an instant, he felt all his senses have been enhanced. There was nothing more satisfying than this genuine sense of accomplishment. 100 experience points were automatically deducted as his level increased to level 2. Looking at his character status screen, Lemieux was slightly pleased. All my attributes have increased by 1 point. Specifically, INT has increased by 2 points. He then tried to use binding vines and found that his casting speed had increased by nearly a quarter, and the skill was also stronger. He could only summon 1 vine before, but he could now summon 2 instead. If Lemieux was going to assess his current combat abilities, he felt that now he could defeat his former self with relative ease. Just a single increase in level, such a drastic significant effects. He then briefly wondered how powerful he would have felt like when he finally reached level 11. At this moment, Lemieux had gotten higher expectations for the future. Congratulations on your promotion. Alice's congratulatory words had abruptly awoken him from his reverie. Lemieux then looked over and realized that her favorability towards him had already returned to a neutral value. He felt a little bit touched as a speculation in regards to the NPC favorability system formed within his mind. Thanking the girl in a polite manner, Lemieux decided to took on another task. He planned to quicken his pace of leveling up. However, to complete the task more efficiently, he was ready to team up with other players time around. The time inside the game had passed into twilight in the blink of an eye. Inside the Forest of Elves, towering trees with interlocking branches and thriving leaves block out shafts of light from reaching the ground's surface. The golden sunset shone through the shade of trees, like flickering stars, exuding an elusive serenity with its gentle afterglow. A melodious chorus of inflecting tune slowly resounded within the vicinity as several entangling vines suddenly emerged from the soil and slither in all directions, binding around a tall ancient tree. Lemieux put down his wooden wand and took a deep breath before speaking to the person behind him. It's now fixed in its place. Nice. Binding vines really is a useful skill. Now we don't have to worry about the tree falling and accidentally killing someone again. Ha, Demacia, you're just so damn unlucky, dude. Heck, why is it that you always seem to be standing in the wrong place every time? Just how many times have you died so far anyway? Lost. Ha ha ha. Several elves wearing linen armor audibly rushed forward, wielding their wooden axes as they began chopping off the trunk of the ancient tree. Speaking of which, this task is really weird, you know. I mean, even though the goddess is the world tree, yet she asked us to cut down trees just like herself. Who knows? Maybe the goddess is not feeling well, Just look at how withered the world tree is, man. This forest just seems so alive. The goddess wouldn't mind if we cut down some trees, right? Geez, man, you're such a hardcore nerd. It's just a game, don't take it too seriously. Almost forgot that this is a game. The players idly chatted while they worked together. Lemu's teammates. After the first task was completed, Lemu decided to form a party with several players in order to work more efficiently. Amid the yells of 1, 2, 3, and the sound of wood chopping, another lofty tree partially swayed while it was being cut. It then started to rock intensely once they had hacked past the halfway point of the lower trunk, as it began to tilt in one direction. Push it together now. Quickly. 2, 3. It's falling. It's finally falling. Alongside the burst of cheers from the crowd, the once massive ancient tree finally fell into the ground, creating a cloud of dust upon impact, while also startling a nearby flock of birds. The elves rushed forward again, wielding their wooden axes and invoking their flashy cutting skills as they divided the tree into various segments, akin to seasoned lumberjacks. This tree should be enough for all of us to complete our tasks, right? One player wiped their sweat and rhetorically asked. It's plentiful enough. This tree is so big that I doubt we can even move it all in just one trip. Lemu spoke while he and the rest of his party members lifted the segmented ancient tree together. This was already Lemu's 6th round of doing tasks alongside this party, and their efficiency significantly improves with each task that they completed. Without even noticing it, Lemu had already been playing the game for a whole day, or more accurately, he had been chopping down trees for most of the time. He glanced at his status screen and smiled. I should be able to reach level 5 after completing this task. What the heck? As expected of a pro player. God dang, we got a hardcore grinder here. It's only been a day? I think that's about 3 to 4 hours in real time, and you're already reaching level 5? No wonder you're so popular, Xiaomu. Several of his party members looked over him with admiration on their faces. Lemu grinned, and a handsome smile appeared on his face as he explained, I was just lucky. I found a rare cedar wood at my first task, and Alice directly gave me 300 EXP points for it. Whoa, you're so lucky, man. Is it the golden one back at the camp entrance? People around him, turning green with envy. That's terrific. Damn, why is my luck so bad? Every task I've been handed so far has been cleaning the temple, and the experience reward for that task is just so pitiful. Then, when I was finally given the task to collect wood, I was instead crushed by falling trees several times, and all the EXP points I gained was lost. The player with the username Demacia on top of his head complained sorrowfully. Ha ha ha, you're such a newbie, man. Being able to be crushed by falling trees every time can be considered a talent in a sense. Aren't you the guy that stripped butt naked just moments after the server opens and actively flirted with the NPC Alice? What a badass. I think you alone are the only man of culture in this game. Demacia, what is your current favorability level with Alice? Demacia opened his status screen and scrolled all the way to his social tab. His two pointed ears as he touched his bombastic hair and said somewhat meekly, Negative 100. Oh shit, ha ha ha. Simon dude, you're really gonna make me laugh to death, ha ha ha. Heh, no wonder you always get garbage tasks, ha ha ha. Nah, I think it's simply because his luck is so bad. Amidst the laughter, this group of players, who had formed a lumberjack team, joyously carried the wood together and returned to the campsite beneath the world tree. The original area was covered in low shrubs, but it has now been cleared out into a large open space by the players. Dozens of players are partied together in pairs of 3, using the collected stones and chopped wood to construct houses around the area. Several rudimentary wooden houses, with different eclectic styles, have already taken shape, and some experienced architectural players have even built the foundation of a double-story wooden buildings. Looking at these newly formed buildings, Demacia couldn't help but exclaim, "These guys are so talented. How can they build these houses in such a short amount of time?" Because they have prior experience. They also used magic in this game, and using these skills could drastically expedite the construction process. Some bystander explained and added, "Think of it like this. We have levels in this game, right? The further we level up, the more skills we will eventually acquire, which in turn will make us stronger and expand the range of things we can do. Of course, design is also crucial." As the bystander spoke, he then pointed to the center of the construction site, wherein a tall and slender, pink-haired female player wearing a robe was holding on to a blueprint made of an unknown material. She looks to be supervising the entire site, as she gestured some kind of order with several other players. The username Hootie Bird was floating above her head. "See that girl over there, named Hootie Bird? I've heard that she's a real pro. It seems she's studying civil engineering at some prominent university in real life, and also the one who designed several houses here as well. She's already about to reach level 5, completing all these construction tasks, you know." Lemieux looked over in surprise, secretly remembering the name Hootie Bird. Other players were amazed as well. "Oh God, she's almost level 05 already. What the hell, man? It hasn't even been a day since the game started, for fuck's sake." "Yep, I heard she's planning to design an entire town with other players who also specialized in urban planning and architecture. I even heard that she already received permission to do so from the Saintess as well. Damn, she's so talented. I wish I could use my real-life knowledge in this game just like her." "What's your real-life talent anyway?" "Oh, now I get it. The real purpose of the task we were given must be to let us build a town, right? Haha. Well, the main theme of Elf King is the revival of the elven civilization after all. But don't tell me, do we really have to completely build even the starting town by ourselves? The devs of this game really are that lazy, huh? Idiot. Have any of you even played empire building games before? Building things from scratch is immersive experience. Actually, I think integrating our houses inside trees, like the stereotypical elven dwellings depicted in most fantasy literature, is far more immersive. Think about it. Chopping down trees and building eclectic houses that have so many different architectural styles. Unnatural, in my opinion. Perhaps the devs put a deeper meaning to it. Eva didn't put much deeper thoughts into it. Her main priority was to conserve energy and absorb divine power by converting vitality. After all, her survival was far more important than anything else, so she kind of neglected designing these lesser important stuffs. Moreover, she was not a faith-based deity, an ancient god who directly controlled the power of nature, so she'd not have to strictly adhere to the rules of her divinity. The players can cut all the trees they wanted, and she still wouldn't bat a single eyelid. Build a novice town, Lemieux pondered, as he silently listened to the discussions happening all around him. He then carried the wood he harvested and came with his teammates to the center of the camp. A bonfire had been lit in the center of the base camp as several players gathered around the flames, nibbling on fruits they had picked from somewhere while chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, the Saintess, Alice, stood on the side, still busily checking and handling out tasks with some players. For greater ease of movement, she decided to tie her long golden hair into a high ponytail. She appeared entirely focused, ignoring the few dirt marks and sweat drops on her face, which glistened in the reflection of the flames that made her look even more lovely. Limu's party arrived in front of the young maiden to give a report of their task completion. Alice raised her head and saw their party, specifically Limu, amongst them, and her eyes shone brightly in mild surprise. "Have you completed another task?" She had a deep impression of this particular male elf. Although this chosen one is rather reserved and lanky, he still worked very hard and had even found a rare cedar wood. Moreover, he was very polite, completely unlike some of the chosen ones, who are either rude or shameless. Alice's smile faded and huffed Soulfly when she saw the only member with distinct red explosive hair in the party. Demacia shuddered and somewhat sheepishly hid behind Limu. It seemed that the young maiden had completely remembered him for his streaking and flirtatious behavior. Limu cleared his throat and respectfully said, "Lady Alice, we're here to hand in the task." Alice turned her gaze back to him, and her eyes once again brightened upon seeing the wood they were carrying. "High pine wood." She then nodded at the group and said, "Put it in the wood storage area. Your task is complete." As soon as she finished speaking, all of them simultaneously received a prompt sound from the system, and they burst out cheering. Limu was delighted at seeing the 150 EXP points that had been added to his experience bar. He could finally level up once again. After thanking Alice, Limu and his party left the location. Along the way, his teammates were chattering, "Brother Mu, you're amazing. Why does Alice seem to be more nicer to you? Brother Mu, what's your favorability value with Alice?" Limu hesitated for a moment and said, "Not much, just only 20 points. As soon as they heard this, the rest of the members instantly exploded. "Not much, you say? That's already high enough. I only have 2 points, you know." "Bruh, 2 points? Really? Well, I have negative value, and I've even worked hard to get closer to her for so long. Forget it. The rest of us are also in the negatives too. I just don't get it, man. Should our relationship points with her high enough by now, since we already completed tons of her tasks, just like raising a character's flags in dating sims? Yet, Alice still never smiles at us. I heard that female players have more positive points. The social scoring system in this game is just too difficult. I hope the devs patched it in the next updates. You guys think you're miserable. Seriously, can you guys even talk like that when you all know that I have a whopping to 100 points? That's your own fault, idiot. Who asked you to mess with her hair anyway? Brother Mu, what's your method of increasing your social points with Miss Saintess? Why does my score only increase by 1 point in every task I've done?" Limu didn't answer immediately. He just walked slowly towards a tree stump and patted his buttocks before sitting down. The skies had already completely darkened, as countless stars deeply formed magnificent and breathtaking galaxies, sparkling and twinkling high above, alongside the moon with its lunar shine. The bonfire was burning brightly, crackling, and flickering as an amber hue tinted the whole surroundings. The numerous players who were either collecting and gathering wood earlier had stopped doing their tasks, and now gathered around the flames, eating fruits they had picked from the forest while chatting and laughing enthusiastically amongst each other. There were also some players holding parties around the bonfire. They were singing and dancing without a care in the world. Someone even made a bagpipe from an unknown material and started playing music to liven up the festivities. The whole campsite was filled a jovial and light-hearted atmosphere, as if a festival is currently being held within the area. Gazing upon all of this, Limu almost fell into a trance. He then picked up a purple-green berry that he had accidentally stumbled upon the road and put it in his mouth. A white milk-like juice overflowed into his mouth as he slowly bit into it, and a sweet and slightly sour taste spreads throughout his taste buds. A chilly night breeze softly blew in the forest, causing the bonfire to cast long shadows when the winds passed by. The players laughed and partied merrily, as if they were living in a dream. Everything just seemed so clean and pure, as if they're very far away from the ugliness of the mundane world. Lemieux just sat quietly on a tree stump, gazing at everything before him with a tranquil expression. This feeling was absolutely wondrous. Unlike any of the previous games he had played in the past, this game made Lemieux feel as though he was not playing one, but rather participating in an intriguing large-scale outdoor camping activity. Back in reality, a group of strangers, away from the hustle and bustle of society and disappointments of the real world, came here in this game to together, to work together, to share happiness together. All of this felt like an surreal dream, yet at the same time so unrealistically beautiful, like an illusion, a mirage that may only happen once in their lives. Taking a deep breath, Lemieux, an unprecedented sense of calmness in his heart as he felt alls washing away, soot basking underneath a morning rain. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke up and stated, "Perhaps it's because of my sense of immersion. Don't you all feel like this world is real, even though it's just a game? For us, this is not just a game, but also a peaceful sanctuary away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Every tree, blades of grass and flowers, even the most mundane things like the pieces of wood in this game looks so real. With all our senses being fully recreated and NPCs that are so lifelike, you could easily mistook them for acute people. Sigh, if it weren't for the game elements like the system interface and needing a stable internet connection in order to access this game, I would have really think that I had transmigrated into a real fantasy world of swords and magic. Do you guys remember the promotional video? I think I have finally understood the true meaning behind the game publisher's words in that video about creating the most realistic, immersive, and epic fantasy game with the highest degree of freedom in all history. The one who made this game really wants to depict a real world for us to explore and experience. Lemieux ardently exhaled before turning to his party members and said with a smile, "By the way, guys, have you noticed that we've been here for so long, yet did any of you actually stop and think about what we've been doing all this time?" The others looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions before shrugging each of their shoulders. Chopping trees? Sweeping floor? Teasing NPCs? Lemieux pointedly stared at Demacia, who spoke last, and elaborated, "In fact, we've been doing hard labor for almost an entire day now. If this were in real life, it would be like working as a construction worker. Who would want to do such boring work inside a game? But look, hundreds of us are excited like idiots doing menial tasks like chopping trees all throughout the day. Why do you think that is?" Demacia tugged at the fringe of his crimson hair and answered with a tone of uncertainty, "Maybe it's because we can let loose here and do stupid shits like going around naked or something." Lemieux let out an exasperated groan, as if fed up with his shenanigans, and retorted, "It's the sense of immersion. Everything here feels so real that we've unconsciously forgotten it's just a game. It's as if we've been given the chance to start a new life in another world. I believe that's the essence of this game." The others felt deeply in agreement upon hearing this. "You're right, bro. Now that you've said it, I kind of feel the same way too. Maybe it's because this forest and the scenery around us are too beautiful. I feel like I've forgotten all my troubles while playing this game." Me too. Sometimes I wonder how great it would be if this game was actually real, casting spells and going on endless adventures. I couldn't ask for anything more, man. Lemieux nodded as he listened to his companions. "Yes, I firmly believe that this immersive sensation that we are all experiencing is the essence of Elf King. The people who created this game truly are geniuses, you know. I get what you're saying, bro, but what does it have to do with Alice's favorability? Demacia asked as he took a sip of beverage he was holding. Lemieux didn't immediately respond, but instead finished the berry he's eating before spitting out the seeds. He then wiped his mouth off using his hand before responding, "Since the essence of this game is immersion, we, the players, can't treat the NPCs like we usually do. Elf King isn't an ordinary game where you can simply complete a task for an NPC to raise their favorability value. This isn't a dating sim where the characters have a fixed dialogue. Instead, you must communicate with the NPCs on an equal footing as if they are actual people in real life." Lemieux stood up steadily and jaunted towards the bonfire, leaving a profound impression upon his teammates as they viewed his back in silence. He then halted his steps and slowly gazed back with a look of calm akin to an enlightened elder teaching his students. "As long as you are in this game, you should treat it as if it's reality. Similarly, you should respect the NPCs in the same manner you would respect a real person. Only then can you truly improve your relationship with them." I think this is the true intention of the developers and also the core ideology of the favorability system. The reason why I have a favorability 15 with Alice is because I have never seen her as just a mindless NPC, but rather a genuine real saintess who is worth admiring, communicate with. It is precisely because of my respectful attitude towards her that I have gained her approval. After digesting Lemieux's words, his teammates' eyes lightened up and stated, "So that's how it works. No wonder Miss Alice's complexion only improves a little, no matter how many tasks I complete. It seems that my favorability value has never been high all along. I'm done for." Oh fuck, why did I have to be so damn curious and tried to touch Alice's hair back then? Bro, Demacia, I think you just like to cause trouble, man. Whoa, I was just curious, you know. Didn't have any malicious ideas when I did it. Isn't it true, though? Shut up, dude. Ha 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 ha. As the other players teased Demacia, Lemieux suddenly turned around and showed them a light-hearted smirk. To be honest, the immersion is only one aspect, but what really made me fall in love with this game is not just its realism. What is it? The players were stunned. Lemieux chuckled as he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't you feel that in this game, your effort wouldn't be wasted since you will be rewarded, just as long as you work hard? We can see our experience points rise, even though it's very little, and once we complete a difficult task, we can get a big bonus as well. I think this sense of achievement is what's the most important factor in any games." After hearing this, everyone nodded. That's right, I also feel that way exactly. Although cutting trees is indeed slow, our EXP points are still actually increasing, however small it may be. Although you can level up in most games through effort, I always feel that Elf King's way of making us players feel good whenever we gained a level is more unique and refreshing. That's right. It's the perfect combination of immersion and a sense of achievement. The feeling of clearly getting stronger is so great. The immersive use of magic is amazing as well. And don't forget the swordsmanship, man. I always think that doing the cross/slash skill is so cool, you know. Exactly. Upon seeing everyone's agreement, Lemieux revealed a mischievous grin. He then opened his own status screen while speaking to everyone. That's right. The combination of a sense of accomplishment and immersion is the most wonderful feeling. But do you guys know what's even more wonderful? Pausing for a moment, Lemieux clicked on the level up button, much to everyone's eager anticipation. Ding. With the prompt sound from the system, Lemieux ascended to level 5 amidst a brilliant glow. As he looked at everyone's envious gazes, Limu grinned triumphantly, revealing his white teeth before laughing. It's when I leveled up and see those envious and jealous looks from you guys. Everyone, I'm sorry to say this, but I'm one step closer into acquiring a job class. You guys need to work harder in order to catch up to me, ha ha ha. Damn it. The impromptu festival continued on past midnight. However, the players' real bodies still experience fatigue. For low-level beings, sleep is essential. Although players can turn off the feeling of tiredness caused by lack of rest in the sim settings, what they cannot completely avoid is the mental fatigue. What's more, the mind acceleration further exuberates the rate of cognitive stress. Thus, it is essential for every player to properly manage their own mental health. If a player simply ignores their mental fatigue, the overall functions of their real body will then decrease to some extent, and it may even lead to death if it reaches a severe state. Therefore, except for some hardcore few, most players chose to rest after calculating the gains and losses of the day, planning to log out first and play again later after their mental health recovers in a few hours. At that time, the aim time will shift into daytime, and it should be more convenient to move around then. Countless players entered the well-built wooden cabins, crowded together, and fell into a deep sleep while their consciousness woke up back on Earth. Limu also chose to log out like the majority. He stepped out of his game pod and checked his watch to find that only 4 hours of time in the real world had passed since he started playing, as if what he experienced inside the game just now was merely a dream. Taking a deep breath, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion within him, akin to the sensation he got after playing a game for the very first time. Elf King will be the greatest game that will go down in history. After sighing with profound emotions, Limu finally opened his computer and prepared to make a quick video review based on his recent experience. This time, he was going to hype Elf King up so darn much. Back on Earth, only half a day has passed since the game's closed beta launch, yet the reviews have already started pouring in from the first batch of beta testers. At this moment, countless video recordings and screenshots of Elven Kingdom are constantly being uploaded to various sites and gaming distribution platforms, resulting in it appearing on the top pages of topics. One of the first people to release an in-depth review of the game was none other than Xiaomu, a relatively famous streamer who has a decent following. As a result, his video garnered numerous views as soon as it was uploaded. When Eva found the review video, a day had already passed since its posting, and by then, the video had surprisingly accumulated over 1 million views and more than 10,000 comments that were still rapidly increasing by the minute. Eve is somewhat familiar with this guy because she used to watch his content back when she was still alive and living on Earth. However, this time, in order to be the first to release a review, he seems to have foregone his usual style of commentary with amazing motion graphics editing and simply uploaded himself talking, without any added embellishments. Without hesitation, Eve clicked on the video, feeling mildly interested about his impression of the game. Greetings, everyone. I am your host, Xiaomu, and this is VR Corner, the show wherein I review the latest and some interesting VR games out in the market. Recently, I'm sure everyone's social media feeds are being flooded with posts regarding this new VR game that boldly claims to use mind acceleration technology and perfectly replicates a fantasy world reality. Yes, it's that infamous game, Elven Kingdom. Luckily, I was chosen by the game's publishers to be one of the initial 300 beta testers. This time, I won't be discussing any game strategies, as there are many beta testers who will surely publish theirs soon. Instead, I wanted to talk about my personal experience of this magnum opus of a game. Yes, you heard me right. This is a masterpiece, a magnum opus that will transcend time and still be talked about even after centuries had passed. I believe most people were either shocked by the game's trailer and doubted as to whether the gameplay could really deliver the same experience. Well, let me tell you that everything that was shown in the PV is indeed true. First of all, I believe what everyone is most curious about is the so-called mind acceleration technology. I too doubted its authenticity at the start, but upon entering the game, I found that the devs hadn't lied to us at all. This game can really speed up our thinking process. Although it's only been half a day since the game's official beta launch, my in-game experience have already spanned an entire day. To prove this, I have uploaded the entire 12-hour recording of my gameplay as well. I've put the link to that video on the description down below. For those of you who's planning to live stream your playthrough, you may be disappointed because of the mind acceleration technology. Everything in the game appears to be 4 times more faster compared to reality, making the live stream look to your viewers as if they're watching it on 4x the usual speed. My live streaming audience can attest to that. Here's a short recording of the live chat at the time. Just as it looks, you can still stream the game. The viewers' comments would have a huge latency delay on your perspective, while it's the opposite for your viewers who's watching your feed on breakneck speed, thus making interacting with your live audience in real time almost impossible. Nevertheless, I don't know how the developers had created this miraculous tech, but it's an undeniable fact that they can somehow extend the in-game time. This alone is enough to surpass all other online games currently out in the market. Think of all the possibilities. This will not only attract gamers but normal people as well. As for the graphics quality, after experiencing the game, I can attest that the graphics of Elven King are way beyond the current industry standard. As the promotional trailer says, it's truly the most realistic and the most substantial recreation of reality. It's truly an immersive experience. Not only that, but the landscapes in the game are incredibly beautiful as well. Look guys, this is an unedited screenshot I took. Doesn't it look way better than those heavily edited premium wallpapers? For those people who enjoy viewing natural landscapes, please take a look at the video I recorded of a forest inside the game. Look everyone, doesn't it look like those well-known tourist spots in our world? In addition, everyone here should be familiar with my nickname. I have been looking out for bugs and glitches while I was playing. But to my surprise, it turns out that I cannot even find a single flaw. Besides, as you all know, there are constantly more VR games being released nowadays. However, no one, not even the big names in the industry, have yet to perfectly replicate the feeling of gravity and sensation in any of the games they have released so far. But Elven King is different. The gravity engine and sensory experience of the game are absolutely the most advanced in the industry, without any inconsistency. If I didn't remember that I was logging into a game, I would have really think that I had traveled to another world. As for the content of the game, it seems the main objective at the present is to build a town. This coincides with the game's core theme, which is the revival of the elven civilization. In fact, I seriously believe that this town we're currently constructing will be the eventual novice village that will be used once the open beta test launches. I have to say that the devs' way of involving players in the game's infrastructure development is quite ingenious. I can predict that due to the players' participation, the game's historical depth will be much greater as the plot further develops. The experience of using magic and sword skills is absolutely real, and the sense of achievement in leveling up is unprecedentedly wonderful. Personally, I am not very fond of grinding mobs to level up, but this game piqued my interest in that aspect. Although, I must admit that I only chopped trees all day to reach the level I'm currently at. Haha. However, what surprises me the most was none of these things. What truly shocked me the most is the NPCs of this game. So far, I've only seen 2 NPCs in the game. The first one is the goddess named Euktrahill. I have to say that this is by far the best and my most favorite god archetype model I have ever seen in all the games that I've played in my life. Here, a picture of her. Isn't she beautiful and cool? I gotta say, she really exudes that kneel down ye mortals aura when you meet her. She is the personification of the world tree, and only appears initially when creating your character in order to guide you. She will also give the players their starter skills, and as for what skills you'll get, well, it depends on your luck since it's completely randomized. The goddess currently doesn't have any more appearances due to her still recovering her power, but it is rumored that she'll be an active NPC once she recovers her strength. So players can look forward to interacting with this divine being when that time comes in the future. And the second NPC is one of the goddess believer, the saintess, Alice Galewind, a pure and lovely elven girl. These screenshots of this character, beautiful isn't it? She's mainly the one you need to talk to if you want to complete some task. Besides these 2 NPCs, it is rumored that there's also a third one, which is an Euktrahill, but I couldn't find it. Some people said that they saw it lurking on the edge of the safe zone, as if exploring something, but you shouldn't dare mess with it since this Trent seems to be very powerful. I suspect that this NPC is likely related to the next storyline progression. Now, I want to talk about the game's AI schematics in detail. I think you'll be missing out on a lot fun stuff if you assume that the NPCs in Elf King are just like those in other games. That's really far from the truth, I tell ya. Since the NPCs in this game are definitely the most intelligent AI I have ever seen. They are so lifelike that they could be easily mistaken as real people. This is not only reflected in their expressions and behavior, but also within the interactions they have with the players. Heck, the only thing that differentiates them players is the fact that they don't have their names floating above their heads like players do. Let me show you a video. This is a video of our interaction with the NPC when we first met. As you can see, when provoked by some players, the NPC's reactions are quite vivid, and even shows expressions like shyness and anger. At the beginning, most of us weren't aware that these NPCs had an advanced AI schematics. As a result, some players acted as if the NPCs wouldn't be able to comprehend their brash and silly behaviors just like the usual NPCs in most games at the present. We simply assumed that we could raise the NPC's favorability value just as long as we completed the tasks well. But we were wrong. All those cheeky players who had acted mischievous and flirty had their favorability value decline into negative digits and were given cold shoulders by Alice. She was able to comprehend that they're fooling around and might even inadvertently looking down on her, which is amazing. If I analyze it correctly, the developers seem to have implemented emotional and neural learning schematics with a sizable memory data allocation for each individual NPCs. Every action you take with the NPC will receive feedback similar to that of real humans, and the NPC will remember every player who has interacted with them. For example, the player who provoked Alice has only received a cold response from her ever since then. In my opinion, only by truly immersing yourself in the game and communicating with NPCs on an equal footing can you gain their favor. I suppose this is also the developer's intention. If it only had real graphics and touch sensation, then Elf King would be at most a great game with immersive and excellent experience. But with the implementation of an AI that is so real that it's hard to discern whether they are actually human is added. The whole game experience will be sublimated yet again. It would no longer be just a great game, but a masterpiece that will stand at the pinnacle of the VR genre. It gives me the feeling that merely not just a game, but a real world full of magic and wonder. Yes, this is a game that has achieved what most VR games are still hopelessly pursuing, which is to depict a real existing world for players. Believe me, in this game, you will experience unprecedented immersion like never before and start a brand new life in a fantasy world utterly different from our own. I will stop here for now since the time in-game is already approaching dawn and I can't wait more trees. This is your host Xiaomu, signing off. Have a great day everyone. After watching the entire video, Eve simply stood motionless with an unreadable expression, as if digesting every words from the review. She didn't immediately leave the video page afterwards, but rather scrolled down to look at the comments section. No wonder. So this is the reason why the players have been taking the game more seriously. Not surprisingly, this video review had once again reignited massive public discussion and attracted the attention of countless people. The most discussed topic appears to be when Elven Kingdom will launch its public beta testing. Seeing this, Eve knew that one of her goals had been achieved. In the future, there will be no shortage of players anymore. However, Eve sighed helplessly, whilst thinking of her ever-increasing DP consumption since the arrival of these players. I underestimated the difficulty of connecting the two worlds. It's only been less than a week in Saiguas, and I've already consumed around 0.3 divine power, while the returns I'm gaining from my investments is still far from enough to break even. Alas, I don't know when would this group of players will finally turn my losses into gains. Eve felt her heart bleeding while thinking about her less than 11 divine power points left. I wonder how long would I have to wait for my DP finally reach 100 points. Just as Eve sighed, she suddenly heard a whispered prayer coming from within her mindscape. Eve tried to identify the source and found that it was from the Oak Guardian Berserker. At this moment, his emotions seemed to be tinged with excitement. Berserker, has he discovered something? Eve's heart skipped a beat. These days, Eve ordered him to start exploring the area beyond the safe zone once Berserker cleared the threats within the inner 10-kilometer radius zone. Although Eve inherited the legacy and partial memories of the pre-world tree, these memories were rather incomplete, and her understanding of the Forest of Elves was not that comprehensive. In addition, after the Heavenly War and the passage of thousands of years, the elfin forest has long since changed its topography, thus rendering her inherited knowledge obsolete, so she urgently needs to explore the area in order to update her information. However, Eve is limited by her own weakness and cannot personally survey the surrounding area. Therefore, before the players leaves the safe zone, Berserker has become the best candidate for exploring the outer rim of the elfin forest. Thinking of this, Eve immediately contacted the other party through the link within her mindscape and projected her consciousness over his location. Eve quickly checked Berserker's situation after connecting and projecting her consciousness into the 30-meter-tall Oak Guardian. At this moment, he seems to be kneeling while praying amongst a grove of ancient trees. His massive form is blending well alongside the tall ancient trees, making it difficult to differentiate him from his woodland surroundings. This guy seemed to be avoiding something. Could he encountered some other sentient beings that were much more stronger than him? Eve felt anxious. Although Berserker was the only one capable of exploring the outer map at the present, there was still a certain amount of risk involved in sending him to survey these uncharted areas all by himself. One of the potential risks was that his identity might be recognized by some other sentient beings. Oak guardians are a special kind of existences which are equivalent to humankind's archangels. Therefore, they are widely known all throughout the world, mostly due to their allegiance towards the world tree. Her resurrection could no longer be kept a secret once Berserker's existence is exposed to any of the believers of other religions, and they somehow managed to repot it back into their respective patron days. And once her revival spread to the public, every enemies of the world tree from 1,000 years ago without a doubt come crawling out of the woodworks and launch an assault against her. It would be fine if Eve is in a good condition, but alas, she's still suffering from her pseudo-death status. Luckily, the mana on the mortal realm was currently weak, and the gods stationed in the heavenly realm could not really descend to Saiguas in their true form, including Eve's potential enemies. Unfortunately, at present, she was still in critical condition and could not actively intervene. Thus, she could only scheme, manipulate things in her favor from the shadows. She would very likely be in danger if followers of other gods arrived, even if it was just 3 or 5 legendary experts. Fortunately, Berserker was originally a woodland creature and could blend well within the forest. Moreover, there are only few sentient races living around Elfin Forest. According to Alice, there seemed to be only one hostile tribe loitering around, in which primarily composed of orcs. Their overall population are mostly warriors, but there's also some few priests who have the capability to communicate with their god Uller, the god of winter and hunting. However, these priests wouldn't leave their base most of the time, thus Berserker would not be exposed just as long as he is careful not to enter their stronghold and quietly eliminate the witnesses who accidentally saw him during his exploration. Did Berserker encountered some orc priest? Had their stronghold? Eve sensed Berserker's position and quickly dismissed this assumption. Although the oak trant had already left the safety zone, he was still only 30 kilometers southeast away from her. It would have been exposed long ago if there was an orc tribe within this area. Therefore, Eve estimated that the orc tribe's location would be at least 60 kilometers away from her. But if the reason he was hiding wasn't because of the orcs, then what else could it be? Thinking this, Eve's gaze went beyond Berserker point of view and expanded her perception behind him. Her eyes then froze whilst looking at a particular dilapidated structure. Several 100 meters behind Berserker were the remains of a wall covered in thick vegetation. Even though it was covered in vines and weeds, the exquisite patterns on the marble remains could not be hidden, and the stone tablets carved with ancient Elvish writing also revealed the true nature of this ruins before her eyes. It's a city from the ancient elven kingdom, and according to the Elvish script written upon the walls, it should be the remnants of the once holy city of Florence. Eve, who possessed the inheritance of the world tree, quickly reached this conclusion. Florence was the city closest to the world tree back in the elven kingdom, and it is also the holy land of the elven religion. Of course, at this moment, Florence was already a ruin. In fact, Eve had the intention of searching for these elven ruins when she sent Berserker to explore the surrounding areas. She just didn't expect results to come so soon. But why Berserker hid himself in the first place? Could something have happened? The ruins? After thinking for a moment, Eve decided to directly ask the Oak Guardian instead. She controlled her divine power and entered Berserker's consciousness. The Oak Trent, who was currently praying with his eyes closed, suddenly felt a soft and warm force caressing his mind. It was a completely new and wondrous feeling, and his excited emotions instantly turned into calmness. It's the attention of the matriarch. In an instant, the oak guardian understood everything. He lowered his tall head even more and looked even more respectful. Meanwhile, the majestic and ethereal voice of Ever rang out, deep within his mind. "What is it that makes you hesitate like this?" Berserker tried to rein his overexcited heart as he gestured a tree-shaped symbol with thick arm across chest and replied respectfully, "Matriarch, I have found the ancient holy city of Florence, and while exploring the area around the city, I found this thing." As he finished speaking, the trunk of the oak guardian split open to the sides, revealing a tree hole. Berserker then reached in and pulled out a shimmering object. It was a light green asymmetrical crystal, glittering with a soft light. It seemed to have some kind of mysterious, sacred power imbued deep inside it, making people unable to resist the urge to claim it for themselves. A divine blood crystal. Eve, who had inherited the world tree, immediately recognized it. In an instant, Eve's mind shook violently, and she couldn't help the urge to fully project her consciousness into the scene to thoroughly inspect the crystal. As the name suggests, it's a divine blood crystal that is formed from the solidification of a true god's blood. For ordinary creatures, the power of these divine crystal is too strong and cannot be absorbed or used by them, but it is the best material for making divine and holy artifacts, or for drawing forbidden spell arrays. For legendary beings and even demigods, these divine crystals are incredibly precious, since they can be analyzed and studied in order to unlock the secrets behind divinities or some unexplored mythos. And for true gods, each divine crystal contains a trace of their corresponding divinity, in which they can fully absorb and utilize, or use to analyze the divinates of other gods. The crystal in Berserker's hand was a divine blood crystal belonging to the world tree of ancient times. In an instant, Eve guessed the crux of the matter behind these crystals. It was probably the remnants from the Heavenly War 1,000 years ago. At that time, the world tree was besieged by the gods and almost fell. As a result, the elven goddess golden divine blood rained down like rain. These light green crystal is probably a byproduct of that time and was somehow preserved up to this day. Due to the existence of the preservation spell casted upon the world tree to protect itself, these divine blood crystals were also inadvertently sealed and couldn't be sensed by others even after a passage of 1,000 years had passed. Hence, it was lucky for them to remain undiscovered up until now, but the protection spell finally disappeared when Eva reawakened. As a result, the seal that concealed these divine blood crystals have also vanished as well. Naturally, people can now easily find these crystals, due to them sensing the trace of divinity imbued within it. What a stroke of luck! Looking at the size of this divine blood crystal, it can probably bring her at least 1 point of divine power. Eve, delighted. However, she soon calmed down. If all that he had discovered was merely these divine crystal, then Berserker would only need to pray and offer it to her as a sacrifice, and there was no need to hide himself. Thinking of this, the solemn voice of Ivy echoed in Berserker's mind once more. "How did you discover this crystal?" Upon hearing the inquiry from the goddess, Berserker seemed to have expected it and respectfully replied, "Matriarch, I found it on the leader of a few goblins I had eliminated." "Goblins?" Eve, slightly taken aback. Goblins are a small humanoid species with green skin, long pointed ears, and the ability to use rudimentary weapons and tools. Their strength is relatively weak, with the highest rank being an apprentice level of 10. The goblin race are mostly looked down primarily due to their low intelligence, gruesome appearance, and ferocious, lazy, and weak nature. Generally speaking, even the gods would not even consider integrating them into their own religion, unless it's under special circumstances. How could there be goblin loitering within the elfin forest? They didn't exist here 1,000 years ago, so perhaps they must have just relocated here recently. Eve, puzzled. But she was relieved as she brought up the habits of these weak creatures introduced within the inheritance. Goblins generally live in underground caves or certain ruins with their own social order and ethnic groups. They probably considered the ruins of the holy city of Florence as their new lair. So, are they the ones collecting the divine crystals of the world tree? But why are these goblins collecting divine crystals when they, as a species, cannot even use it in the first place? Perhaps. Is there someone ordering them to do behind the scenes? Eve fell into contemplation. Not only that, but I also found signs of a goblin priest inside the ruins of Florence. Berserker continued. Goblin priest? Eve's heart sank. Generally speaking, it is impossible for goblins to have priests within their ranks, simply because they neither have the custom of totemic practice or following a proper religion. However, if a priest actually appeared within these goblins, then it would probably mean that this particular tribe may have started their tribal totemicisms or began worshipping a certain deity. It would be fine if it is the former, but if it is the latter, thinking of Berserker's deliberate actions of concealing himself, Eve already guessed the answer within her heart. Only by worshipping a certain deity could these goblins spook the mighty oak guardian and raised his vigilance. Who is it? A solemn voice resounded within Berserker's mind, but this time the voice carried a hint of urgency in its tone. Berserker immediately understood what the divine matriarch and respectfully replied in his consciousness. According to my observations, the deity these goblins is worshipping should probably be the god of winter and hunting Uller. As expected, Eve's mood dampened to a somber manner. The hunting god was exactly the culprit that came to her mind first. The instant she learned that these goblin tribe had begun worshipping someone, she knew that an orc tribe had established a stronghold around the outer regions south of the elfin forest. With these orcs being the largest source of believers that worships the god of winter and hunting, this particular Orcish tribe also meant that they can be used by Uller as his eyes to monitor her territory. Did he perhaps noticed her revival? It seems unlikely, however. Eve quickly scanned and gathered all the information regarding the hunter god within the world tree's inheritance. The data from 1,000 years ago might be outdated, but having this info would still better than not knowing anything at all. Anyways, based on the data stored within inheritance, Uller was a relatively young deity who belongs to the new generations of gods who solely uses faith in acquiring power. He was said to have been born from 2,000 years ago and ascended into godhood through the totemic practices of some primitive tribes, gaining the strength of a peak low-tier god upon his ascension. His divinity governs winter and hunting, and he had been at odds with the world tree, which is the authority over nature, life, and elvenkind since ancient times. He was also one of the enemies of the world tree, back in the Heavenly War 1,000 years ago. According to Alice, this sadistic deity did not give up persecuting the elves even after the world tree fell, and has now become the biggest enemy of the elven race. All this data proved to Eve that this god must be eliminated at all cost. Uller's name quickly soared on top of Eve's kill list, and she vowed to avenge the old world tree and gain power to defend herself against this new archenemy of hers. In any case, it seems that this deity have now began collecting the world tree's divine blood crystals. In order to find these crystals, He even recruited these widely detested goblins and accepted them into his service. Although goblins are generally low in intelligence and provide little power of faith, they are also afraid of the strong and are very suitable as laborers. Therefore, it is not surprising that they were chosen by Uller in Eve's opinion. However, Uller's whole gathering operation most likely only should have just began recently. After all, these divine crystals were in a sealed state just as recently and it's difficult for anyone to easily discover them. Upon thinking about this, she had some guesses. Could it be that the hunter god wanted to gain the divinity of nature and life by analyzing the crystals he collected? Uller's divinity of winter and hunting are both auxiliary divinities, one tier lower than fundamental divinities like nature and life, making his divine power inferior in comparison to her. And the reason why Uller has been stuck within low-tier divine power for so many years is precisely because the essence of his divinity are fundamentally weak in the first place. Furthermore, winter and hunting originally were under the scope of nature and life. Therefore, it was not surprising to Eve that Uller wants to gain the divinity of nature and life by analyzing the crystallized blood of the old world tree. After all, for a truod like him, studying these divine crystals are the fastest way to get the information out of other divinities. Nevertheless, Eve did not that would immediately equate the unsealing of the divine crystals with the revival of the world tree. At most, he would simply assume that it was because of the disappearance of the world tree's preservation spell, since spells, no matter how strong it is, doesn't normally last for thousands of years. So the disappearance of it wouldn't raise much suspicion. Besides, Eve was not worried at all that Uller's plan would even succeed. After all, she has now regained the authority over nature and life after she had revived as the world tree. Divinities are a unique kind of power exclusive to those who behold in it. So even if Uller tried his best, he will never be able to analyze the divine power he desires, for he has no authority over it. Uller's plan had already failed the moment Eve revived. But even so, absorbing the divine crystals of the world tree, even if cannot unlock its secrets, can still provide Uller with some divine power, making him even stronger. This is not something Eve wants to see. After all, these divine crystals of the old world tree should have originally belonged to her, its successor. Absorbing these crystals also means an opportunity for her to quickly regain her strength. Thinking about this, Eve continued her inquiries. What is the strength of these goblins? Matriarch, most of them are above level 5, with a few elite ones at level 10, but the goblin priests have the strength of an iron ranked around level 11. Alas, I still cannot determine the overall numbers of these goblin priests. Berserker promptly replied, so their strength isn't that particularly strong. Eve nodded in agreement in her heart. Given the opponent's abysmal power levels, Berserker could easily exterminate them all with just a flick of his finger. The only problem with him doing so would be these goblins reporting it back to Uller. The head priest is at level 11, elites are level 10, and the rest are levels 5 to 9. Their level are quite suitable for players to train and gain experience, Eve muttered within her mindscape. After doing various menial tasks for several consecutive days, the overall strength of the 300 beta testers have improved quite significantly, with the majority advancing to level 7 or higher. Moreover, some hardcore daily grinders and construction bigwigs have already advanced to level 10, the peak level of the apprentice rank, with only one level away from the next rankings, which is iron. With their current strength, the players would still find it difficult to fight against other powerful iron rank monsters, but would be suitable enough to combat these goblins. Even if the goblin priests were at level 11 of low iron rank, they would pose no threat if the players banded together. During these days, while the majority of players have working hard to complete various tasks, the long-term repetitive work has also caused some to feel bored. Currently, there are already many impulsive players who have began ignoring the introductory guide and are now trying to explore areas outside the safe zone. At this time, the best solution for Eve is to provide them with something more exciting to do other than repetitive manual labor. Originally, Eve planned to let Berserker constantly drive some suitable monsters towards the safe zone for players to hunt, in order to gradually raise their levels. She initially wanted the players to at least reach level 11 first, before encouraging them to explore the outer areas of the forest. However, the appearance of these goblins gave Eve an even better idea. After all, Berserker is a druid who is an advocate of nature. Although he doesn't say it, such crude actions will inevitably affect his faith if I keep ordering him to gather wild animals just for players to brutally slaughter. These goblins are different. They already began worshipping my enemy and are relatively weak. Hunting them won't affect the impression of the natives in regards to their faith, and a goblin's overall strength is not so threatening towards the players as well. Not only that, but letting players hunt these goblins can also undermine Uller's plan and indirectly appease the resentments of the haunting elven spirits lingering around and gain their recognition. Furthermore, the players can also help me find more divine blood crystals, thus accelerating the pace of my recovery. Aha! It seems that I can soon get the first return of my investment from these players. Thinking of this, Eva already had an idea in mind. She wanted to design a side quest and develop the start of the main quest line, which is going to occur within the ruins of Florence, where the players would go after the goblins. These players are different from Berserker. As Eve's follower and believer, Berserker would definitely attract Uller's attention if he acted against the goblins, who is now worshipping the hunter god. But these would not. Although they have the same appearance of elves, they are not her believers. And with them not following her religion also means that there is no divine stigma etched upon their souls. Actually, it doesn't matter even if a player is a believer of her faith, since their souls are still situated back on Earth, and they can only connect here via their consciousness whilst using Eve's divine power as a medium. If Uller really wants to investigate the existence of the Mark of Faith, then he would first need to go to Earth first, and Eva highly doubt that he's even aware of the existence of other worlds. Even if the players take action, at most, they will only make Uller assume that some of the faithless elves have returned back to the Forest of Elves and should not arouse any suspicion in regards to the revival of the World Tree. After all, it would only be natural for the prideful elves to be angry with the goblins whom had dared to live within the ruins of Florence, the once holy land of the elven faith. And if there is no direct participation of divine believers, just killing some goblins wouldn't be enough too much attention from the hunter god. Plus, did not fully believed that the goblins in Florence were the only goblin tribe that Uller had recruited. Since the goblins had already appeared the elfin forest, the other elven ruins scattered around the surroundings would probably be also infiltrated by Uller's minions. Of course, Eva did not think that she could hide her revival for so long. Since Uller already discovered that the seal upon the divine crystals had been broken, it would only be a matter of time before he also realized that the World Tree's protection spell had disappeared. 2. In that case, it would be inevitable that Uller would eventually order his stronger followers in order to check the situation of the World Tree. Luckily, the hunter god is a deity with a weak divine powers, and it seemed He was the only one amongst the Parthenon gods who had noticed the divine crystals for the time being. Eve need to improve her strength as soon as possible, before her revival is fully exposed. For this reason, it was worthwhile to take some risks. Thinking of this, Eve already decided on what to do next. Berserker, I need you to do something. 8. Back on Earth, it had already been 3 days since the launch of Elven Kingdom's closed beta program, while in comparison, 12 in-game days had passed in Cygwis instead. As time goes by, more and more players out of the initial 300 beta testers have finally advanced to level 10. Demacia is no exception. He became a level 10 melee-type player just a day ago. However, the amount of experience needed to advance from level 10 to level 11 is way beyond any of the players' predicted expectations, requiring a whopping 10,000 EXP values, whereas it only takes 3,000 EXP just to level up from level 9 to level 10. After familiarizing themselves with the mechanics of the game over the past few days, the players have begun figuring out the 2 most efficient methods in gaining experience in Elven Kingdom. It's either completing tasks or hunting mobs just like in other games. However, unlike in other games, the visualization of killing monsters in this game are quite realistic. Almost as if you're actually murdering a true living being in real life. This lifelike depiction of gore has made people wonder how the hell did the publishers even managed to convince the regulatory board to grant the game a license to operate. Many players were initially not used to this level of carnage, but eventually some hardcore war ones became completely numb to it. After all, it is proclaimed to be the most realistic virtual game. If anyone can't stand it, then they can just alter their own censorship settings to have any of the game's gory materials to be entirely pixelated. After reaching level 9, most players were divided into 2 factions regarding the issue of level development. Some relatively conservative players, such as Hootie Bird, chose to stay in the camp and intended to focus on completing labor task in order advance to Iron rank. On the other hand, some radical players who were eager for adventure chose to leave the 10-kilometer safe zone and test their luck outside. The players could accumulate experience points either by performing tasks such as cutting trees or the traditional method of killing mobs. However, the available mobs within the safe zone have gradually declined, and the only ones still around have become too weak, primarily due to the players being overleveled. Hence the EXP they would gain upon hunting these mobs have lessened far lesser than that of doing tasks. Therefore, since the safe zone couldn't accommodate their needed EXP anymore, some players to finally try venturing out of towards the outer zones and perhaps find more powerful mobs out there that can provide a more larger amount of experience in which they needed. Swayed by the proposal, a few players decided to leave the safe zone after reaching level 9. They explored the unfamiliar outer zone to test their luck and see if whether they could find those mobs that could offer a more higher experience points. As it turned out, their choices were not wrong. On that same day, a player with the username BoxLunch led team outside the safe zone and encountered a level 9 forest python. They killed it altogether and gained a considerable amount of experience points. The news of their great achievement spread to the entire player base, causing an uproar all throughout the various chat rooms, and many players were tempted to copy the actions of these brave pioneers, including several players who originally planned to advance to level 11 by completing labor tasks. Nonetheless, the vast majority of players still chose to follow the introductory guide provided by the system and advance steadily through the more safer method of finishing tasks. After all, as their level increased, the penalty for dying also got increasingly severe. Nobody wanted to lose all their hard-earned progress and start from scratch yet again. In fact, some players are already feeling resentful in regards to the game's exceedingly complex and brutal mechanism of resurrection. Completely reverting one's progress back to level 1 just after experiencing death is simply too sadistic and ridiculous in their opinion. Quite a lot of players have actually complained about it in the game's official forum for so many times that Eva was starting to be concerned by their growing numbers. Henceforth, she finally considered making some adjustments to the death mechanics. Apart from that, even with the use of mosaic censorship, the vicious and gruesome way of fighting mobs made some players uncomfortable. Therefore, only a minority of players, most notably males, ultimately choose to embark on the wild adventure outside the safety zone. Demacia, one of these players, and exploring the vast unknown completely excites him. He had died several times before reaching level 5 and had worked his ass off to get back to where he was currently. Meanwhile, his peers like Limu and Hooty Bird are already duking it out to see who will reach the iron rank first. He didn't want to fall too far behind his brother Mu, so he ultimately chose to embark on the adventure and invited 3 other male players who are also at level 10 to take their chances. The 4 of them consisted of 3 melee-based players and 1 spellcaster, and they decided to leave the safe zone and venture into the dark outer areas. As they left the safe zone, Demacia's team realized that the vegetation of the outer regions are more denser, making it more difficult to navigate around. Demacia and his team walked through the forest, using their weapons to cut a path, while remaining vigilant and searching for potential mobs to hunt. Man, there are too many plants here. It's so hard to walk with these shrubs blocking our way. Well, what do you expect? It's a primitive forest after all. Bro, is your information really reliable? Are there really forest pythons around here? One player asked while giving Demacia a doubtful look. Don't worry, my sources are credible. I personally bought the information from that well-known player box lunch with a sunpine wood, and that guy told me he saw it with his own eyes. Listening to his teammates' inquiries, Demacia reassured them whilst patting his chest. Currently, there isn't an official monetary system in Elven Kingdom, thus the players could only barter for any of their transactions. Resources like weapons or equipments were not abundant, hence raw materials like wood are more widely used as an item for exchange. However, Eve had already implemented a contribution system as the game's mode of currency, which would be unlocked after the players reached level 11. Oh, I see. After listening to Demacia's explanation, his teammates felt relieved. The team continued to move forward. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, a pair of sharp, hawkish eyes were watching every movement of Demacia's party. It was Oak Berserker. The oak trent was hidden in the crevices of an ancient trees, silently observing these players. While holding a trembling goblin in his hand, he had caught the goblin while lurking on the edge of the ruins of Florence. The green creature had a strength of level 10, but Berserker had already beaten it half to death. As he held the goblin like a dead goose, Berserker kept an eye on the movements of the 4 male players. Demacia and his companions did not notice anything as they continued to chat merrily as if they're on a picnic and move forward completely unaware of their surroundings. Do you guys know far we gone out already? I think we've already gone almost 7 kilometers beyond the safe zone. Shush, keep your voices down. This isn't the safe zone anymore. It'll be game over for us if we encounter an iron rank mob here accidentally. Suddenly, Demacia, who was acting as the vanguard, changed his expression and his pointed ears twitched slightly as if alarmed by something. He raised his hand to signal for silence and whispered to his teammates, "Quiet. I think I heard something." Contrary to his serious behavior, His voice carried a hint of excitement in its tone. The team immediately quieted down, and everyone became highly alert. They lowered their bodies and held their breath as they widened each of their eyes to perceive any movements within the surroundings. Ah! 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 Suddenly, a sharp and animalistic scream came from the front, startling a group of flying birds. Each of Demasia's teammates' hearts tightened, and they quickly drew out their weapons in preparation for the inevitable battle. Wah! Rah! Ah! The screams grew more closer, and they could already feel the madness contained within the creature making such noises. All the 4 male players tensed up and quickly took a combat stance with their hearts pounding in nervousness and anticipation. "It's just right front of us," Demacia said gravely. As soon as he spoke, the bushes in front of them suddenly rustled, and a thin and weak-looking green-skinned creature rushed out. The creature was dressed in tattered clothes, with a fierce expression and bloodshot eyes, and it charged at the group as if it had gone completely mad. G-Goblin, all of them in unison. The only spellcaster in the team used an appraisal spell, and then his eyes brightened, looking relieved. Level 10, but it seems to have been injured. It doesn't look like it has any weapons with it. Damn, this goblin is so fierce. Isn't it afraid of us? A hint of excitement flashed in Demasia's eyes. He waved his wooden sword and exclaimed, "Who cares? It's just a prey that offered itself into us. Let's do it, guys. Surround it. Don't let it escape," his teammates also shouted. With that, the entire team wielded their wooden swords and hacked at the goblin while shouting nonsensical battle cries. However, what surprised them was that the goblin did not dodge at all, and it just charged forward with its blood splattering everywhere. It felt really anticlimactic since the goblin was easily killed directly in just a flurry of swords and knives. In its final moments, a hint of relief flashed in the goblin's eyes. The hidden passive skill War Sacrifice activated in the background, and the goblin's body instantly aged and turned into fluttering ashes in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the 4 players received a system prompt notifying that they had gained some experience. However, they inadvertently ignored it, as they were still a bit flabbergasted at the moment. Why didn't this goblin just hide instead of attacking us? I think this mob is seeking its own death. I agree. It's like this goblin is running away from something. Ugh, help me up, guys. I feel dizzy. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, one player squatted down and fumbled out a shiny crystal from the goblin's ashes. It was an irregular light green crystal that seemed to contain a mysterious power. A drop item? Is it some kind of gemstone? Wait, guys, let me appraise it. Huh? That's weird, it says, unable to appraise. Could it be a quest item? All 4 players were both feeling a bit perplexed and excited. Just then, the trees in front rustled again, and this time, a giant towering figure appeared before them with its shadow fully enveloping the whole team. Berserker walked out of the woods and stood in front them in an imposing manner, looking upwards at the 30-meter-tall oak guardian that suddenly emerged out of nowhere. All 4 players involuntarily swallowed their own salivas as their eyes comically popped out of their skits. What the What is this? Holy shit, a tree man? So big. Demacia thought for a moment, and a proverbial light bulb lit up in his mind. Guys, it's the Guardian. We've encountered the Oak Guardian. Oak Guardian? The rare NPC Xiao Mu mentioned in his video? Yes! It must be him. I've seen some of his screenshots. After speaking, Demacia suddenly realized something. No wonder that goblin was running for its life. It must have been chased by the Oak Guardian from behind, and then he fell silent. Wait a minute. Did their group just kill this Oak Guardian's prey? Some of his other teammates also thought of this, and looked awkwardly at each other, before raising their heads back warily towards the colossal NPC, ready to run at the instant this woodman turned hostile against them. They already knew that they could not measure the NPCs in this game with their experience of that in other games. The NPCs in this game exhibit complex emotions. Although this Oak Guardian belongs to the same faction as the players, there is still a possibility that it is not a peaceful creature and may attack them despite its allegiance with the elven goddess. What if it has a bad temper? Anyway, looking at the 30-meter-tall figure and its ferocious appearance, the group felt a little bit scared for their lives. This big guy doesn't look easy to deal with at all. However, the Oak Guardian's next behavior completely stunned them. They saw the giant tree man who stood up to 30 meters tall suddenly bend his body and mildly bowed his head toward them. He then gestured a tree symbol upon his chest afterwards and spoke in a deep voice akin to an old, refined gentleman. Esteemed chosen ones, I thank thee for eliminating the evil bandit for me. As a token gratitude, I can fulfill one appropriate request for your group. Demasia's team looked at each other and seemed to still be lost in the Oak Guardian's words. A bandit? Is he talking about that goblin who had that gem? One request? Suddenly, Demasia's face brightened, as if he understood something. He slapped his thigh and loudly exclaimed, "You guys are all stupid. It must be a hidden quest. We must have stumbled upon a hidden quest line. Hidden side quest?" The other three players were taken aback first, before being delighted in Demasia's words. Really? Are you sure, bro? Demacia patted his chest and said confidently, "Of course. I've been playing games for so many years and seen so much of these type of plot development than you can ever imagine. But didn't Xiao Mu say that Elf King cannot be measured by our prior preconceived knowledge of games?" Someone whispered in a skeptical manner. Demacia was taken aback. He coughed awkwardly and then waved his hand sheepishly before asking, "WL, how will we know anyway if we don't try it in the first place?" After saying that, he then glanced excitedly over at the Oak Guardian, who was silently waiting for the group's response, and cautioned his teammates, "I'll do the negotiating, okay? You guys should just watch and listen to me. Don't just speak out recklessly. If there are any rewards, then we'll split them equally among us." The other three players nodded their heads and quieted down. They still trusted Demacia because although his normal behavior could be considered comical and he had a tendency to fool around, he was still a very loyal and generous person at his core. Have your group finally reach a conclusion? At this point, Berserker's heavy voice resounded from high above their heads. Demacia rolled his eyes before chuckling in a wily manner. He wanted to appear harmless and genuine in order to win over the Oak Guardian's favor. For some reason, his fabricated demeanor and temperament clashed with his avatar's handsome appearance, thus creating a dichotomy wherein he still ended up having the vibes of a clown and a pervert. Hello. Yes, we have discussed it. May I ask if you are the Oak Guardian? Demacia imitated the other party and drew a tree symbol upon his chest, but the gesture was somewhat awkward and looked particularly comical. The Oak Trent paused for a moment and answered, "Indeed, I am the silver-ranked Oak Guardian. I had been given the name Berserker, and the matriarch has ordained me to find any divine relics in the name of the goddess." Whoa! Silver? What level do you need to be in order to reach that rank? Berserker? Be Uncle B? You know what? This NPC actually looks a bit like him. After hearing the Oak Guardian's answer, The few other players in his team couldn't help but whisper quietly to each other. Demacia turned his head and glared at them, doing a zip-it gesture, before looking back at the oak NPC. He then rubbed his hands together and cheerfully stated, "So it's Berserker? Ahem, sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful, your lordship. The relic that you mentioned, could it be this?" While he spoke, Demacia took out the light green crystal that he had just found in the goblin's ashes. The oak guardian's eyes flashed in a bit of flicker and promptly nodded. Yes. As expected, Demacia, a twinge in his heart. He thought for a moment and carefully confirmed once more. You mean, this relic is precious enough that it can satisfy a request from us if we give it to you? Berserker merely glanced at him and nodded before meaningfully adding, "Yes, a suitable one, that is." He emphasized the point. As the oak guardian stared pointedly at him, Demacia suddenly felt as if all his thoughts were being read by the NPC. He shuddered and coughed a few times, extinguishing the intrusive greedy idea that suddenly appeared in his mind. Demacia hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and asked, Can you tell us what this is?" His intuition is strongly telling him that this unnamed crystal was definitely a key to unlocking some kind of quest. Judging from the attitude of the Oak Guardian, it should be impossible for them to obtain this divine relic. In that case, if this crystal really is a key to a hidden quest, then the way to unlocking it must be related to the information regarding this divine relic. After listening to Demacia's words, Berserker was silent for a second before confirming, "Is this your request?" Upon hearing the NPC's words, Demacia's spirits were lifted. Hope. The fact that he could continue the conversation meant that he had chosen the right direction. Demacia's excitement grew stronger and stronger. His teammates also thought of this, and they looked at each other and saw a hint of anticipation in each other's eyes. They nodded in unison and said, "Yes, please tell us the origin of this divine relic." Upon hearing the player's response, the towering oak guardian reached out to Demacia. The crimson-haired lad was initially stunned, but then he realized what was happening. He quickly took out the crystal and placed it in Berserker's huge hand. After receiving the divine object, Berserker gestured a tree-shaped symbol upon his chest and exclaimed enthusiastically, "This is the divine blood crystal left behind by the goddess after the heavenly war 1,000 years ago. This relic can help the matriarch recover her strength faster." So it's actually used by the goddess to recover her strength? Several players were shocked to hear this. Then they suddenly thought of the main theme of Elven Kingdom, to assist the ancient god Euktrahill in regaining her strength and reviving the elven civilization. Could it be what they really stumbled upon, not just a mere side quest, but rather the game's main storyline? The hearts of all the 4 male players were pounding with excitement as they were filled with anticipation. After speaking, Berserker looked at the players, and a hint of appreciation flashed within his deep eyes. "Chosen ones, I thank thee for your help. Your integrity and bravery are truly worthy of praise. I will now go to the Nature's Temple and report the matter of retrieving the divine crystal to the goddess." The Oak Guardian then paused and added, "Additionally, I would like to inform your achievements to the matriarch. Would you like to join me?" As soon as his words fell, several system prompts appeared in the field of vision of Demacia and his teammates. The notifications were then accompanied by a wonderful chime. Berserker's favorability towards you has increased by 20 points, and your relationship has reached friendly. And a Berserker invites you to a party with him. Will you accept? Team up? The eyes of the 4 players lit up. There is a system in Elven Kingdom. After teaming up, The experience gained will be evenly distributed according to the individual's contribution, and the mini-map will also be shared amongst every members. However, up till now, the players simply assumed that they could own a party amongst each other. In that regard, this was the first instance that an NPC had proposed teaming up. At this moment, almost all of them were 100% sure that what they had encountered was the main questline. Demacia and others were utterly ecstatic, nodding repeatedly, fearing that the Oak Guardian would change his mind. "We accept. We definitely accept. Very well." The giant Oak Guardian nodded. He then slightly bent down and made a gesture inviting them to climb onto his back. "Come up, the journey is quite far, and I'll take you back." "Can it like this?" The players looked at each other and became even more excited. Being able to use the Oak Guardian as a mount is definitely a rare opportunity not everyone could experience. Sure enough, the main questline is definitely more lucrative than a mere side quest. They can already experience riding a silver mount even before it officially becomes available. They almost laughed out loud while imagining the expressions that other players might have shown when they returned to the camp on the Oak Guardian's shoulders. "S'mon guys, let's get on the ride." They all cheered before climbing onto the oak tree's branches like agile monkeys. "Dude, this height is awesome," someone stated while they all sat down excitedly. "Uncle B, you're amazing. How tall are you anyway? Hey, can you move over a little bit? I want to sit here as well to better view the scenery." Demacia and his teammates were all extremely excited. We're leaving." After seeing the players properly seated, Berserker slowly stood up and headed towards the direction of the World Tree, elfin forest under the World Tree. The scenery within the base camp had completely changed drastically compared to when the players initially arrived a dozen days ago. With the aid from magic and sword skills, coupled with constant labor of hard work, the 300 players fully replicated the efficiency and ingenuity of modern infrastructure construction. After a few days of construction, the campsite under the World Tree had undergone tremendous changes, and the elven town, which are designed by a few player designers, such as the Hooty Bird, had finally taken shape. In the center of the town was a small and exquisite now temple, along with a statue of the ancient goddess Yggdrasil, which was enshrined at the podium. Naturally, it was also the residence of the saintess, Alice Galewind. In front of the temple was a spacious bonfire square that could accommodate up to 1,000 people. At the same time, Alice had constructed a teleportation array here that could directly lead players to the resurrection point on the World Tree. Going outwards from the square were the 4 main roads, with various wooden houses on both sides, belonging to each player, many of which had their own personal courtyards. Vaguely, a novice town with an entirely eclectic style had gradually taken shape. At this moment, it was mid-afternoon within the game. Countless players were still busy with doing various construction tasks in order to accumulate experience points. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound coming from the distance as it's getting louder and closer, akin to the footsteps of some giant creature. What's that sound? Some players stopped their actions and looked towards the direction of the sound in confusion. Then, to their surprise, a group of startled birds fly out from the southeast of the town's forest before a giant trent, standing over 30 meters tall, slowly walked out after parting the branches and leaves blocking its way. This huge trent was so mighty that it attracted the attention of countless players as soon as it appeared. Whoa! What is this thing? A tree man? No! It's the Oak Guardian. I've seen one on the edge of the safe zone before. It's terrifyingly strong. Why did it come to our camp? The players immediately made a huge commotion as they ogled the colossal NPC with their extremely curious eyes. Wait, aren't one of those people on its shoulder Demacia? Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes spotted the people on the Oak Guardian's shoulder and exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the players were all stunned. As the Oak Guardian approached, Demacia's smug and triumphant expression caught everyone's eye, and the players exploded in a frenzy. Oh God, it's really Demacia, that idiot. It really is them. How did they manage to sit on the Oak Guardian's shoulder? So cool. I'm so jealous, damn it. What happened to them? Hey Demacia. Demacia. Can you hear me? How did you do it? In an instant, all the players within the vicinity paused their doing and rushed over as they gathered around the Oak Trent with curiosity and excitement. Looking at the envious and puzzled expressions around him, Demacia placed a hand and grabbed one of the vines that's hanging down from Berserker's head and stood up. He placed both his hands towards his waist and tilted his head back before proudly proclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Listen me everyone, my team and I triggered the main quest line." The main quest line. As soon as these words were spoken, the already chaotic scene devolved even further. What? Did I hear that right? They triggered the main quest line? Does this game a main quest line? Is this your lucky day, Demacia? What's the quest? Is it really the main quest line? The players' discussions all around them were buzzing with excitement. Demacia and his companions felt extremely pleased as they gazed at the small players down below, while proudly standing upon the shoulder of the Oak Guardian. That's right, I'm just that lucky. Ha ha ha, we can't tell you anything. But just so you guys know, we're now going to the temple to personally see the goddess. We'll talk about the details later. Ha ha ha. Their voices were just oozing with vanity. They're meeting the goddess? No way. Is it Goddess Eve? God damn it, why was it not me who triggered the main quest line instead of those idiots? I'm so freaking jealous, man. What kind of quest is it that it even involves the goddess directly? Well, they did say that it's the main quest line, isn't it? The rewards for this quest must be very generous. This is just too enviable. The rest of the players were just full of envy and resentment as they continued on speculating the matters regarding the main questline. Berserker didn't pay much attention to any of the other players harping about the quest, and just silently walked towards the Nature's Temple, situated along the central square of the town. As he advanced, some players followed behind him with each of their faces etched with excitement and curiosity akin to an army of ducklings trailing behind a mother goose. Hurry up, guys, we need to catch up to them. Let's see what's going to happen. This huge Trent NPC is so cool. Quick, let's take a screenshot and upload it in the forum. What kind of quest is it? Why can't they tell us anything about it? Hey, slow down. Slow down a little bit. I want to come up too. There were even some few overly excited players who wanted to climb up to Berserker's leg, just like Demacia's team, but... Accompanied by a deep cold snort, Berserker merely glanced coldly at the few daring players who was recklessly attempting to climb up his feet. A powerful pressure then swept across the entire area with the Oak Trent at its epicenter, causing the reckless players to stop what they're doing as they involuntarily trembled before falling down the ground. Immediately, there was silence among the players just after it happened. The tense moment lasted for about a couple of seconds before it was replaced by an eruption of excitement, as if the pressure wasn't effective at all. Hot damn, this woodman sure have a strong pressure. Dude, that's just terrifying. Just how high is the level of this Oak Guardian NPC anyway? Definitely beyond Iron rank, maybe even around the silver rank mentioned in the game's info. So scary. That one glance from him almost scared me to death. The players broke out in a cold sweat, and eventually the majority of them calmed down. Surprisingly, the few reckless ones did not try to do anything further as well. Hence, as a result, no one dared to offend the Oak Guardian anymore. Soon, Berserker, who carried Demacia and his teammates, finally arrived at the front of the temple. At this moment, the Saintess Alice, who had received the oracle from Eve much earlier, had already been awaiting for their arrival for quite some time. Berserker knelt down on one knee once again, before Demacia and the others jumped down from his body as they hopped along his branches to reach the ground. After all the 4 male players safely climbed down from the Trent, Berserker promptly stood up and chanted a rhythmic incantation, followed by his body slowly shrinking to only a 4 meters size in. The blink of an eye. Alice smiled sweetly as she looked respectfully at the calm and reliable Oak Guardian in front of her. Praise be thy goddess, the mother of all. Welcome back, Lord Berserker. She drew a tree-shaped symbol upon her chest. Praise be thy goddess, the mother of all. Saintess, the anointed one. Basaka responded formally in the same manner. Alice nodded and then finally turned around to welcome as well the players that came along with the Oak Trant. However, her smile faded a bit when she saw the face of Demacia. With a light sigh, she said with a little bit of uncertainty in her tone, "Follow along with me, the ceremony is ready." Then she just turned around and walked towards the interior of the temple without making any further attempts at conversation. Demacia just smiled awkwardly and then signaled to his teammates with his eyes before following along behind the Holy Maiden. Before entering the door, he then paused for a moment, thought for a bit, and turned on the built-in recording function of the system. Berserker walked at the rear end of the group. However, as they were about to enter the temple's door, he stopped for a moment and said to the other players who had followed along with him, "Outsiders are not allowed in." His voice was deep, and he stated it in a commanding tone that could not be refuted. After giving that warning, the Oak Trant simply walked inside after closing the doors of the temple. Damn! Why are they being all so mysterious? To see what's happening inside. The windows. Quick, peek through the windows. The windows still not closed. For a while, a large wave of players peeked through any of the available openings, such as the windows, or they tried to listen as they planted their ears close to the walls. And some even squinted, their eyes through the gap in the door, just to see anything inside the temple. Demacia and his teammates looked around curiously. Although this temple was also built by players, his team did not participate in its construction, and this was their first time entering inside. Because the construction had just been completed recently, the temple was still very empty, and the only noteworthy things inside are the small altar with a statue of the goddess on a podium. Around the altar were engravings of mystical magic arrays, with faint fluctuations of divine power emanating from within the magical circle as it releases a power that could soothe one's heart. Even Demacia and his teammates were affected by such soothing power, and their initial excitement gradually calmed down as well. Alice and Berserker knelt down respectfully in one knee towards the statue of the goddess, and gestured a tree-shaped symbol upon their chests. They then devoutly proclaimed with their voices echoing with reverence and adoration, "Praise be, Mother of Nature. Praise be thy goddess of life. Praise be thy great matriarch of the elven kind Eve Yggdrasil." After speaking, the 2 NPCs turned their heads and looked expectantly at the 4 players. Demacia and the others were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other dumbfoundedly before reacting in unison, as they all got down on one knee in the same manner, and drew the tree symbol upon their chest just like the indigenous believers. Shouting, "Praise be thy mother of nature, praise be thy goddess of life, praise be thy great matriarch of the elven kind Yggdrasil." As soon as they finished speaking, the statue upon the altar suddenly burst into a golden light as it enveloped the entire group. Demacia suddenly felt a strong mystical force pulling along his consciousness. His vision suddenly turned blank as the control of his body was suddenly stripped away from him in an instant. Could this be a cinematic cutscene? Trembled. Accompanied by an indescribable sense of weightlessness, Demacia gradually regained control of his body. His vision also gradually recovered. When Demacia opened his eyes and looked around to see where he was suddenly stricken with a profound sense of shock that he couldn't even close his mouth at all. He found himself in an incredibly magnificent temple within a vast space as several huge stone pillars carved with exquisite, complicated patterns on both sides supported the entire structure. The temple seemed to be adrift along the starry skies, as profound and magnificent cosmic wonders could be discerned through the vicinity on both sides, whilst the galaxies from up above bathed them with extremely mysterious and bright radiance. Faint prayers and solemn chanting could be heard coming from somewhere within the cosmic void. It sounded completely obscure, but no one could deny the divine and mysterious sentiment it embodies, making one's mind inexplicably calm while also producing a heartfelt awe and admiration to anyone who hears it. In front of the temple was a high podium, with mysterious and ancient characters painted on its sides and enigmatic symbols carved into it. The content of the symbols hinted at nature, life, and elves. On the platform was an intricate divine throne constructed entirely of gold as various vines and flowers, and even branches accentuate its features. A graceful figure exuding a sacred radiance was sitting atop of the throne as she gives off the dignity of a sovereign, whilst looking down at the new arrivals with profound gaze. It was the old ancient god, Yggdrasil in the flesh. She was wearing a white divine dress adorned with floral patterns along with a beautiful and luxurious crown wreath placed on top of her head. Her long platinum straight hair reached all the way down to her waist as it glistened in an otherworldly light, whereas her gorgeous and abstruse amethyst eyes radiated the brilliance of a divine power, making her overall countenance akin to a being that can only exist within a fantasy. An aura of holy light covered her entire body as she simply sat there silently, with one hand supporting her smooth chin, while the other taps the armrest of the divine throne in a slow and rhythmical manner. A faint smile could be seen upon her lips, with an amiable, yet still dignified visage. Eva looked at her visitors with profound eyes as deep as the starry skies, as her simple gaze alone contained all the mysteries of the entire galaxies around them. She then finally opened her mouth as her voice resounded in a transcendent and ethereal tone. "Chosen ones, we meet again." Eva idly sat upon the divine throne she had created within her mindscape, while enigmatically smiling at these fresh batch of people she had just pulled in from the outside. Yes, this is a space within her own consciousness. Everything here was created by Eva, based upon the heavenly temple of the natural mother back in the ancient period that's stored within the world tree's inheritance. The players from Earth, to put it simply, are merely just consciousness entities that were pulled in by her through Eve's connection with the internet. Thus they could naturally be brought along into her mindscape simply by altering their connections and redirecting it into this special space. Berserker and Alice, on the other hand, are already her followers that already have direct linkage with her. Thus, they could also be summoned by her. Although Eve's current state was still very poor, and she didn't have the necessary divine power to create a temporal avatar for them, it was a different story if it's done within the space of her own consciousness. Here, everything can be materialized simply just by using the power of her own imagination. Thus, she could create whatever she wanted, making it the best place in tricking people. The discovery of these divine blood crystals was crucial for Eve's further recovery. If handled properly, just by acquiring these things could give her a chance to turn her current disadvantageous situation around. So she decided to personally intervene this time. In addition, Eve also wanted to reinforce her impression amongst the players and cultivate their awareness and desire to fight for her ahem, or rather, for the elven kingdom per se. Essentially, she wanted to establish her leadership position within the game. After all, Eve's role was not just a mere GM operating behind the scenes, but also an important NPC who's actively guiding the players. If she solely relied upon the indigenous people for everything, then she would be no different from a background character with no impact whatsoever. These players wouldn't care at all whether she is a god or a tree, for these guys won't truly support her unless they somehow benefit from her or recognize her as an important character. Therefore, she needs to actively participate within the game itself in order to integrate herself within their own hearts. And as it turned out, Eve's chosen entrance turned out to be a good choice. Not to mention Berserker and Alice, who are already moved to tears and are currently devoutly worshipping her, for they were called upon their own patron goddess. The 4 players from Earth were completely stunned as well. Although they had already seen her once during the character creation, right at the beginning, the Eve at the time was only a pre-programmed procedure set up within the game system, and the shock it gave the players that time was far less than that of this current instance just now. The magnificent and grand temple situated under the magnificent starry skies, along with the sacred and ethereal chants that's softly echoing within the background, and finally, the immaculate divine holy figure whom nobody could have any dirty or blasphemous thoughts about. A true god. This was truly a real god. This existence is the apex of this world, the true ruler of Elven Kingdom. When Demacia first entered the temple, he had this rather bold idea of trying to use appraisal skill upon this divine being. But when he actually saw Eve, all these intrusive thoughts had instantly disappeared. He was instead left with an instinctive awe that ordinary people like him might have felt upon encountering something way beyond their own understanding and comprehension. At this moment, Demacia even almost forgot that he was currently playing a game. There was only one thought within his mind right now. Lady Goddess, are you still accepting believers? Divine Matriarch, Your Majesty. While Demacia was lost in his own thoughts, the fervent voice of the Oak Guardian, Berserker, resounded at the same time. I have brought back the sacred artifacts that belongs to you. After speaking, he then knelt down on one knee and held up a pale green crystallized divine blind blood upon his hands, while respectfully lowering his head. Good. Eve, who's sitting on the throne, just and lightly with her majestic voice, containing a mix of kindness and satisfaction. She then idly placed her right hand upon the throne's armrest and began tapping its metallic surface with her finger in a rhythmic manner, as the pale green crystal in Berserker's hand flew up and merged into her body. As the divine blood crystal merged into her, the magnificent temple trembled slightly and the holy light encapsulating her became even more dazzling, as well as the background chanting became even more pronounced. Her audience within the temple also felt that the goddess's power seemed to have grown faintly stronger just after assimilating the sacred artifact. Eve was pleasantly surprised at this outcome, as she felt the momentary increase of her divine power as it arose up to 12 points. Congratulations upon the divine matriarch for being one step closer to your former glory. Alice and the berserker were pleased and began congratulating the goddess, as if they also so felt her inner joy. Seeing their devoted actions, Demacia and the other 3 players also hurriedly imitated them as they congratulated the goddess as well. After speaking, the Oak Guardian began gesturing to the 4 players and stated, "Divine Matriarch, Your Majesty, it's due to these several brave and righteous chosen ones that we were able to successfully recover the artifact at this time. It's thanks to them." How could it be him? Alice couldn't help but turn her head sideways and look incredulously, particularly at Demacia. After hearing Berserker's words, these 4 players was also surprised, and they all thought of one thing. The highlight of this event was about to begin. The Grand Temple fell silent just then, with only the rhythmic tapping of Eve's finger upon the throne's armrest being heard as the 4 players awaited her decision with bated breath. Tap. Tap. Fan. Accompanied by a gentle tapping sound of her finger, Eve's solemn and dignified voice finally resounded. "I already know the cause and effect of this matter. Chosen ones, thank thee for your assistance." With the goddess's gratitude, a new system prompt appeared within Demacia's peripheral vision. The main quest line has been triggered. The resurrection of the goddess. A quest line has come. It's really the game's plot. What's more, it's even the main quest line. They actually triggered core plot of the game. All the 4 players rejoiced immediately upon seeing this notification. In recent days, some beta testers have been discussing as to when will the main questline be implemented, and in what manner it would start. However, what they did not expect was that it would be triggered by the players themselves. Not only that, it seems that the honor of triggering the main storyline is going to fall upon Demacia and his party. Activate option dialogue mode. Please choose a representative to communicate with the goddess. A system prompt popped up once again. I'll do it, guys. I have played a lot this kind of visual novel type of games before and had also played thousands of characters strategically. Demacia made an eye contact with his teammates before he took a step forward while sporting a calm and proud expression. However, his behavioral tics of wringing his fingers easily revealed his inner nervousness. He represented confirmed. Demacia. After the 4 players had confirmed their selection, Eve's sacred and ethereal voice echoed within their ears once more. "Chosen ones, what kind of reward do you want?" As soon as she finished speaking, 3 visual options appeared within Demacia's peripheral view. Option A, Your Highness, the Supreme Goddess, we righteous and selfless chosen ones do not need rewards. Option B, Your Highness, the Supreme Goddess, serving you, our duty. We do not need such rewards. Option C, Your Highness, the Supreme Goddess, could you talk about the matter of the divine artifact? Demacia. God damn it. Surely the people who had came up with these dialogue options must have had a few screw loose up their brains. Demacia chided within his heart, but answered with a joyful facade, Your Highness, the Supreme Goddess, could you talk about the matter of the divine artifact? After hearing his words, the expression of the goddess softened just a little bit. She nodded gently and explained, This is the crystallized blood of the world tree, which was scattered all throughout the elfin forest after the heavenly war 1,000 years ago. Now, Uller is dispatching his minions, those evil goblins, to collect these crystals in order to obtain the power that originally belongs to me. After a brief pause, she then continued to elaborate. Uller is the god of winter and hunting, as well as my primary enemy. He also participated in the heavenly war that destroyed the elven civilization 1,000 years ago. Uller, the god of winter and hunting, another god? And the goddess clearly regarded this new god as her enemy. Each of the 4 players' hearts skipped a beat as they all realized that this was the beginning of the lore behind the main questline. After the goddess finished speaking, several new options appeared within Demasia's field of vision. Option A, Your Highness, the Supreme Goddess, do you need our help? Option B, Your Highness, the Supreme Goddess, can we do anything for you? Option C, Your Highness, the Supreme Goddess, can we become your power? Were there any differences between these options in the first place? Your Highness, can we do anything for you? He decided to simply randomly selected one as his response. Of course. Eve's smile became even more brilliant. I need your power in order to disrupt Uller's devious schemes and strengthen my recovery for my eventual revival. After uttering these words, she then raised her hand as a gentle divine power surged out from her fingers as it coalesced in midair, transformed to a visual projection depicting a real scene from the outside world. It was a broken wall covered with vine-like plants, and numerous goblins appears to be lurking there, as they offered greenish crystals as sacrifices on an altar to some god they worshipped. Once upon a time, this place was once known as the holy city of the elven kingdom Florence. But currently, as you can see, it has been reduced to mere ruins, a shell of its former glory. Eve's voice carried a hint of sorrow and sadness, as she briefly explained the origins of the said ruins. Now, this ruins has become a goblin's lair. These creatures dwell deep within there, profaning the glory of the elves and stealing the power that originally belongs to the world tree. Unfortunately, my strength has not yet been fully restored, and I cannot take action myself, lest I attract Uller's attention. After she spoke, the goddess then looked over at the group with anticipation. Chosen ones, are you willing to take upon the quest of eliminating these vile, evil desecrators and help me in reclaiming my power? Option A, Your Highness, the Supreme Goddess, we are willing. Option B, Your Highness, the Supreme Goddess, we will not hesitate. Option C, Your Highness, the Supreme Goddess, we will do our best. Demacia. He was already numb to these kind of options. Nevertheless, with the goddess looking at him in anticipation, he would not range his answer, even if there was actually no other choice in the first place. Not to mention, this also involved the main questline. Your Highness, the Supreme Goddess, we are willing. Demacia replied. As his voice fell, the system's prompt sound can be heard once again. Chapter 1. Main questline begins. Act 1. Uller's Conspiracy. Activation of the main quest. Former Holy City. Objectives. Establish a stable teleportation array within Florence. Eliminate the goblins occupying the Holy City of Florence. Retrieve the divine blood crystals belonging to the world tree. Quest time limit. No restriction. Number of players. No restriction. Quest level 9+. Quest rewards. Completing any objective has the chance to earn experience points, perfect resurrections, and quest contribution points. Quest hint 1. Berserker has the map coordinates for Florence and can be approached for it. Quest hint. Alice Gilwind can draw teleportation arrays and can be asked for assistance. Quest hint 3. Unity is strength. The number of goblins is numerous. Please team up with other players. Quest hint 4. The death risk for this quest is extremely high. Please try to ensure that you have obtained perfect resurrection times before engaging into battle. Players with the perfect resurrection buff will not lose levels upon resurrection, and the buff can resurrect a player once with all their status intact. The perfect resurrection feature Eve's modification to the resurrection mechanism of the game. In order to make the players fight more confidently and work harder, she had specifically added this new feature of resurrection without any heavy punishment at all. For Eve, the cost of resurrecting a body is quite insignificant, and it is even way cheaper in comparison to the cost of creating a player's body right from scratch. Of course, if players want to obtain perfect resurrection, then they must complete various tasks first, the beginning of the main quest line. Upon seeing the system prompt, all 4 players were immediately excited. They have really triggered main storyline. And it's the first act. When they saw the rewards, their eyes lit up as well. A perfect resurrection? It even guarantees the same level after dying and resurrecting. What a treasure. Such a good one. As an unlucky guy who died several times before reaching level 5, Demacia almost cried when he saw this reward. His teammates also patted his shoulder excitedly. Brother, well done. You selected all the options correctly. Dima. His mouth twitched involuntarily and replied, You guys would have selected all of them correctly too. While these 4 players were still excited, Eve's voice came once more. Brave chosen ones, I thank you for your support. In order to express gratitude, I will grant you an exclusive title and the rewards you so justly deserve. There are even titles and rewards. All 4 of them were overjoyed as their eyes lit up in an anticipation. Demacia smiled gleefully and slapped his thigh. Exactly. How could there be no rewards for triggering the main act? All hail the goddess. Amidst the cheers of these 4 players, Eve waved her right hand as a new prompt entered their visions. You have obtained the exclusive title. Protector of the World Tree. You have obtained the reward, 5 buys perfect resurrection chances. As the system prompt reverberated within their minds, all the 4 players discovered that a purple title had been added just below their green usernames. Protector of the World Tree. It looked very fancy with its cool font, and it even had a somewhat flashing effect added to it. Whoa, an exclusive title. 5 perfect resurrections? That's awesome. Demacia and his party all felt extremely excited after receiving their rewards. Brave chosen ones, please take my blessings and embark upon your journey once more. Eve said with a smile as she waved her hand, sending their consciousness back to the outside world of Saiguis. With the 4 players' departure, only Alice and Berserker were left in the temple's hall. Alice, Berserker, this matter concerns my revival. Both of you should assist them properly. Eve instructed as she gave her 2 believers a profound look. Yes, Divine Matriarch. The 2 native followers answered simultaneously in a respectful manner. Divine Matriarch, Your Majesty. Berserker, the Oak Guardian, hesitated for a moment, seemingly to have something to say to her. Speak, Eve nodded. With the permission of their patron god, Berserker breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully asked, Actually, you could have just let me convey the instructions instead, and there was no need to personally direct and summon them here upon your sacred land, right? Eve didn't answer right away, but instead gave the Oak Trent an inquisitive look before chuckling in amusement. No need to direct and summon them here in person, was it? Berserker lowered his head and answered in a deep voice, indeed. Eve lightly tapped the armrest of the divine throne, and the only sound left within the temple was the echoing of her finger as it rhythmically hit the throne's metallic surface. Tap. 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 After a moment, she let out a soft laugh and said, "This is simply their way of entertainment. You will understand it in the future." With that, she waved her hand again and sent the two followers out of her mindscape. Demacia and the rest of his party all felt dizzy as they found themselves back inside the natural temple in the novice town where they originally came from. At this moment, they all had an exclusive title hovering above their heads, and the system bar showed an additional line, Perfect Resurrection Count X05. The group exchanged a brief glance before cheering out loud and rushing out of the temple with joyous steps. "Ha ha! I have to share this news with everyone. Exclusive title. It's just only us four that have this limited edition title. I recorded the entire cutscene just now. It was just exciting, man. I will upload it to the video platform as soon as possible." As the group pushed open the door of the temple, they soon found out that the surrounding area was already jam-packed with a lot of players. Excitedly, Demacia shouted, "Brothers and sisters, we have triggered the main quest line. We have a main quest." However, at this moment, the players within the small town were already in a frenzy and ignored their proclamation. "Hey, let's team up to explore this new dungeon. It's called Holy City of Florence, right? Anyways, we need a level 10 melee-based player, possibly also aren't squeamish with blood and gore either. We need a spellcaster proficient with CC, crowd control magic. We are a party of 4 and only need one more member. Does anyone have an experience with being a party leader? Our team needs a leader." The 4 players who just came out of the temple stared dumbfoundedly at the bustling crowd of players within the entire vicinity. What's going on? How come it feels like everyone here already knows the matters regarding their conversation with the goddess in an instant? At this moment, a player approached him and gave him a thumbs up. "Demacia, you guys are amazing. You actually triggered the main quest line. It was so great. Dude, I also want to talk to the goddess." Hearing the other's words, Demacia was slightly stunned. "You all knew already." The players close to his vicinity nodded and explained. "Yes. When you were summoned by the goddess, everyone also received a cutscene, but it was from an observer's perspective. I envy you guys so much. Yeah! The cinematic effect of the cutscene were so great. Eva the goddess is just so gorgeous. Haha, I even recorded it and uploaded the video online. Let those who didn't get the closed beta invitation envy us more. Hehe." Demacia. Of course, a big event like the opening act the quest line would have been announced to the whole server. Demacia smacked his forehead, feeling a bit annoyed at this outcome. Damn it. He had wanted to personally tell everyone about their feats. Wait. Someone had already recorded and uploaded it way ahead of him? At this moment, someone approached him, admiringly looking up at his exclusive title. "How nice. Protector of the World Tree. Aw man, I don't know if we'll ever have a chance to get it as well." Upon hearing this, Demacia couldn't help but curl up his lips. His previously downcast mood suddenly dissipated as he proudly stood up straight and put his hands upon his waist before stating, "Haha, sorry dude, but you can't have this title. This is our exclusive title." After speaking, he then continued, "Oh, by the way, the tip states that it's best to have some perfect direction before doing this quest. So you should be careful when you team up and choose your own party members." As he spoke, Demacia moved over and proudly displayed his status bar with the perfect revives. X5 stats. Upon hearing Demacia's words, the other person simply smiled and also showed off their own status bar. "Hey, you don't have to worry about that. After the main quest starts, All players who choose to participate in the opening act will be provided 3 chances for perfect resurrection by the goddess. Demacia. Ahem, well, that's good then. He then coughed a few times while waving his hand and said, "Let's end our conversation here. I'm going to look for Brother Moo." After speaking, Demacia left the other person behind, before shaking his head while dramatically sighing. My title as the protector of the world tree is just too dazzling. Oh, so dazzling. The main questline of Elven Kingdom has begun. The first opening act, titled Ancient Holy City, has been released. Completing the quest not only rewards players with a large amount of experience, but also a chance to obtain more perfect resurrections and some contribution points, which will only become unlocked after reaching level 11. In addition, to provide the players with a better gaming experience, the Great Mother of Nature, Euktrahill, has also gifted each participating players with free perfect resurrection up to 3 chances. More pieces of news came one after another, and all the higher-leveled players above level 9 made a commotion after hearing this matters. Except for a few reclusive players, the vast majority were eager to sign up and form various parties amongst one another. Elven Kingdom actually does not limit the number of party members one can have, but to better utilize each person's strength, most players almost automatically choose to form 5-person teams, which is the common team composition in most virtual reality games. Moreover, in the latest strategy guide for Elven Kingdom, some experts analyze that a 5-person team will be the most ideal and efficient formation for attacking mobs. For example, Boxlunch's party, who had collaborated to defeat a powerful forest python, also structured their own party composition as a 5-man cell. In just a span of 15 minutes, several players have already formed up 21 teams consisting a total of 91 people as a whole. Furthermore, all participants at the very least had a strength of level 9 or above, and 37 of them had even reached level 10. However, not everything ironed out smoothly, and the players had some disagreements amongst each other, particularly in regards to establishing the teleportation circle. What? Lady Alice only have the adequate materials for a single teleportation circle? Yeah, I heard that she didn't have the magic materials needed to make more, and finding the items she needs would be quite hard due to its scarcity. So you're telling me that only one team can complete the first quest objective? How is this possible? We can't divide the rewards like this. How should we decide then? Should we draw lots? Drawing lots is not a good idea. There's only one set of teleportation circle materials, and there's only one chance to complete the quest. Besides, we must also ensure the stable operation of the circle after it is built, because the enemy would surely come to destroy it, and the players will have to even protect it afterwards. This sucks, man. I think we should just let strength speak for itself, and let all the teams compete with each other. Then how should we compete? Do we have to fight in a battle royale or something? How can we divide the rewards fairly? Heck, is that even possible? For a while, the players were stuck in a rut and constantly argued amongst one another. Looking at the bickering chosen ones, Berserker, who had been silently waiting for a long time, frowned in dismay. When did the elves have become so disorganized and undisciplined? The mission had not even started yet, and they were already quarreling over a teleportation circle? Do they not have the qualities of unity and modesty that elves are inherently supposed to have? Can this group of undisciplined ruffians really complete the mission imposed by the divine matriarch? Although those goblins are relatively weak in comparison to these disorderly rookies, Berserker still thinks that the former is far more powerful in combat than the latter. Although he was surprised by the Chosen One's ability to swiftly build a town, the real test was going to be the upcoming battles. A hammer and a chisel wouldn't help them at all upon their next task, only knives and swords will. The Euktrahill still remembers when he peeked at Demacia and his friends back in the forest, and their nonchalant behavior. It is clear that this group of Chosen Ones have never once experienced real combat in their life, and some of them even faint at the mere sight of blood. Not only that, but the goblins have already produced a priest, which means that they have a highly intelligent commander within their ranks. Sadly, this group of Chosen Ones are simply unruly and chaotic. No one is willing to obey another person, and there's not even a volunteer that wants to take the leadership position, not to mention that none of them have even been promoted to least iron rank. Under these circumstances, can they really succeed? Matriarch, is your choice really correct? Thinking of this concerning matters, Berserker's frown deepened. Looking at Berserker's increasingly growing unpleasant expression, the Saintess Alice gave him a sympathetic look. Faintly, she had a feeling of finding a kindred spirit within him. These ruffians, disguised as elves, don't have an ounce of noble character that the elves are supposed to have. They are more like those profiteering, money-hungry humans. No, they don't even have the discipline of humans either. They're merely a bunch extremely careless, happy-go-lucky hooligans. Ding. Ding. Silence. While Berserker was frowning and lost in thought, a loud shout accompanied by several knocking sounds interrupted the ongoing arguments. All eyes of the players around the vicinity were then instantly drawn to the source that boldly intruded upon this chaotic scene. There stood Demacia, standing atop a pile of wood as he used a wooden sword to strike a rock while holding a giant leaf horn with his other hand. "Stop it, guys. Stop the noise. Brother Mu has something to say." Brother Mu, Le Mu? Upon hearing Demacia's proclamation, the crowd gradually quieted down. Human beings have always been like this. When a group of people lacking a leader met someone with some strength and boldly steps forward, everyone within that group would at least hear out what this person wanted to say. Moreover, the name Xiao Mu was a relatively well-known streamer within the gaming sphere. Additionally, he had also published the first video essay of the game. Thus, everyone was willing to at least listen to him once and give him face. Seeing the players within the vicinity quietening down, Demacia felt very satisfied. He took a small step aside and gave the horn to Lemieux, who came up to the center stage. Lemieux took the horn, coughed a few times before starting. "Be quiet, everyone. We shouldn't resort to infighting when the quest has not even started yet. Elf King is vastly different from the games we have played before. We cannot hastily make our decisions without sufficient preparations." After listening to him, the commotion resumed once more as the players began to digest what Lemieux had just spoken. "Brother Mu, what do you mean?" Someone asked him in doubt. Lemieux looked at him and explained, "I'm just saying that, although we have already acquired the quest info, we still didn't know the exact dungeon's composition nor the goblins' overall situation. We will most likely fail if we act upon in an unorganized manner. After all, except for Demacia and his teammates, each of us have only 3 perfect resurrection chance." As the players listened to his explanation, each of their expressions gradually became serious as they showed more willingness to listen. Seeing that everyone was willing to hear him out, Lemieux satisfied as he breathed a sigh of relief. He then cleared his throat and continued, "This is not a conventional dungeon exploration. We have no unlimited resurrection chance, and after dying 3 times, those who did will have to start everything from scratch. Also, according to the details of the quest, the upcoming fights will likely be a battle of attrition. Therefore, before we leave, we must first work out a detailed plan, instead of just dividing into countless parties and swarming the enemies mindlessly. Uncle B also mentioned that Florence is 30 kilometers away from our town, which is around 20 kilometers beyond the safety zone. If we blindly rush to get there in a hurry, the variables within our journey would just be too risky. We might even encounter danger along the way and expose ourselves to the goblins. In addition, we have only one teleportation circle. If we set up the array and fail to protect it under the goblins' counterattack, then we might not even be able to achieve any of the objectives of the quest. Seeing the eloquence of the player named Limu, Berserker showed a little bit of surprise. "Oh, matriarch. Luckily, it seems that there are still some sensible people left amongst these chosen ones. However, who is this Uncle B they're referring to?" Berserker is lost in thought. "It's actually you." Eve, who's currently observing everything from high above, perceived the Euktrahill's doubt due to their link of faith and inwardly sighed within herself. "Brother Mu, do you have some sort of plan in mind?" Another player asked. Limu smiled and replied, "Of course. I suggest that we form a special attack team, which is primarily composed of players who are good at stealth. They will first go to Florence along with the materials needed for the teleportation circle, but they won't enter the dungeon. Instead, they will choose a safe place far away from Florence and set up the teleportation circle there." After detailing his initial plans, Limu then curled his lips before resuming, "There is no time limit for the quest. The first objective also didn't state that we have to complete it first. Sure, the materials of the teleportation circle might only be for one setup, but as long as we do things efficiently, we could probably dismantle and reassemble the array a couple of times before the energy stored within the catalysts ran out. Therefore, we can first establish a hidden teleportation circle far from the vicinity of the dungeon. This can serve as our temporary stronghold, and this initial array will be used to teleport all the participants within that location. After completing the second and third objectives, we will all then team up together, dismantle the array, and take the materials to Florence by foot. My final plan is to only reassemble the teleportation circle once we have already fully secured the dungeon, thus eliminating the need of us protecting the array in the first place, since it would no longer be threatened by any goblins at that point. Moreover, it can also ensure that everyone will share the rewards for establishing the teleportation circle. Can things be really done like this? The players' eyes lit up in excitement. As expected of a veteran and streamer that specializes in finding bugs within any game, Eve was also partly amused as she continued on to silently observe their proceedings. Additionally, after establishing the teleportation circle for the first time far away from Florence dungeon, we can also lure some goblins out by kiting them to test how powerful they actually are. If they are weaker than us, then we will take the initiative to attack. But if they are more powerful, then we will use guerrilla tactics instead outside of Florence and slowly drain them of their strength. I think that hunting within the safety zone during this period of time has made everyone realize that the mobs in this game do not respawn. Instead, Elf King simulates the ecosystem in the real world. Thus goblins can eventually be exterminated one by one given enough time. We can absolutely win by battling it out protractedly. If the enemy advances, we then retreat instead. If the enemy bunkers down, we then disturb them incessantly. If the enemy felt tired, we then fight them head on. If the enemy retreats, we then chase them to death. Limu kept talking in an impassioned manner. That's a good idea. The players all nodded in unison. No wonder you are a veteran streamer. Your ability to command and your insight are both impeccable. Brother Mu, you are right. We will listen to you as our leader for this quest. In the meantime, quite a lot of people all suddenly realized something. No wonder there is no living critters within the safe zone recently. I just noticed just now that we have only been eating fruits these past few days. Why, it turns out that mobs wouldn't indefinitely respawn, so maybe the animals are also the same. Wait, I was wondering why I smelt barbecue in the woods last time. Was it you guys? Sure, we can just eat fruit every day. Roasting barbecue definitely tastes better, especially with the kind of pheasant living within the safe zone. That pheasant is purely organic, without any sort of modern chemicals, making it extremely tender, you know. Man, if only the Saintess was not watching us in the camp, then we would have held a barbecue party already. Alice. The Saintess, who was silently standing beside the Oak Guardian, was almost stunned by the player's words. Oh dear matriarch high above. Was this actually the reason why the animals in the forest all suddenly disappeared? These group. These hooligans. She gritted her teeth, not knowing how to describe what she's feeling in words. The players continued on with their discussion, not noticing the enraged state of the blonde holy maiden at the sidelines. Just wondering, how do we lure the goblins, Brother Mu? Someone asked, bringing back the discussion at the main topic at hand. Upon hearing the question, Li Mu furrowed his brow and thought for a moment before hesitantly replying. This is indeed a problem. Maybe we can try to use food to lure them. Wait! Brother Mu! I have a great idea. This can definitely lure those goblins. Demacia interrupted as he came up to him in excitement. Li Mu glanced at him skeptically, but still gave Demacia the horn. Demacia took it eagerly and let out a perverted laugh, looking quite vulgar with his behavior. Hey, well, we need the help of our female players for this one. Female players? Demacia, are you thinking of some perverted idea again? The male players jeered, while the female players frowned in disapproval. Oh no, not at all. Demacia laughed awkwardly, then continued. You see, Uncle B's information also includes the habits of goblins, right? Hey, so you all remember, goblins don't have females, right? Instead, they reproduce by using female humans or some other sentient creatures as their breeding stock. And well, now it's spring, the season of love and mating. Demacia then grinned mischievously. You see, the elves are already beautiful, and goblins are also humanoid creatures that like aesthetics similar to ours. So, the girls could, bait them with their looks and all, just a little bit for a good cause, right? What's it called? Honey trap. Of course, we're just luring them out, so we still need to take safe precautions, Demacia said while looking pleased with himself. Alice. Berserker. All players. Describing everyone's reaction at that moment as dumbfounded would be an understatement. Eve, who was also watching everything from high above, choked and couldn't help but sigh as she taps her forehead in exasperation. This guy really lives up to his title as the most shameless player in the game. Upon hearing Demacia's shameless proposal, the Oak Guardian's gaze immediately darkened. Berserker's eyes flashed with utter disappointment and disgust as he spoke. Chosen One, I thought you were a noble warrior, but never had I expected you to be such a vile, despicable person. You sully the title of protector of the world tree given to you. The Saintess Alice simply looked at him indifferently, yet her eyes were increasingly growing much colder, as if she was looking at a pile of revolting garbage. Your favorability rating with Berserker has decreased by 40 points, dropping down to dislike, impression. Your favorability rating with Alice Galewind has decreased by 40 points, retaining disgust, impression. Demacia looked on with shocked expression at the system prompt that flashed right before his eyes and uttered, "What the? Did the favorability rating decrease because of my proposal?" The players were also skeptical in regards to Demacia's suggestion. This plan doesn't sound good, isn't it? What if something dangerous occurs that we didn't expect? Although this is merely a game, the demerits would still be unimaginable. Right. This game is not like those typical online games we've played before. It's almost a realistic VR game. We also cannot go offline during battles. Even if we forcibly quit the game, our avatars will still remain at the battlefield. Who knows, what if something bad happens on our unconscious bodies? In that case, our experience will get really mentally traumatizing once we logged back in. I don't know about everyone, but I feel very uncomfortable about this whole plan. Those goblins looked very nasty creatures. Well, I don't plan to go anyway, if that would be our plan. Screw this whole damn quest if you are willing to risk us like that. I won't go either. Demacia, you horny dog. I bet you're definitely single since birth, right? You don't deserve to have any girlfriend in your life, pervert. Demacia. While everyone was chiding Demacia for his shameless idea, Lemieux remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. His eyes then suddenly brightened and murmured to himself, "Seduction? It's actually not a bad idea." Some players heard it and were instantly shocked as they looked at him as if he suddenly grew another head. "What? Brother Moo, don't tell me you really think this plan is possible? Bruh, have you gone insane? Bro, are you a lonesome dog in heat as well like this red-haired punk? You know, the stereotypical virgin that wears boxers and big slippers while picking your nose up before buying soy milk and fried breadsticks every morning all by yourself?" He awkwardly cleared his throat and immediately said, "And no, although the idea of a honey trap may sound foolish, it's actually quite ingenious if you tweak it a little bit. What I mean is that it doesn't necessarily have to be a female player who takes on such a risky role of bait." He then looked at Demacia up and down in a scrutinizing manner, before rubbing his chin and curled up the corners of his lips. If I remembered it correctly, someone got a transfiguration skill from their starter draw. Demacia shuddered at the implication and suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body as well as a chill running down his back. The elfin forest. The towering trees that mostly block out the sunlight from reaching onto the ground, as well as the untamed thickets sprawling around everywhere, made the already difficult task of traversing across these wild terrain even more complicated. But for the Oak Guardian, such task is nothing. Berserker effortlessly moved through the dense forest as if he were strolling through his own backyard, while 4 elves in linen armor leisurely sat upon his shoulders, and finally, a sweating, red-haired player running behind him in desperation. These 5 individuals are the special operations team that the players themselves decided on after much deliberation. In addition to Demacia, the ones sitting upon Berserker's shoulders are Lemieux, Hooty Bird, and 2 other players named Box Lunch and Little Salty Cat. Amongst these players, Lemieux and Little Salty Cat are spellcasters, whereas Demacia, Box Lunch, and Hooty Bird are melee-type players. Lemieux had initially intended to form a team consisting of 5 players who were proficient in stealth. However, due to the scarcity of players possessing any stealth skills, he had to compromise and create a team composed of players with complementary strengths, both in combat and support instead. Lemieux has 2 primary skills, Healing Minor as well as Ingling Vines. He is good at healing and crowd control, as well as being the team leader. Little Salty Cat is a petite female player who drew the rare illusion skill Transfiguration, which can change the appearance of a single target for a certain amount of time, lasting about approximately 20 minutes. Hootie Bird, despite being a girl, has actually practiced taekwondo in real life and has strong close combat ability. In addition, she also has a skill called sharp ears, which can hear distant sounds and can be used for reconnaissance. Finally, Box Lunch is a reclusive male player who doesn't have any stealth or detection skills, but has a strong reconnaissance abilities, which is why he was able to discover the level 9 forest python back in the early stages. As for Demacia, he has the skill called Whirlwind Slash and Indomitable. He is a pure tank build player that can output a lot of damage as well. Also, after several discussions and so much persuasion, it was eventually decided on that he will also play the crucial role of a honey bait for the goblins. All these 5 players have the minimum base level of 10. After discussing the intricacies of the plan, they finally decided to set off while riding Berserker, but the Oak Guardian vehemently refused to let Demacia clamp up his shoulders, so the red-haired punk could only desperately follow behind them. The rest of the player base instead watched their actions through a live stream as they awaits for the teleportation circle to be constructed. Yes, a live stream. Although the flow of time between Saiguis and Earth are vastly different, the lag does not actually affect the players inside the game who are watching the Special Operations live stream via the game's own Steam window. This can also be considered a new playstyle discovered by the players, somewhat similar to the voice chat programs from much earlier years, except that it is the video counterpart of it. Some players even used this trick for individual reconnaissance while hunting monsters beforehand. When Eva discovered this exploit, she was amazed by the players' ingenuity. And she also tuned in the live broadcast within her celestial domain as she silently mingled alongside the live stream audience. We're here. Suddenly, the colossal Oak Guardian stopped at a particular spot. He then partially knelt down as the people riding him down on the ground before saying, "We're less than a kilometer away from Florence. To prevent my identity from being discovered, the goblins, I won't proceed much further. Instead, it's now your turn to uphold upon your required tasks and act on your own discretion." After speaking, he simply turned around without saying another word and disappeared deep into the forest. Demacia, who had finally caught up to the group, gasped for breath as he leaned against a tree. He then rubbed his sore knees and looked at the retreating cold back of the Oak Guardian. After exhaling a rueful breath, "Man, why is Uncle B so bothered? It's merely a suggestion, you know. Sheesh, I lost so much favorability in an instant, and I wasn't even allowed to ride upon his back." Hootie Bird merely him a cold glance. "You don't even realize it yourself how outrageous idea you came up with." Meanwhile, the stream's chat room was also filled with players teasing the red-haired punk. "Don't worry, running can exercise the body and also gain 1 or 2 points of experience, so it's actually quite beneficial. Haha, Demacia, did Berserker's favorability rating of you plummeted down into the negatives? Mao? I remember he was boasting about reaching a friendly impression with Uncle B before, but he still managed messed it all up. Ha ha ha. I just realized that NPCs consider the goblins to be the most lowest sentient beings. Only that brain-dead idiot could come up with a honey trap plan, and the girls should lure the mobs. Demacia, you deserve the dislike of all the females as well as the NPCs. Ha 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 ha. Lumphao, and in the end, the role of bait eventually landed upon himself. Lol, that's karma for you. I'm looking forward to watching him lure some mobs while wearing some fancy dress. Me too XD. Me too as well XDD. Watching the barrage of comments flash by within the live stream, Demacia's face turned green as he resisted the urge to counter-flame the people mocking him. Hootie Bird did not continue to ridicule him, and instead resumed her reconnaissance duties as she tilted her ear and listened quietly for any noises within the vicinity. Sharp ear. No other creatures nearby, she reported a moment later. Box Lunch also shook his head after scanning the surrounding areas. The rest of the team breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Limu then looked around a couple more times before taking out a set of materials for constructing magical formation that Alice had personally entrusted him. I think the terrain here isn't bad. Let's clean up the area and finally set up the magical array. A distance of 1 kilometer is adequate enough, and getting closer more than this will simply increase the risk of exposing ourselves. After speaking, he then looked specifically at Demacia with a slightly amused expression and said, "You should also prepare. We'll go straight into kiting goblins to test their strength after we set up the magical array." As soon as Limu spoke, Demacia suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. He moved to the side with fear and trepidation etched upon his face, while nervously laughing a couple of times. Brother Mu, are we really going to do it? Isn't this method proposed by you, Demacia? Little Salty Cat jokingly said, before taking out a light green dress from behind her and sporting a mischievous smile. Put this on quickly. This is a gift from Miss Alice. Demacia's face instantly turned pale after seeing the little fancy dress. Damn it. Are you really serious? You want me to cross-dress and act as a bait? I said honey trap, not handsome trap. I am a man, you know. There would be no problem, since my transfiguration skill is specifically prepared for this task. I guarantee that you will become an absolutely gorgeous bait with my magic," said Little Salty Cat with a mischievous smile. Demacia, I remember your house isn't built yet, right? The town's construction captain, Hooty Bird, casually asked with a hint of threatening undertone within her voice. Demacia, do you really want a female player to take on such risk? Box Lunch frowned. Demacia. Even the audience at the live stream goaded the red-haired punk. Ha ha ha. Be brave, Demacia. Just put on the damn women's clothing already and transform into a muscular girl. Quickly put the dress on, idiot. You will definitely be popular. After all, this is your own damn idea. Ha ha ha. Lol, put it on already, or else your house will never be completed. Ha ha ha. Demacia. Limu cleared his throat and patted Demacia on the shoulder. Demacia, just do it. You have a lot of lives, 8 in total, including the lives you got for triggering the main quest. Besides, aren't you not afraid of death, nor being caught by those goblins? So you being the bait is less risky than having any of the girls take on such role. Cough cough if you get caught and are to be, just commit suicide. Demacia. Does he have to? Manlyhood, too. Nonetheless, Demacia saw everyone's expression getting more and more annoyed the longer he put off wearing the damn dress. Thus he finally relented and grabbed the dress with a reluctant look. Fine, I'll go, okay? He said as tears streamed down his cheeks while taking off his clothes. Don't undress here, idiot. We don't want to see such an obscene scene close hand. Demacia. Lampheu. Ha ha ha. The comments from the live stream rapidly cascaded down, without any signs of stopping. Even Eve, who watched the live stream, chuckled a little bit. However, as she watched the lively scenery, as well as the light-humored banter within the comments section, she gradually felt a tinge of sadness within her heart. So nice. I also want to have a body can move freely. Sometimes, it is only after someone have finally lost something of value that they will realize its true importance. Unfortunately, without enough divine power at her disposal, Eve could not create an avatar strong enough that could accommodate a divine soul like hers. At this moment, Eve suddenly felt that the joy and lively commotion within the livestream were so far away from her. So far away. Just like different worlds. Someday, for sure. She murmured deep within her heart. Previews? Next. You are fooled. In ruins of Florence. Green-skinned goblins were scattered everywhere. They sat in groups of 2 or 3. Some were sleeping. Some were heating a cauldron on a bonfire, which gave off an indescribable smell. Were playing with the soil together. 4 elves and a human girl were lying down on a clump of grass nearby. They were the special attack team members who lurked there after constructing the teleportation circle. Looking at the ruins that collapsed yet was still magnificent in the distance, little Salty Meow could not help but exclaim, "That is Florence. I cannot imagine how beautiful the intact city would be." Cuckoo Bird closed her eyes and listened with her ear tilted to one side. Her expression became serious. There are a lot of goblins. Apart from these goblins we have seen, I cannot hear how many goblins are hidden in the ruins. Besides, there are some powerful creatures that are probably at iron levels. One of the powerful creatures is very cold in a horrible way. It makes me feel very scared. Psst. On hearing this, the chosen ones took a breath of cold air. Fortunately, we didn't let the players swarm the city, otherwise all of them would have been destroyed. Boxmeal said seriously. Lemieux pat Demacia on the shoulder and said, "Demacia, act according to the plan. 3 goblins are playing with soil there. I feel that they are not powerful and their equipment is poor. None of them seem to reach level 10. It's up to you to lure the monsters here." An ugly smile. Can I not go?" "No," the 4 said at the same time. Demacia. Let it be. The wind is rustling and the water is cold." Demacia gave up the struggle. He flicked the long air he got through transfiguration and stood up from the grass. On the edge of the ruins, 3 goblins sat together, played with clods of dirt happily, and laughed strangely from time to time. All of a sudden, a stone came flying from behind. Straight and direct, it just hit one of the goblins on the head. Boom! Blood was sprayed. The goblin hit by the stone was knocked to the ground in an instant. It stood up and looked around, only to meet the gaze of a companion. It immediately got angry. It groaned and struck the companion's head, which made the other goblin freeze. Then, goblins scuffled. Boom. Boom. Another 2 stones came flying through the air and hit the 2 goblins' head with excellent precision. The 3rd goblin stood up with its eyes wide open, pointed to a distant place, and yelled, "Aha!" The 2 goblins were attracted by their companion's voice, stopped their movements immediately, and looked at where the 3rd goblin pointed at. Tens of meters away from the ruins, an enchanting woman was leaning on an ancient tree, playing with her hair curls and stroking her thigh. When she saw the 3 goblins looking towards her, she winked at them, licked her lips, and stretched out her hand to make a kissing gesture. The 3 goblins' eyes were immediately fixated on her. At this moment, their simple brains started the most complicated calculation for a goblin to have. Head plus 2 legs plus upright posture plus nice clothes, human beings. Human beings, plex, sex, women. And offspring. And their eyes immediately brightened. Stars could be seen within them. They took their weapons, croaked, and ran to the woman. As soon as the goblins chased after the woman, she turned and ran towards the forest like a vigorous cheetah. The goblins did not notice anything was wrong. They followed closely and ran increasingly faster like hooked fish. After a few minutes, the 3 goblins finally perceived something was wrong. This woman ran too fast like an elf, the child of nature. But at this moment, They had already followed the woman to an open area surrounded by lush shrubs and trees. The woman in front of them suddenly stopped. Turning around, she smiled vulgarly and said in a rough, playful voice, "Idiots are fooled." After these words, she shone and turned into a red-haired elf in a dress, Demacia. The three goblins saw the transformation and instantly froze. Before they had time to react, several vines suddenly burst forth from all around them and shot at the three goblins. It was Limu's skill, twining vines. Then, Cuckoo Bird and Box Meal jumped out of the grass and surrounded the goblins in a triangular formation with Demacia. Destroy them. Demacia took the wooden knife he had hidden aside and rushed up excitedly. The three goblins panicked at first, then let out an angry howl. They took their weapons and slashed the vines. Clank. To Limu's surprise, the goblins' scimitars easily cut through the magic vines, while the three players of the strength system were fighting against the goblins. But the scene turned a bit hectic after they started fighting. Damn! Sister Cuckoo Bird, you almost kicked me. Sorry, you blocked me. These goblins have great power. Wait, seem to have been cut. Minor injuries. Where is the magic support? Where is Little Salty Meow's magic support? I'm coming. Damn! Your fireball almost burned me. Can you aim accurately? Don't fight too hard. Save your magic and physical strength. Focus on protecting yourselves. Wait for the opportunity to attack. We outnumber them. They cannot drain us of our stamina. In actual combat, all plans were invalid. Under the crazy assault of the three goblins, the 5 players were very unorganized. For quite a while, unexpectedly, they were suppressed. This was especially true with the 3 players of the strength system, who were fighting at a short distance. Demacia and Cuckoo Bird would have been seriously injured if the agile Box Meal did not help them repeatedly. But even so, the 3 people were struggling desperately. Hiding in the forest nearby, Berserker frowned when he saw all of this. It's a joke that 5 level 10s and 1s are suppressed by 3 level 8 goblins. There was deep disappointment in his voice. The fact was that goblin was synonymous with stupidity and weakness on the continent of sagas. For example, it was like a collection of human prejudice against pigs and cockroaches on the blue planet. On the continent of sagas, goblin was not only a noun of a species, but also a curse. "You goblin!" was the greatest insult one could say when provoking intellectual creatures. It was also the reason why Berserker and Alice were so disgusted when Demacia proposed seduction for their plan. This was equivalent to letting human beings on the blue planet lure wild boars with themselves as bait, which would still be extremely risky. Mother God, it seems that although they are good at construction work, they are not good at fighting. Why do you expect so much from them? Berserker knew that Eve was also watching this combat, so he'd not hide his doubts. Eve, who was watching the live stream, chuckled. Then his majestic voice resounded through Berserker's mind. "Don't worry. Just continue watching them." Hearing Eve's answer, Berserker felt helpless. But he still watched on with a frown. All right, let goblins defeat them, lest they would be frivolous all day long. Gradually, however, the situation seemed to change in a latent way, really fragrant. After the initial frenzy, the players seemed to be gradually familiar with the goblins' attack rhythm. Instead of attacking actively, they began to defend passively and maintain their physical strength. In the meantime, the coordination between them increasingly got better. Although these players were gradually getting more injured, they grasped the initiative bit by bit, switching from passive defense to active defense. Goblins were gradually exhausted. After all, they were only at level 8. With inherent racial disadvantage, The goblins felt drained the more they fought, even though they had more combat experience. At last, after they were locked in combat for 5 or 6 minutes, the players finally started to fight back. Slower. They are tired. It's a good chance. Use your skills, Demacia. Tenacity. Whirlwind slash. Demacia roared. First, he added the buff of tenacity onto himself, instantly improving his defense and attack. Then, he exhibited his powerful attack skill, Whirlwind slash. Luckily, or rather unluckily for the viewers, the whirlwind he generated with his attack blew up his green dress, revealing the faint holy light under his dress. With 3 snapping sounds, Demacia suddenly deprived the 3 goblins of their weapons. Go! With a roar, Boxmeal and Cuckoo-Bird rushed forward and exerted their skills at the same time. They stabbed 2 goblins in the heart. Seeing the situation turning for the worst, the 3rd goblin turned to run away. However, it was immediately entangled by Limu's vine and subsequently got burnt to ashes by little salty meows. Ball. The 3 goblins finally died. Their bodies were reduced to ashes under the operation of war sacrifice, leaving only tattered equipment behind. The 5 players received a message from the system, saying that each of them had gained a considerable amount of experience points. Meanwhile, a new message appeared in their system bar. Goblins you have destroyed. 3. When the goblins died, Eve felt 2 forces coming across the void. The weaker of the 2 forces was the vitality of the goblins, and the stronger force was the resentment of the elves' ghosts. The 2 forces returned to him, providing him with about 0.03 points of divine force. The 3 players of the strength system sat on the ground, breathing heavily while receiving Limu's treatment. We finally killed them. I did not expect that these goblins would be so difficult. Boxmeal, you did a good job just now. I would have probably died once if you did not help me. Demacia collapsed on the ground and said, while exhaling loudly. Boxmeal said nothing. He nodded and silently gathered the weapons left by the goblins. Cuckoo-Bird's eyes shone as she saw those weapons. These scimitars are good. They are sharper than our wooden knives. Ha, our first loot. Ah, there are no divine blood crystals. It's a pity. The players chatted. Seeing the players happy, Berserker was unhappy. They took such great effort to destroy only 3 goblins. How can they be proud? Don't worry, just continue watching. Eve smiled and answered in Berserker's mind. Hearing the voice, Berserker had no choice but to continue peeping. After some treatment, the players' injuries finally healed. The 5 players gathered and started a meeting. Limu sighed with a serious expression. I did not expect that 3 goblins would be so difficult. It seems that we need to improve our coordination and practical skills. Bird nodded. I agree. The battle in this game was too realistic. Their previous fighting experience with those brainless, weak, wild monsters were almost invalid when they faced goblins that were barely intellectual creatures. However, this experiment also proves that Demacia's strategy is useful. Although there will still be risks, goblins' legs are too short to catch up to us, and it seems that we elves can run faster. It's a wise choice not to enter Florence directly. These were just the 3 weakest goblins. I cannot imagine how powerful the goblins inside the ruins will be. The war of attrition plan is still practical. We can lure the weak ones out first and slowly improve our cooperation and skills through combat. When we are powerful enough, we will fight against those powerful goblins. Their endurance is very weak. As long as we resist the initial frenzy, we would be able to turn the tides around. Their eyesight also seemed to be problematic. If we use high-speed skills while attacking, the effect would be great. I agree. I think that other players can participate too. but we should remind everyone that it is best for the whole party to be at level 10. If not all the party members are at level 10, it is best for 2 teams to act together. Players of the magic system cannot use their skills casually, otherwise they will probably injure their teammates accidentally. Additionally, everyone must keep quiet and improve silently. Don't be noisy. If we attract all the goblins here, that will be the end of us. We can do it this way: let one person lure a dozen goblins at a time to a distant place. Then, every team chooses a target to fight against respectively. Since we definitely cannot defeat the goblins one-on-one, let's gang up on one goblin as a group. If we fight as a group, we can absolutely defeat a single goblin. When we become more powerful, we will counterattack. I agree. I agree. Berserker also heard the 5 players' discussion and felt a bit surprised at their analysis. Mother God on high. It seems that they don't lack solidarity or discipline. They may not have the noble character of elves, but they are somewhat cunning and clever like humans. To lure and combat goblins in groups, only they can think of it. On hearing Berserker's exclamation, Eve shook his head. They were originally humans in an elf skin. After the discussion, the 5 players of the special attack team summed up their combat experience, made a simple strategy, and fed it back to other players through the live stream. The rest of the players waiting in the camp started teleporting themselves through the teleportation circle. Before long, dozens of players had appeared in the forest. It's time to act in groups. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. I was so excited when I saw them in the live stream just now. Demasia's movements were too stiff. If it wasn't for Boxmeal the bigwig, I think he would have kneeled to the goblin just now. Seeing the players excited, the 5 pioneers hurriedly reminded them, "Don't get too excited. These goblins are not weak. Don't blow our single chance." But the players, quite optimistic. "Ha ha, rest assured. We will fight as a group. 5 can always defeat 1. Besides, we have 3 perfect resurrection. The combat is so realistic in this game. I don't know whether I can adopt it in reality after being proficient in it. Who is luring the monsters? Demacia, will you go again?" Demacia. His face darkened as he rejected the suggestion determinedly. "You can go if you want to. I won't go." It was ridiculous. He was an 8 feet tall big man. It was enough for him to be in a dress just once. "If you go lure the monsters, our party will share the loot with you. Our party will also share the loot with you." Demacia was silent for a few seconds, then turned to look towards little Salty Meow, who was snickering aside, and said numbly, "Do you still have magic power? It's called transfiguration, right? Come on, I'm ready, chopping melons and vegetables." 1 kilometer away from the ruins of Florence, more than 90 players who had formed 21 teams waited quietly. Bribed by the loot, Demacia turned into his female version again to do the job of luring the goblins. This time, he went a little deeper and lured a large group of goblins at once. In the group, there were 3 level 10 goblins, which were called elite goblins. The scimitars and wooden sticks-wielding goblins croaked and chased after him in excitement. Moreover, several goblins got bows and arrows. But when they were going to shoot, the elite goblins stopped them from doing so. They wanted an intact humanoid female. It was best to catch her live without injury. The goblin's idea made Demacia's honey trap smoother. He lured the goblins to the forest clearing again and stopped. While the goblins were assuming that this female human they chased was tired from running, nearly 100 tall figures emerged from the surrounding grass all at once with a roar. Elf. The group of goblins were stunned instantly. "It's goblins. Goblins are coming. 1, 2, 3. A total of 18, 1 for each team. As for the elite monsters, 2 teams fight against 1. Come on. Let's gang up on them. The elves seemed excited with their eyes red and their gasps loud. They wielded their wooden knives, shouted and rushed the goblins' positions, as if others would rob them of their monsters a second later. The group of goblins were completely shell-shocked. Where did these lunatic elves from? How could there be so many elves in the Forest of Elves? Weren't they all gone? Wait. Were these guys really those elegant, reserved, and long-eared elves who were high up in the air? The god of hunting on high? Were they mad? The goblins wanted to escape, but they had already been surrounded by layers of players. Quick! Magicians used control skills to separate them. Offensive magic will do too. Surround them. Surround them. The one over there is going to escape. Damn! Don't use area of effects. You will accidentally hurt your ally. The goblins were gradually separated under the interference of a series of distant magic, and began to meet the encirclement of the players in parties. If the 5 pioneer players had a hard time to combat 3 goblins previously, it would be a piece of cake for more than 90 players to fight against 18 green-skinned goblins. With the predecessor's strategy, the players had completely gone into a state of cooperation and confrontation. Each party of players had found their own target. They took turns to go forward, slash once and run away without entanglement. If the goblin wanted to chase, it would be harassed by magic. If the goblin wanted to escape, control skills would be used to stop it. Even if goblins had a lot of combat experience, they were no rivals to the players' madness. More than 10 minutes later, the players chopped the last goblin to death. The players only paid the price of a dozen minor injuries and 1 death for the victory. The one player who had died was unfortunately killed by an ally player's magic. Even Li Mu and the other pioneers were shocked by the player's power. Damn, you guys are really ferocious. The players were not satisfied. The scene is a bit bloody, but it's so cool. Not enough, not enough. 8 goblins provide too few experience points. I only slash once. Demacia, go to lure some more. Demacia, choked. Hurry up and go. We will the loot with you. If we find a divine blood crystal, we will share the goddess rewards with you. The player, again. On hearing this, Demacia instantly looked serious. You have to do what you say. I'm going. Demacia shouted loudly, patted the little green dress on his body and headed for Florence again. After a while, another group of goblins came, chasing him and croaking. Another round of combat started. With this method, the players started their task of destroying monsters near Florence. As they fought, the coordination between them was getting increasingly better. At first, 1 team fought against 1 goblin. Then 1 team fought against 2 goblins. Afterwards, a team of level 10 players could even fight against 3 elite goblins. Perhaps each of them was still not as powerful as a goblin, but the battle was getting increasingly more rhythmic. The division of labor among the players was clear, some luring the target, the others attacking it on the side. Each person only made 1 slash at a time and immediately fled. In this way, the goblin was drained to death. Furthermore, the players enjoyed gaining experience points. They also looted the goblins' relatively sharp scimitars. The smoother they fought, the happier they were. It even helped a dozen level 9 players to level up directly to level 10. With increasingly more goblins dead, the players also discovered the second divine blood crystal. A divine blood crystal. It's a divine blood crystal. It's our team that found it. The player lifting a pale green crystal said in excitement. Damn, you are lucky. Which monster dropped it? It was an elite goblin. The lucky player answered excitedly. That was an unlucky goblin. that had just collected a divine blood crystal from the forest. He was about to go back to the nest and give it to a priest, but was unfortunately lured by Demacia halfway to the city. An elite goblin? On hearing this, all the players' eyes shone. It turns out to be a rare object that only elite goblins can drop. The drop rate is too low. More than 90 people fought together and killed nearly 100 goblins. Among them there were more than 20 elites. But there is only one divine blood crystal. Bah, the drop rate is a pitfall again. Damn the game designer. Don't complain, you guys. When I was looking for mysterious crystals in another online game previously, the drop rate was totally outrageous. To have to kill elite goblins to drop one divine blind blood crystal is satisfactory. Anyway, give me more elite goblins. I don't believe that I cannot get more divine blood crystals today. Where is the bait? Where is the bait? Hey Demacia, hurry up and lure monsters. Lure more goblins here. Lure more elites. The shouted. Demacia. Seeing the players getting increasingly more enthusiastic, and their combat effectiveness rising, Berserker, who observed secretly, was finally touched. Confronted by goblins, the Chosen Ones showed solidarity and enthusiasm, which was far beyond his imagination. In addition, the speed of their progress was incredible. Their enthusiasm for combat was also incredible. What was even more touching was that although they were not Mother God's believers, they were willing to fight for the goddess without fear. At this moment, Berserker had faint respect for the players. Mother God, your wisdom left Berserker in awe. I finally understood why you summoned them. These Chosen Ones may not be born warriors, but they have unlimited potential to grow into a powerful army. Although they are not your believers, they are more fanatic than ordinary believers. However, they can never be chivalrous. Besides, they are greedy to a shameless extent. Looking at the players who almost fought for the scimitars dropped by the goblins, Berserker shook his head helplessly. But Eve could understand them. The wooden knives he created for the players were rough. Although the goblins' scimitars were not of good quality, at least they were plundered from human caravans and made of metal, which were infinitely sharper than the wooden knives they had. For the players, all they wanted was better equipment. Feeling the feedback of force from the players after they destroyed goblins, Eve was delighted. A total of 1.2 points of divine force, he thought happily. Perhaps because these goblins had occupied Elves' holy city for a long time, the resentment of the Elves' ghosts fed back after the goblins were destroyed was considerable. In less than half a day, Eve's investment in the players' bodies was about to be repaid. If he added the new divine blood crystal found by the players, he had already started to profit. Although it is still far away, I'm finally one step closer to having an avatar. Looking at his divine force that was close to 13 points, Eve thought of his goal of 100 points and comforted himself. He was pretty bored being in the background. The players' battle continued. As a large number of goblins in Florence started disappearing, the goblin priests in the ruins were finally aware that something was not right. It was a dilapidated temple. The tablet with the symbol of Mother of Nature and elf script had long been destroyed by sharp weapons and was splashed with dirty blood of profanity. The original statue of the goddess was smashed and had long been replaced by a wooden male god statue wearing a fur jacket while holding a tomahawk and a longbow in his hands. That was Ullur, the god of winter and hunting. Under the statue, an old hunchbacked goblin prostrated himself to worship him. On his body was a shabby mage robe that was snatched from a human caravan, and on his head there was a nondescript felt hat. At the front of the hat, there was a crystal shining with pale green light. The great god of winter and hunting This is the third divine blind blood crystal I found this month. I will find 7 more to add up to 33, the minimum quota for sacrifice. And then I will sacrifice them to you together." He bent down, his eyes turbid, his face covered with deep wrinkles that were almost engraved into his bones, with his expression being fanatically pious. As Oller's body was in heaven, a transborder sacrifice would cost a great amount of energy. In order to save divine force, he could only have his followers collect enough tributes to have them sacrifice all the crystals together to him later. Usually, he only had simple communication with his believers at most. As the goblin prayed, the statue emitted a faint golden light that caressed his body slightly. In an instant, the old goblin felt that his aged body got younger. "The god of winter and hunting be praised." The old goblin rejoiced slightly and bent his head even lower. After praying to the god, the old goblin stood up. He straightened the felt hat on his head, carefully picked up the skeleton staff inlaid with huge orbs from under his body, wiped it in his arms with care as if it was a treasure, and then walked out of the dilapidated temple with satisfaction. The old goblin's name was Guru. He was a level 11 goblin priest, a low iron creature. However, Guru preferred to call himself a high priest, because among all the goblins that entrenched in the ruins of Florence, he was the most powerful. The other 3 goblin priests could not match him and therefore had to bow down before him. The reason why he was so powerful was not because of Oller's favor, but because he had experienced adventures, obtained a magic staff, and became a rare goblin magician before Oller recruited him. Moreover, he had also mastered mysterious undead magic. It was through his mastery over the undead magic that he was able to suppress the other 2 level 11 goblin priests. Nevertheless, he was still very old. Normally, he would not be able to live for 3 more years. Fortunately, the appearance of Oller gave him hope. The great god promised to give him a new lease in life if he was able to collect 33 divine blood crystals of the world tree within this year. Guru's luck was not bad. For some reason, in 1,000 years after the War of Gods, people forgot the world tree's divine blood crystals that were lost in the Forest of Elves. Oller had only recently launched a secret search task for them. Therefore, it was not difficult for the believers to collect some crystals as long as they worked hard. With all the goblin's effort, he had managed to already collect 26 crystals within a few months. Power is essential for one's status in this world. Guru caressed his skeleton staff as he muttered to himself in intoxication. Outside of the temple, Guru came to the street of the ruins of Florence. But as he looked at the empty broken walls, his old eyebrows gradually furrowed. Why are so many missing? Guru looked around and saw a sleeping goblin. Guru snorted, walked over, and kicked it. The awakened goblin was furious by the sudden disturbance. It picked up its stick and was about to fight back. But when it saw the source of its disturbance clearly, its fury instantly deflated. It bent over on the ground like a well-behaved little chicken, while muttering, "Oh ho oh," and kissing Guru's toes. There was a flicker of contempt in Guru's eyes. He looked down on his low IQ peers. In his view, although they had the same appearance, they were completely 2 different species. This group of weak, good-for-nothings could not even speak the general language. If it wasn't for his undead summons not being able to touch the divine blood crystals, making them unable to meet his need for crystal hunting, why would he make use of this group of good-for-nothing? Nevertheless, in order to achieve his own goal, these dumb goblins' power was still indispensable at this moment. Thinking of this, he kicked the goblin on the ground and asked, "Where are the others? Why are so many missing overnight?" On hearing Guru's question, the goblin looked dazed. Then it suddenly realized something. It quickly yelled, "Ah ha ah," and gestured to Guru. Huh? You are saying they saw a human woman passing by outside the ruins, and they went to catch her? Guru frowned. The goblin nodded repeatedly. Getting its confirmation, Guru's eyes narrowed slightly. A human man. They were hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest human kingdom, and human caravans only passed through this place in the summer. Where did a human woman come from? This group of good-for-nothings went crazy for a female. In a fury, he flung the goblin that answered his question and walked towards the edge of Florence. As Guru advanced, its face became increasingly gloomier, because he found that the number of goblins in the ruins had decreased more than he thought. I'm afraid that at least 200 goblins ran away. He gnashed his teeth. While Guru was thinking of a suitable method of punishment for these deserters, a commotion sounded out in the southwest of the ruins of Florence. Guru raised his eyebrows and walked there quietly. The southwestern exit of Florence. Demacia, who had changed his appearance, was making poses as usual. Moreover, in order to lure more elite monsters, he walked inside the ruins boldly. "Come on, you little cuties." Demacia sneered from within as he saw that the goblins were gradually lured out by him. However, his instincts smelled danger all of a sudden. Demacia got nervous, as he felt that he was targeted by a vicious snake. The perception of an elf was very keen. Demacia subconsciously turned to look at the source of danger, and when he saw the source of danger, he instantly felt his scalp turning numb. On a broken stone tablet in the ruins, a goblin shrouded in a dark robe was gazing at him coldly. It was Guru, the goblin high priest. Demacia could perceive the eerie aura around him even at a distance of tens of meters. Bad luck. I must have attracted the boss. Demacia groaned secretly as he perceived his gaze. I'll slip away. He turned and ran away without hesitation. A human woman. Goo. That ought to chuckle. At first glance, it recognized that this so-called woman seemed to be under some transfiguration magic. Could it be a mercenary? Guru had some guesses. However, since he discovered the female human, he did not want to let her run away. 200 missing gums were not a small amount. He would definitely catch this nasty bastard. Guru gritted his teeth from within. He did not worry about whether there was any hidden mercenary group behind the female human. Since the female human did not dare to appear before him above board, the female human must know she was not as powerful as him. The female human even had to resort to insidious methods to deal with goblins, which just indicated that the female human was unconfident. Thinking of this, he decisively wielded the huge skeleton staff. An incomparably cold energy emanated from the orbs on the staff. With bouts of weird energy fluctuations, big skeleton hands stretched out from under Demacia's feet and forcibly moved towards his legs to catch him. At the same time, Eve, who was watching the players live stream in the space of his godhead, was shocked and instantly felt palpitations that emerged slowly. What happened? Eve's was pounding. He hurriedly turned off the live stream, left the space of his godhead, and put his consciousness into reality. At this moment, his palpitations still existed. More accurately, it seemed to be an inexplicable call. This situation arose for the first time. Different from the prayers Eve heard before, the palpitations were vaguely familiar to him, but at the same time, it seemed to be mixed with other things, or emotions. Sadness, pain, despair. The feelings made Eve very uncomfortable. After pondering for a while, Eve emptied his mind. After his divine soul calmed down, he finally found the source of the palpitations. northeast. Eve thought of something and looked somewhere in the forest of elves. That direction was where the players had assembled. What did they trigger? Eve frowned deeply from within. Something was not right. He just watched more than 90 players in the live stream, and they did not do anything extraordinary, so he pushed down his suspicions. But suddenly, Eve thought of something. It was not right. He did not pay attention to one player. Eve realized that he had neglected one person. He hurriedly returned to the space of his godhead and went straight to the network channel of the blue planet. In the pale green space of his godhead, there were 300 small photons constantly flashing and rotating around the blue ball of light that symbolized the internet world of the blue planet. This was the connection channel between Eve and the 300 players, which was an important part of the game network system. As soon as Eve came here, he now could clearly feel the inexplicable call. He concentrated and found the source of the palpitations, a constantly flickering photon. This is Demasia's. Did he encounter something? He should be luring monsters in Florence. Eve's heart was pounding. Without hesitation, he immediately separated a wisp of divine consciousness, touched the connection channel between Demacia and him, and instantly saw where Demacia was. Damn! What the hell is this? On the edge of Florence, Demacia's face almost turned green when he saw the skeleton hands emerging from the ground. Magic. He took a deep breath and roared. Tenacity. He used his buffing skill, increasing his power of defense and attack immediately. Demacia's strength doubled in an instant. He tried his best to kick away the bony hands that moved and ran away quickly. Ah, priest. It must be a goblin priest. It must be the one that has the aura of coldness and horror like what Cuckoo Bird had mentioned. I'm seriously dead. Demacia, as he ran. When he used his skill, the transfiguration magic instantly washed away, revealing his original appearance. An elf? In the distance, Guru looked at Demacia's back and froze. He thought that the female was a human being. He did not expect that the female human was actually a male elf. But why did a male elf disguise himself as a human woman? Where was the reservedness and pride of an elf? Wait, is weak. This was the first time Guru saw an adult elf who was not at iron levels. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking of something. An elf? I haven't killed any elves yet. Ha ha. Guru smiled and licked his chapped lips. The race the god of winter and hunting's most is the elves. If I can catch this elf and sacrifice it with the divine blood crystals to his majesty, I will definitely please him. Thinking of this, he wielded the skeleton staff again. With his movements, the orbs on the staff immediately released a deep purple cloud of energy that turned into a dozen human skeletal undead, each one being level 10. But even with Guru summoning so many undead skeletons, he still looked unperturbed as if he'd not used much energy. Chim ordered. Upon receiving the order, the undeads made creaking noises and chased after Demacia with their teeth and claws out. Feeling a gust of cold wind behind him, Demacia subconsciously looked back. When he saw what was behind him, his face turned pale. Damn! Is he really a level 11 priest? His ability to summon undead is too exaggerated. He doesn't even look like he spent any significant amount of energy. Demacia cursed the game designer from within and tried his best to run back. However, just after a few steps, he hesitated and quickly changed his direction. No. This NPC is too difficult. If I bring it back and the players cannot beat it, all of us will be over. I might as well lure it somewhere else. If it doesn't work, I'll commit suicide, Demacia murmured. He still had the heart to not cause his teammates' downfall. If they lost, the goblin priest would destroy the teleportation circle, and they would fail in their first task. An elf's agility was great indeed. When Demacia used all his strength to escape, the undead actually fell behind him for a time. You want to escape? Guru squinted his eyes, held his staff, sneered, and chased him. In his view, this audacious elf was doomed. He would surely be sacrificed to the one true god. At this moment, Eve's eyes also fixed on Demacia. Undead? Eve slightly froze when he saw the skeletons that were chasing after Demacia. Then in an instant, his heart sank. They are undead elves. Eve? Judgment. The skeletons of elves were very similar to those of human beings. Generally, it was hard to tell the difference, but as the master of elves, he immediately recognized them as soon as he laid his eyes on them. At this moment, he finally understood what were the inexplicable palpitations. Someone openly enslaved the undead elves in the place he dominated. It would be strange if Eve, the master of elves, did not react at all. When Eve clearly saw Guru enslaving the undead elves, his mood got even worse. A goblin priest that believes in Ullr? Eve's voice was icy cold, as he had already sentenced the goblin priest to death in his heart. But at the same time, he felt doubtful. How could a level 11 goblin priest have the great power to enslave so many undead elves? Although all the undead elves he summoned were only at level 10, the number of them was too crazy. Moreover, Eve could feel that the goblin priest did not use all his strength to summon them. When Eve saw the staff in Guru's hand constantly emitting light, he immediately realized something. It's the power of that staff. That staff is weird. After knowing the reason, Eve calmed down. As Eve looked at the goblin priest that was chasing Demacia like mad, he suddenly chuckled. Haha, undead elves? If the level 11 goblin priest enslaved any other undead creatures, the players might not be able to beat it. But undead elves. The wooden knives Eve made for the players originally had the effect of purification. And since he was the master of elves, the weapons he made had the best effect in purifying the ghosts of elves. All right, the players have enough practice, and they still have many perfect resurrection. I can let them have a try and see the effect. Thinking of this, Eve used his divine force again. He waved his big hand. In the meantime, some notifications started popping up from the game system before all the players' eyes. Red light flashed in the whole system. Warning. Warning. The player, Demacia, has triggered the world boss. The player, Demacia, has triggered the world boss. The world boss tasks start. Task target: Goblin Undead Priest level 11 low iron. Task objective: kill the Goblin Undead Priest and sacrifice the undead staff to Eve the Goddess. Task rewards: an exclusive title Goblin Slayer, 3 perfect resurrection, a lot of experience and contribution points. Task tip: the weapons given by the goddess have a blessing effect that can increase the damage to the undead. Brave chosen ones, for the glory of the goddess and the elf race, charge. The players were stunned at first, and then made a great commotion. Gosh, it's the world boss. How can Demacia be so lucky? Isn't he always unlucky? The rewards are so rich. An exclusive title of Goblin Slayer, 3 perfect resurrection, and a lot of experience and contribution points. I need a few hundred experience points to level 11. Me too, me too. The players were so excited that their eyes, brightly like the stars in the sky. In most games, elite monster tasks like fighting world bosses were something that had always been a profitable, cost-effective business for all players. Why is Demacia running increasingly further away from us with the boss? At this time, someone found that the red dot on the minimap was moving in a strange direction. Damn, he's so scared that he forgot the way back. He might want to prick the teleportation circle. Suddenly, someone's expression turned grim as he thought of something bad. No, he must not fail alone. If he dies, the boss will disappear from the game. We might fail the new task. Damn, really possible. It makes sense. Let's go there quickly. Go, go, go. Get the world boss. The players analyzed the situation in a few words and instantly decided to leave for the boss lest it should run away. Let's go get the world boss. Let's take wooden knives and wooden staffs. The task tips they can increase our damage. Wait, notify the group of players back in the camp and tell them to hurry accept the task. They can gain experience points by damaging the world boss. It will also be a great experience, as this is the first world boss. All of a sudden, the whole army of players worked like a well-oiled machine. Nearly 100 elves carried the scimitars and bows collected from goblins on their backs, replacing them with their original wooden weapons, and rushed towards the red dot on the minimap in a big group. After countless battles with the goblin, they had now gained a lot of combat experience. When they started marching towards the world boss, they actually had an aggressiveness aura around them. Meanwhile, countless players back in the camp received the news, took their weapons, and came here through teleportation with clear excitement. They all accepted the task and planned to take their share of the loot by damaging the world boss. All of them were extremely excited. All at once, the 300 chosen ones moved. Berserker, who was observing the chosen ones secretly, was stunned when he saw them suddenly going in a mad frenzy. Mother God on high. What happened to them? A goblin priest appeared, and it is a powerful goblin priest that enslaves numerous undead elves. I told them about it. Eve felt relief when he saw the enthusiastic players. So he explained in Berserker's mind, the goblin priest that enslaved undead elves? On hearing this, Berserker instantly got angry. Goblins were evil and depraved. This was the greatest insult to Mother God. He wished to fly there immediately in person and slap this audacious goblin to death. But as he thought of the one behind the goblins, he had to reject his idea. No, he could not undermine Mother God's plan. This was not right. Suddenly, Berserker realized something. He stood up from the woods, watched in disbelief, as the players ran somewhere crazily, and said with shock, Mother God, you mean that this group of chosen ones are going to kill the goblin priest? Although Berserker had not seen it, he could guess that the goblin priest was absolutely not weak, for it was able to enslave undead elves. This would definitely be a difficult challenge to the chosen ones. They were not Mother God's believers. But when Mother God's dignity was challenged, this group of chosen ones took the initiative to fight and advanced without hesitation. Berserker heard the players' shouts of forward. For elves, for the goddess. At this moment, Berserker was actually touched. Mother God on high. Although this group of chosen ones were cunning and greedy, they were so sincere and reliable when it came to defending Mother God's honor. Mother God, your choice was really far-sighted. Thinking of the previous prejudice he had against the chosen ones, Berserker felt that he might need to get to know them more. Furthermore, when Berserker clearly saw the players' eyes turning red and their expressions turning so excited that their faces slightly distorted, his gaze changed again. They didn't look like they were going to fight a fierce battle, but to attend a carnival instead. Even if they were not real warriors, they were really brave. Recalling the chosen one's former battles, Berserker could not help but exclaim at this moment, Mother God on high, your wisdom and vision put me to shame. This group of chosen ones' enthusiasm for combat is surprising, far beyond ordinary elves. This is also the quality that the peace-loving elves lack on the road to the peak. Mother God, you are right. I think that one day, they will lead elves to the peak and stand on the continent of Sagas again. Inside the dense forest, Demacia was stunned as he looked at the notifications from the system before his eyes. The world boss. He twisted his face and murmured, "Am I lucky or unlucky?" Looking back at the undeads that were coming increasingly closer behind him, Demacia did not feel good. Damn, do they have to chase so hard? He took a deep and sped up again. Since this is a world boss, I will run in circles. Brother Moo and the others will definitely come here when they get the system notifications. Before they come, I cannot die. If the boss disappears from the battle, we may fail the task. Demacia immediately threw away the idea that he should lure the monster somewhere else and commit suicide. When he thought out the new plan, he changed his direction and started running in circles. Surrounded by undeads, Guru sat on the shoulder of a tall skeleton and followed behind Demacia closely. Haha, you want to delay? His eyes were full of mockery as he looked at the sweaty elf. Or you waiting for your companions? Now Guru was absolutely sure that there was a group behind this elf. However, with the undead magic at hand, he was not scared of fighting against a lot of enemies alone. Although the undead were not intellectual creatures, they were numerous and felt no pain. They did not know what death fear were. They were fearless weapons of war. Besides, Guru did not think that the group behind the elf was strong. Otherwise, they would have come for him long ago. This is an opportunity for me to see who is making trouble behind the scene. Haha, there is an elf involved. Perhaps I can catch some big fish this time. He intended to take the opportunity to force the enemy out. As Demacia constantly ran, his physical strength was rapidly decreasing. Finally, he gradually stopped because he was unable to run any longer. You run anymore? Guru jumped off from the shoulder of the undead, looked at Demacia and kept sneering. He waved his hand and a dozen level 10 undeads quickly swarmed and surrounded Demacia. Demacia turned his head, gasped, and wiped the sweat on his head, but his expression did not show any trace of tension or despair. Looking at his fearless gaze, there was a flicker of surprise in Guru's eyes. You are not afraid? Demacia looked at the goblin priest that dressed like a magician. Suddenly, he smiled, showing his pearly white teeth. Afraid of what? He booed and spat at the goblin priest. My reinforcements have arrived. At the same time, there were shouts of excitement all around. It is the world boss. It is the world boss. Kill it. Don't let it run away. For elves. For Her Majesty Eve. Beat the goblin. Destroy it. With loud shouts, numerous figures wearing linen robes and wooden armor, while wielding wooden knives and staffs, emerged from the woods from all directions. Guru the goblin high priest was shocked by the shouts of excitement. He looked up. When he clearly saw the tall figures, he cried out involuntarily, Elves? God of winter and hunting on high. How could there be so many elves in the forest of elves? Hadn't they gone away long ago? Guru subconsciously wanted to escape. The only reason why was the inherent idea had lasted for 1,000 years. Even if the elf race had declined, ordinary elves had the power above iron levels. In the face of iron-level elves, he was just a little goblin. Even if he had become an undead priest, he could not beat hundreds of elves. But he soon rejected own idea of escape. Huh? It is not right. Guru, thought of something. If there were actually so many powerful elves, the goblin race would have been driven out of Florence long ago. Thinking of this, Guru took a closer look, which made him feel more at ease. This group of elves turned out to be rookies, who had not even possessed the power of professional. In an instant, Guru understood how 200 goblins disappeared. Yes, it was them who killed the goblins. But then, the old goblin got more confused. Where did these elves, who hadn't reached level 11, came from? He thought about this matter with its limited brain capacity. He could not the reason why. So it stopped thinking and became eager to release his deep-seated desire. Let it be, God of winter and hunting on high. No matter where you are from, you are unlucky to face me. Sacrifice your lives to His Majesty, the one true God. I will definitely earn His rewards and favor. He would definitely earn the God's rewards by exterminating so many elves. Although elves were powerful, they did not value violence. Since they loved peace, their fighting ability had always been weaker when they faced opponents on equal grounds. In Guru's view, this group of elf rookies, who did not even reach level 11, were inferior to a group of goblins at level 10. Him alone was more than enough to deal with enemies at this level. Ha, the elves would flee the moment they are injured. No, they might flee when they see his undead army. Thinking of this, Guru sneered and wielded its staff. Purple-black energy was released from the skeleton staff. In an instant, another dozen skeletons were summoned. Destroy them. Don't let one go, Guru ordered. Upon receiving Guru's order, the undeads took out their bone knives and rushed towards the elves, showing their teeth and claws. Damn, it is really undead magic. The players who came here were stunned and hesitated for a moment. The goblin high priest saw the players' eyes widen and became even prouder. They? Scared? The appearance of the undead skeletons were horrible indeed. And the undead he summoned were of the special kind, as their breath of death could even erode the souls of the weak. No creature, not afraid when they saw his army. Yes, this was the power of death. This was the power of an undead necromancer. Guru was intoxicated as he felt the power in his staff. Be afraid. Flee, and enjoy being hunted by the undead. But then the elves' words confused him slightly. Damn, it's so realistic, it almost scared me. No wonder this game is said to be almost 100% realistic. The special effects of undead magic are so good. These undead skeletons look cool too. The elves looked at the undead with visible excitement. They were not afraid at all. They were not scared. Their souls were actually not affected by the breath of death. Guru, shocked. But afterwards, its expression became contemptuous again. It seemed that they were not aware of the power of the undead. They did not know that they would be gradually eroded. What a group of rookies who knew nothing about the world. You elves know nothing about the power of the undead. You will soon see what a real undead army is. You will soon prefer death over life. Thinking of this, Guru wielded the staff again to maximize his strength. In an instant, another dozen undead skeletons were summoned. Countless undead gathered together, exuding a strong smell of death. For a time, the temperature in the forest dropped significantly. Feeling the power of the undeads, the goblin high priest was extremely proud. He would let these foolish rookies know how horrible death could be. Damn! He summoned more undeads. Hurry and appraise his power. The boss is at level 11, while the skeletons are at level 10. The skeletons are protecting the boss. Let's beat the skeletons first. Let's exterminate all the skeletons. The players of the strength system go first. Magicians will support them from behind. One party will deal with 2 skeletons. Those parties with all level 10 members look for an opportunity to attack the boss. Look for their weaknesses and find out their attack patterns. Prevent summoning anymore. Those who died hurry up and come back from the resurrection point. The elves said words that Guru could not understand and took surprising actions. To the surprise of the goblin high priest, no elves chose to escape. On the contrary, they got even more excited. They wielded wooden knives and rushed towards his undead army. The 2 parties immediately fought against each other. Blood splashed everywhere. The level 10 undeads were terrifying indeed. Although the players had gone through a certain amount of training, they were not its opponents. In an instant, the first group of players who fought were seriously injured and fell down on the ground under the vicious assault of the undead. Guru could not help but sneer when he saw the elves dying and getting injured in an instant. Ha ha! They were actually fools to physically fight against undeads. He could almost foresee the shock and escape of the elves. The elf population was already sparse. In Guru's view, they could not afford excessive casualties. He believed that once a few elves died, the elves would start to flee. But then, something beyond Guru's imagination happened. Those elves who were injured and fell down on the ground struggled to stand up again. They looked extremely excited, while ignoring the bleeding wounds on their bodies. This was especially with male elves. They wielded their weapons as if they were not injured or bleeding. They shouted and continued to slash at the undeads. Guru did not have a game system to harmonize some discordant scenes. Therefore, in his eyes, this battle was extremely terrifying. He saw that some elves had their legs cut off but still did not retreat. Instead, they hopped or crawled over and continued slashing with wooden knives. He saw that some elves had their arms broken by their companion's magic, but they would just turn around to curse. "Fire accurately, you fool." And then they turned back and rushed into the battlefield. Again, he even saw an undead stabbing through the abdomen of an elf, causing his intestines to hang outside the body. But it seemed that the elf did not notice it. He continued to laugh fearlessly while fighting against the undead. The elves used their knives to combat like mad dogs, regardless of their own injuries and the gradual loss of vitality. Every elf who approached death looked happy and joyful. They would drop an unexpected sentence, "Damn, I'm going to die," and then their eyes rolled back and closed as they died. In the same way, they did not care about the life and death of their companions. No one felt sad about the death of their companions. It was like all they could see were their enemies. Moreover, some elves would gloat at the unfortunate death of a companion and collect his equipment on the spot. Guru, shocked to see it. What was the matter with this group of elves? Don't any pain? Don't they have moans? They are not afraid of death. No, are really not afraid of death. Guru even saw an elf shouting aloud, then directly taking the initiative to pounce on the bone knife of the undead skeleton. The elf was then stabbed in the heart, but he continued to hug the undead tightly while vomiting blood and yelled to his companions in excitement, "I caught this skeleton. Hurry and take the opportunity to tear it down." At this moment, Guru was completely shocked. He shuddered abruptly and murmured, "Mad. They must be mad. This group of elves must be mad." For Guru wanted to ask these elves what for. If he were them, he would have escaped long ago. Why did these elves come to die one after another? Were they still the elves who claimed to be elegant, noble, and appreciative of life? Were they still the peaceful, conservative, and prudent elves? Guru swore these were the maddest and most incomprehensible elves he had ever seen in his life. No, he was not right. These elves were the maddest intellectual creatures he had seen in his life. They did not fear death or pain. They were even willing to die together with the enemies in order to destroy them. In an instance, Guru even suspected that these elves were high-level undead in elf skin. They too horrible. They were really too horrible. Although they were not that powerful, they feared neither pain nor death, which made the old goblin priest shudder. Additionally, Guru thought that he could exterminate these elves soon. But to his surprise, whenever he killed an elf, another elf would replace it as if they could never be exterminated. Of course, because of racial differences, he could not distinguish the elves' appearances well. It could not see that many elves came back after their death. However, Guru noticed that after these elves died, their bodies would slowly disappear. Guru's eyes widened when he saw the incomprehensible scene. Devils? They must be devils. His hand was quivering with the staff as he doubted whether he was under an illusion spell. But the undeads that constantly went down showed him a harsh fact. All of these were no illusions. This was what made Guru gradually feel worse. The undead he had summoned should have turned into pure energy and gone back into the staff after they were destroyed. But this time the connection between them, as if they were really destroyed. As the number of the undead decreased, Guru finally began to panic. It looked up at the elf army, only to discover that there were still so many elves. Or rather, it seemed like there were more elves. Just now, there were only more than 100 elves. Now there seemed to be almost 300. Besides, power just seemed to increase. Just now, Guru perceived that only a few dozen elves were at level 10. But now, Guru roughly estimated the number of elves at level 10 and found it was more than 100. Are there more powerful elves coming here? Guru froze. God of winter and hunting on high. Did all the elves in this world come here? He wanted to retreat. As the battle continued, although Guru had killed numerous elves, for some reason, his staff did not capture any new undead elves. On the contrary, the undead it had summoned were constantly permanently destroyed. Feeling the energy decreasing in the undead staff, Guru finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth, glared at the elf army in hatred, and turned to leave. To protect his retreat, Guru summoned back the undeads to his side to get rid of the elves near him, and quickly retreated. Seeing that the goblin high priest wanted to retreat, the elves went into a frenzy state. He wants to escape. He must be at the end of his wits. Don't let it escape. Catch up with it. As the players' levels were lower than that of Guru's, they could not appraise Guru's magic power precisely. But they guessed off Guru's movement, and their guess was almost right. Guru was not injured, his magic power was almost exhausted. Without magic power, a low-level magician was basically a dish. Catch him. Don't give it a chance to recover. The elves let out a roar of anger. They chased after Guru with red eyes. In an instant, they became more radical. Guru found it incredible to see a bunch of elves pouncing on the undeads, choosing to die together. With splendid magic, a dozen undead skeletons collapsed with the suicidal elves. More elves wielded their weapons and rushed towards Guru, as if they were chasing an enemy who had killed their fathers. Finally, after facing a bunch of suicidal elves, he was alone. Guru almost collapsed as he looked at the desperate elves. What for? What for? Why didn't they run away? A trace of grievance could be detected in his trembling voice. However, how could he run faster than the elves as an old goblin with short legs? A gust of wind blew behind him. Guru smelt danger. All at once, a vigorous figure rushed to him and instantly seized his thin body. Guru turned in shock and immediately met a big face that was laughing fiercely. Sharp ears, red explosive hair, and the awkward smile on the lips. Even if a goblin could not distinguish elves' appearances, Guru instantly recognized this elf. "You are the bastard who pretended to be a female human." He gnashed his teeth. It was this guy. It was this guy. Guru regretted. He regretted it very much. Why did it follow this guy out of the ruins? "I have captured it." Demacia seized tightly and yelled in excitement. "Comrades, fire at me." Numberless elf magicians chanted and executed their magic skills. Countless knives and swords shining with the brilliance of skills followed closely. As Guru watched in shock and Demacia laughed triumphantly, the magic, knives and swords drowned the two. Dinged. Guru the Goblin, Undead Priest is dead. The World Boss Task. Objective 1 completed. All participating players get the exclusive title, Goblin Slayer. The players who participated in destroying one undead get 3 perfect resurrection and 1,000 experience points. The players who participated in destroying 2 undead get 3 perfect resurrection and 2,000 experience points. The players who participated in destroying 3 undead get 3 perfect resurrection and 3,000 experience points. The players who participated in destroying the Goblin Priest get 1 extra perfect resurrection and 3,000 extra experience points. With the wonderful sound of the system, all the players received the notifications of task completion and a lot of rewards. All the players were stunned at first and then gave a cheer. "Ha ha ha, we won. Wow, I got 4 perfect resurrection and 5,000 experience points. I can level up to level 11. Huh? Aren't we told there would be contribution points? Where are the contribution points?" And looking at the excited chosen ones, Berserker the Oak Guard walked out of the forest in a daze. "Mother God on high. This group of chosen ones are horrific indeed," he murmured as though he had not recovered from the elves' suicidal attack just now. The players' eyes shone as they saw Berserker. Uncle B is coming. By the way, there is another objective in the task. We need to sacrifice the staff to the goddess now. I think we can gain our contribution points by sacrificing it. What's the use of contribution points? It is said that its benefit will show at level 11. We will know it after leveling up to level 11. It must be a good thing since it is related to the goddess. Stop talking. Hurry up and give Uncle B the staff and let him sacrifice it to the goddess. The players chatted as they took out the staff from Guru's ashes. Apart from the staff, Guru's other equipment was shattered by magic skills. Damn, what material is this staff made of? It alone is intact. Let me try to appraise it. I cannot identify it. What the goddess wants should be a task item, right? The players touched the staff curiously, but found nothing, so they quickly put it into the bewildered Berserker's hand. Uncle B, sacrifice it quickly. They looked at the Oak Guard expectantly, with their eyes widely open. Berserker. Didn't they say to hit the one on the right? The 3 goblin priests looked at each other and snorted. Hide the tributes first. Let's go out and see what is going on. Agree. They hid the divine blood crystals behind the statue and followed the injured goblin out of the temple. It was already late at night. The silver moon in the sky was as deep as a jade plate, but the goblins on the ground were in no mood for appreciation. At this moment, Florence was already in a complete mess. Flames and shouts were everywhere, turning the originally unordered ruins of Florence even more chaotic in the dark night. When the 3 goblin priests came outside the temple, they finally saw the so-called devils. Goblins commonly did not have good eyesight, especially at night. couldn't see the invaders' appearances clearly, but they could clearly see the eyes that shone in the dark night. Unlike goblins, elves on the continent of sagas had nocturnal vision. Their vision was minimally affected, like that of felines on the blue planet. Their eyes were sparkling in dim light like lanterns in the dark night under the gleam of silver moonlight. They really resembled the devils with the ferocity, greed, and coldness in their eyes and the cheers and laughter they let out while killing goblins. What monsters are they? The 3 goblin priests instantly felt creeped out. One of them shuddered and boldly chanted a light magic skill. With bright light hanging above them, the large area in front of them was immediately illuminated. The goblin priests now could see the faces of the invaders clearly. Elves. The 3 goblin priests were simultaneously shocked when they saw the big, ferocious, and excited elves with the scimitars, bows, arrows, and even ragged clothes, which were almost stained red with goblin blood. No, were they really elves? Elves were commonly known as peace-loving creatures. Even when their race was in its most difficult time, they would only expel goblins and never perpetrate a massacre. But these guys, even at a glance, the priests saw from them something that elves should never have: greed, coldness, ruthlessness. They looked at goblins as if they were looking at their prey. They killed only for the sake of killing, and even got excited about killing. They even ignored their own injuries in order to hunt as though they were completely uninjured. In addition, every time they killed a goblin, they would loot away all its belongings, even if it was just a moldy stick or a piece of ragged clothes. God of winter and hunting on high. Are they devils from hell pretending to be elves? The 3 goblin priests felt creeped out. After the goblin priest casted light magic, the elves saw their figures as well. In an instant, all the elves' eyes lit up. Their eyes that were like those of carnivorous beasts made the goblin priests shudder in place. Priests. They are goblin priests. One is worth 50 contribution points. You'll get 500 if you can kill one alone. Get out of the way. Our party saw them first. Kill them. They must give good loot. The elves' voices turned even more high-pitched and excited. They quarreled, shouted, and rushed to the 3 goblin priests like a tide. The 3 goblins immediately felt their scalp turning numb. Perceiving waves of low iron-level energy around them, they immediately wanted to retreat. Or return to the temple. Without hesitation, they turned around and ran for their life. Twining. However, before they took 2 steps forward, a quiet voice echoed beside their ears. With waves of magic power, several vines as thick as wrists suddenly burst out of the ground and rushed towards them. The 3 goblin priests were shocked. They tried their best to evade, but the vines still entangled one of them. Bermu, well done. The elves around them gave a cheer. The entangled goblin priest was terrified. It didn't dare to delay and started chanting desperately. However, as soon as it started chanting, it felt inexplicable palpitations in his heart. Danger. There was danger. Suddenly, a cold light flashed by his eyes. It only felt as if there was a gentle breeze blowing behind it, then it lost consciousness. Its head flew up into the sky, its blood flowing. Meanwhile, an elf with a scimitar slowly emerged from behind its body. His whole body was hidden in the darkness, his expression cold. Without a word, he was like a silent killer. Damn, you have... With one stroke, one slice at the neck. Box meal is superb. Are hunters so strong? The elves around exclaimed. There were actually assassins. The 2 retreating goblin priests looked back and increased their speed in fright. They separated and ran towards the temple, one on the left, the other on the right. Flee. They must flee into the temple. Only by fleeing into the temple would they have a chance to survive. Seeing the two priests take the opportunity to get far away, all the elves made a great commotion. Don't let them escape. Long-range magic. Long-range magic. Boom. Boom. With drastic waves of magic power, fireballs exploded behind the goblin priests. Nevertheless, the elves seemed to be not very skilled, as their long-range attack wasn't very accurate. Meanwhile, the goblin priest on the left heard the devil elves' shouts again. Little salty me. Don't mess it around. Hit the right goblin. Aim now and hit the one on the right. On the right? The left goblin priest glanced at its companion on the right and felt relief. The goblin priest on the right almost peed himself. However, before the priest on the left could rejoice, a large fireball hit it and swallowed it with a big boom. Ha ha, so accurate. Well done, little salty meow. The elves praised her from behind. In the last second before the goblin priest lost consciousness, it had only one grievance. Didn't they say to hit one on the right? Witnessing the death of its two companions, the last goblin priest ran faster and casted all the magic it could to bless itself. Thanks to the sacrifice of the two companions, it finally broke free and fled into the temple. Without hesitation, the goblin priest stumbled before the statue. He took out the hidden divine blood crystals, began performing a ceremony with trembling hands, suppressed its fear, and started praying. Praise, praise winter, praise hunting. Your Majesty the true God, your servant needs your help. As soon as it finished saying its prayers, faint lights began to converge around the statue. High priest, to their monsters, these elves just won't die. High priest, I saw it with my own eyes. The elves I killed reappeared again. Devils. They must be the devils. Chieftain, what exactly are they? I bet you must have known, right? The retreating orcs all surrounded the high priest in panic. Seeing terror in everyone's eyes, the orc chieftain was silent for a moment before sighing. They probably have been granted the power of resurrection by the death goddess. Silence. Death, Grim Reaper. The orcs murmured in fear as their worried expressions morphed into utmost horror. You mean that these elves are just living undead beings? Seeing his fellow tribesmen completely lost their will and fighting spirit, Jushan tried to reassure them. Don't worry, even if it's a gift from the goddess of death, I'm sure these elves can't resurrect without some sort of limitations. Their revival must have a steep price. Everyone listen. As long as we continue to keep charging, I'm sure they won't be able to hold on for much long. The orc chief tried his best to raise morale, but alas, this time, all the orcs just fell silent. Silence ensued as the feeling of dread permeates the air so thick you could almost cut it. The tension was broken a moment later when an orc bitterly muttered, "Are you just asking our brethren to sacrifice their lives?" Joshon couldn't answer such pointed accusations, but simply glanced at the demonic hellhound, which was increasingly showing signs of decline in its battle against the black dragon, with a hint of complexity in his expression. But soon, he readjusted his mindset and shouted angrily, "If you want to be caught in a pincer attack by the elves and the black dragon, then by all means just surrender here right now and give up the fight. The familiar of the Godwarden can't hold on for much longer. If the black dragon finally breaks free, then what awaits us complete? They will massacre us and everyone in the tribe. We must destroy the elves' teleportation array before the black dragon breaks free, in order to reduce our enemies. If we're just fighting the black dragon alone, then we can still beat it with the strength of our entire tribe. But with the addition of those undying elves, and the possible presence of an enemy godwarden behind them, Jushan paused for a bit and pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration before continuing. We'll be caught in a pincer attack from two sides. I'm afraid that our Kavarok tribe will perish if that happens. Don't even think about running away. Our Father God has already enacted a divine decree, calling us to assist his godwarden. If the envoy doesn't leave, then we can't do so either. After hearing their chieftain's words, the orcs became restless. Their god was essentially ordering them to sacrifice their lives, and that's a hard thing to swallow, since the order especially came from the supreme being, whom they had pledged their loyalty into. A thick, foreboding sense of helplessness seeps into the air within the surviving orcs, as no one really knows what to say, but after a while, someone asked, "High Priest, what exactly is the envoy doing now? Isn't he a high-level expert? Why don't he deal with the black dragon instead?" Joseon took a deep breath and showed a pious expression upon hearing the question. Right now, the envoy is preoccupied with summoning the hunter god's totem guardian and cannot be distracted. If he succeeds in doing so, then we will have a chance to turn the tides of the battle in one fell swoop. Why, it turned out to be a totem guardian. In an instant, all the tribal orcs' morale was reignited as they see a glimmer of hope. Every orcs knew how powerful divine guardians were. In their entire history laden with conflict, the orc race have encountered numerous stronger enemies, but every time they faced these foes, once the totem guardians were summoned, the battle would be easily reversed. Seeing his fellow tribesmen regain their morale, the chieftain momentarily breathed a sigh of relief. Riding the momentum, he then continued, "Therefore, we cannot let them destroy our plans. We must do everything we can to destroy the elves' teleportation array, but even if we cannot destroy it, we must at least block them from entering our base and make a desperate attempt until the totem guardian are summoned. Now, we change tactics. Our brave comrades who are good at archery would be divided into two teams. One team stays in the tribe to assist the envoy's familiar in fighting the black dragon, while the other team specifically shoots at those elves outside, while the rest of the warriors continue to attack. This time, our priority is to stall for time." Joseon also decided to change tactics, since he could tell that the tribes no longer had the courage to fight the elves to the death. The high priest could understand it too. When faced with an absurd enemy that cannot be killed, even with the knowledge that their revival is likely limited, such fear cannot be easily erased within anyone's hearts. This isn't a fair fight at all, but if that's the case, then they will just have to drag it out. They will have to drag out the battle against the elves and the dragon at least until the vampire count finishes his summoning. And after hearing what Jusun said, the orc could only organize their forces for another attack. However, this time, they were much more cautious. Their goal was no longer to crush the elves, but to harass them and entrap them on the hilltop, while preventing anyone from coming down and distracting them so that they wouldn't get a clue of their summoning plans. This time, it's the elves' turn to suffer. The physical, raw strength of the orcs is far greater than that of an average elf. If they switch gears and avoid direct confrontation with the enemies, then the sacrificial tactic used earlier by their foes would no longer be just as effective. The battle resumed once again, and some orcs dispersed as they surrounded the elves without attacking. When those players without equipments came out, the orcs instead retreated and shot arrows at them from a distance. Then, after killing these suicide squads, orc vanguards charged again and continued to harass the elves as these cycle of charging and retreating continued on for quite some time. As a result, the casualties of both sides began to decrease rapidly, but the situation remained at a stalemate. This was not a situation the players wanted. They still needs to gain experience and contribution points in this conflict. Alas, this kind of harassment battle lasted for a long time, and most players couldn't even kill a single orc. This new style of battle shown by the orcs annoyed the players to no end, for it greatly diminished their CP gains. Why aren't they fully charging at us anymore? Looking at the orcs whom shifted into a more conservative tactics, the guild leader of Momo Committee, Hootybird, frowned. Li Mu's eyes flickered slightly. They finally seem to have realized that we can resurrect. Then what should we do? We can't just keep dragging this out, can't we? Demacia, who had just resurrected again, said in an urgent tone, "We're not earning much experience and contribution points, just like we used to. Dragging this out doesn't seem to be doing the orcs any good either, does it? Besides, I think Marrier has already gained the upper hand in his battle with that dog." Lyle Salty Cat looked at the distance wherein the black dragon was fighting, or rather, playfully teasing the hellhound. The hellhound was clearly showing signs of fatigue, but it seemed that the little black dragon was addicted to bullying it. Marrier probably wouldn't kill his opponent until he had played with it enough. Teasing its prey was etched within any black dragon's instinct, and Lyle Salty Cat had already yelled at Marrier several times from afar, but the damn dragon still didn't end the battle quickly. Li Mu pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "They're stalling for time, probably gonna summon that totem guardian mentioned in the intel report. We can't let them succeed." After hearing what he said, Alice the elven saintess hesitated to speak regarding this matters. In fact, before she leave for this expedition, Alice received an oracle from Emeve, and the content was the goddess telling her that there was no need to worry about the enemy summoning their divine guardian. The mother goddess seems to be very interested in this enemy guardian, and she seems to be very certain that she could handle it. However, Eve also warned her not to interfere too much with the player's decision, and the mother goddess also said that she wants to see how far the chosen ones will grow, so it's better not to talk too much. Alice thought about revealing this here, but ultimately just closed her mouth. Their matriarch is indeed interested in the envoy. More precisely, she is interested in the power of the envoy. How strong is a demigod-level totem guardian? A being at the demigod level, hence surely they must already have a partial control of their chosen divinity. These guardians would have a lot of divine power on them, right? Eve really wants to see it in action. Maybe she could use her new facade as a newborn life god to fight off against this demigod guardian without revealing her true identity. However, the players were unaware of this fact. They just wanted the orcs to recklessly charge at them just before and have a good bout with them. After all, with every head they took meant more experience points and contribution points they could accumulate. And of course, equipments as well. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu turned to the builder's chief Hootybird and asked, "How's the preparation going on at the base camp? Have you completed making the things I've asked beforehand?" Hootybird opened her chat system and communicated with someone for a moment before responding, "Yes, they're done. My guildmates have already made 4. Li Mu's eyes lit up. 4? That's enough. Send them over right now. Since these orcs don't have the initiative to attack us anymore, then let's just give them one. It's time to unveil our secret weapon." Upon listening to the conversation between Li Mu and Hootybird, the Saintess Alice became a little perplexed. She was unsure about what they were making, but she had noticed that several hundred low-level chosen ones were not partaking in this mission, but were instead busy with something else back in the town. However, soon enough, she found out what they were up to when she saw the teleportation array glowing yet again. as 4 or 5 players pushing a large structure came out of the portal. Alice was taken aback as she gazed upon the large wooden contraption that was brought over, and after the first item was successfully transported, other players brought over 3 more identical structures like the first. "What is this?" Alice asked, pointing her finger at the bizarre yet somewhat familiar contraption. "This is our secret siege weapon, Melody." Hooty Bird answered with a smirk before commanding some players to start assembling. In no time, 4 huge wooden contraptions appeared on the hill. The contraptions were upright, sharp-edged, and had the word Dongfeng written in Chinese characters on the side. The main body of the machine consisted of 2 support columns with a fixed axis, and wooden wrenches and pulleys were installed on them. A lever that was perpendicular to the axis and could rotate freely around the axis was fixed on the horizontal axis. One end of the lever was inserted into a horizontally twisted rope, and the other end was a large wooden basket. Alice's tone was quite strange as she remarked, It seems to resemble that thing called catapult used by humans in their wars." She was no stranger to these things. In Saiguis, the current mankind's technological progress was somewhat similar to the late Middle Ages back on Earth. Although there were magical weapons such as mana crystal cannons, catapults, which were cheap to make and could easily made on the spot, were also used as siege weapons. As a fantasy world, the trebuchets in this land were generally mixed in with magic as well. However, Alice's impression of humankind was not good, and she did not have a positive view of the things made by them, especially for warfare either. But even so, she had to admit that some of the things invented by humans were still useful. What surprised Alice was that chosen ones could also make catapults as well. Of course, they could also make it. Since trebuchets, in fact, doesn't require much technical expertise, as it is simply based on the rudimentary principle of leverage. Moreover, there are plenty of online tutorials available on how to make one. However, it can be a bit challenging to make a larger trebuchet with a longer scope of range. But some players in the Mo committee, whom have expertise in engineering mechanics, somehow managed to make it. After learning that they were going to attack the stronghold of the orcs, the players began to prepare in various ways. Initially, they thought they would be attacking a fortified city, so some players suggested making some heavy artillery. They wanted to make cannons directly at first, but ideals are lofty and reality is harsh. Even with magical assistance, the players found that they couldn't make gunpowder with their current equipment and resources. They decided to make the relatively simple trebuchet instead. Although it turned out that the orcs didn't have the ability to construct a fortress, the players' preparation was not entirely in vain. And now, these things are finally coming in handy. When they saw the finished assembled trebuchet, Demasia's eyes widened with glee. "Wow, Miss Hooty, your guild is really amazing. You actually made it. It's just a simple application of mechanics, but unfortunately we don't have enough materials. This one can only launch projectiles about 500 meters at most. Fortunately, we have the high ground and some magical assistance," Hooty Bird said somewhat regretfully. "Demacia, what the hell, man? 500 meters is already quite far. Keep in mind that the average range of a heavy stone-throwing machine in medieval times on Earth was only about 300 meters. These crafting meisters are truly monsters." As Lemieux looked at the trebuchet, his mouth curved slightly upward. "These orcs have become cowards and are unwilling to fight to the death, right? Then let's just use these Dongfeng Express to destroy their base," he declared. The players exchanged knowing smiles with each other and laughed maniacally. Hey, Alice's mouth twitched. "These chosen ones, they are looking more and more like humans as time passes. After setting up the trebuchets, the players filled the wooden crates with heavy objects and brought bags of broken stones to fill the oiled sacks on the other end of the lever. Does anyone have a fire enchantment spell? It's best if it also has a delayed explosion property. It doesn't need to be delayed for too long. Just a few seconds are good enough, Lemieux asked again. I'll do it. Do it. I learned a fire spell before that can attach to an object for a short time. Delayed detonation is also not a problem. The power is absolutely huge as well. Heh. I bet my house that it'll be the best explosion you'll ever see. Lyle Salty Cat walked forward excitedly, rubbing her hands together to create a fireball. Demacia tribe. After changing their tactics, the orcs suffered fewer losses, while the elves were still trapped on the hilltop. Although a silver-ranked swordsman who roamed among the elves was still a big problem, the orcs became alert and took some countermeasures, making it difficult for their opponent to act recklessly. Just like FOIR. Unlike the players, Aiel was still an 80-year-old child who couldn't be resurrected, and his stamina was limited, which made Joshun breathe a sigh of relief. He then looked at the Hellhound, who was barely holding on with the support of the orc archers, and his heart was somewhat settled. Lord Count should be finishing soon, right? However, just as he was feeling a little relieved, the high priest suddenly heard a cry of alarm from somewhere. He instinctively turned around and was horrified to see 4 meteorites hurling towards the Kavarok tribe in midair, alight with scorching flames. These meteorites then flew directly towards the tribe at a slightly angled trajectory. Quick, dodge! The chieftain quickly shouted to the rest of the orcs within the tribe. However, before the meteorites even landed, they suddenly exploded in midair. With a deafening explosion, the meteorites shattered into pieces, and large and small stones, mixed with flames, flew around like a magnificent rain of fire. Their houses were primarily made of stone and grass, and the tents were made of animal skins, all of which were flammable materials. It had not rained near the dark mountain range for many days, and the weather was arid. The stones, coated with flammable oil and scattered with flames, instantly ignited the houses they fell into. Seeing the blazing scenes around him, the high priest's face turned livid as he shouted, "Quick! Put out the fire! Put out the fire!" However, before the orcs could extinguish the flames, 4 more meteorites flew overhead, and another house was instantly engulfed in flames with a loud boom. Even worse, 1 meteorite, exploded right next to the chieftain's tent, almost destroying it. Witnessing this scene, Joshun was almost scared to death. Inside that main tent was Night Wanderer, who's still performing the summoning of the divine messenger. It's the elves. It's those damn pesky elves. They brought a catapult, exclaimed a sharp-eyed orc, interrupting Joshun's thoughts. A catapult? Joshun was surprised. Wasn't human invention. How did the elves even get a hold of it? It is worth mentioning that the elves are a proud race that's especially fanatical about their civilization. Even though their civilization has declined, this pride of theirs has never been lost. In their view, humans, orcs, and other intelligent beings are all just short-lived barbarians who can only create simple and inferior tools, or some fancy but useless things. Therefore, their elven pride would not let them use such crude items. In fact, their thinking is rather reasonable. At the peak of elven civilization, other intelligent races were still in a primitive and barbaric era, while elven magical equipment has always been known for its exquisite beauty and magical functionality. Elven products are the most popular commodity worldwide. However, Almost all of the elven items are not intended for use in warfare. The growth of many civilizations began from learning from or receiving assistance from the elven race. Therefore, it is normal for the old elves to feel proud of their inventions and tend to look down upon others' creations. The fact that these elves are using human trebuchets is unprecedented. As he watched the tribe gradually be engulfed in a sea of fire, the chieftain's eyes turned bloodshot, and he was filled with rage. This be allowed to continue. These elves are becoming just as cunning and vicious as humans are. If this continues on, the Kavarok tribe will be reduced to ruins even if they win this battle in the end. They have stored all their possessions, accumulated over hundreds of years, here in the tribe. Not to mention, these trebuchets pose a huge threat to the main tent and the tribe's non-combatant people. Charge, charge, destroy their trebuchets, Jusan commanded with pained eyes. This time, the orcs did not hesitate to charge. The previous explosions had already caused heavy casualties within the tribe. The priest's protective spells could not be cast on everyone, and these airborne explosions were already enough to pose a threat to the ordinary orcs situated in the tribe. And the trebuchets were still operating continuously. Damn elves! They're despicable. The orcs gritted their teeth and with mad eyes launched another charge against the players. Seeing the orcs completely enraged, the players on the hilltop let out a resounding cheers. This it should be. They drew their weapons and fought against the rushing horde once again. Thus, the reckless melee warfare began anew. The two sides clashed with swords as magic exploded everywhere. Shouts and screams could be heard continuously as people fell down from time to time, but were quickly replaced by others behind them. Meanwhile, the players in the rear were not idle either. They continued to use catapults to throw fireballs into the tribe's base. Some players even brought their own makeshift biochemical weapons. A bucket excrement from the town sent over from the teleportation array. In Elf Kingdom, everything is so realistic, including eating, drinking, and of course, defecating. As the number of players increased, they naturally built public toilets around the town, making it not difficult to collect some biochemical weapons like these. They put the smelly projectiles in bags, attached them with delayed explosive magic, and threw them out with the catapult, making the orcs sick to their stomachs. In fact, many medieval armies in the history of Earth used similar tactics to lower enemies' morale in wars. Surprisingly, the effect was not so bad. When the makeshift biochemical weapons exploded, many orcs who were hit were entirely covered in filth. However, unlike humans, the orcs, who were not very intelligent and generally had a bad temper, became even more frenzied when faced with such insulting behavior. Disgusting sick bastards, these damn shameless long-eared cretins. Ah ha ha, I'll kill you. I'll fucking kill you all. The horde became more and more violent. Wow, this is interesting. Let me try. Seeing that the catapult could still be used in this way, Demacia became excited. He didn't commit suicide but instead volunteered to come to the catapult and began to play with feces projectiles. Moo. Bird. Lyle salty cat. The orcs were taking heavy casualties once more in this chaotic battle, but they couldn't penetrate the players' defensive line. Some orcs who persisted the longest also noticed with horror that the elves' power was gradually increasing. They cried out in alarm, and the news spread among the tribe, causing chaos once more. On the other hand, the players' morale grew as they watched their experience points, contributions, and equipment accumulate in droves. Many of those who charged at the forefront had already leveled up, and they had gathered a pile of equipment into a small mountain. The players then launched a charge against the horde, which once again showed signs of defeat. The high priest watched the horde's formation gradually collapse and felt extremely urgent. He wondered whether Count Knight's summoning had been successful. Just then, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the central tent of the chieftain. A huge magic circle with mysterious and sacred runes belonging to the hunter god appeared in midair, along with a silvery light. The hymn, which sounded like a battlefield chant, slowly echoed all around, as a golden hand suddenly reached out from beyond the magic circle. Seeing this scene, Shozan was stunned at first, but when he saw the totemic runes on the magic circle clearly, as his grave expression instantly turned into shock and joy. This is a summoning magic circle. It's a divine messenger. Divine messenger. Hearing the priest's exclamation, the orcs first became agitated and then quickly fell into ecstasy. Totem Guardian. The envoy has finally succeeded. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the silvery light became even more dazzling. A rough and ancient, yet with a hint of majestic and divine aura, spread along with the appearance of the golden hand, making all the orcs awe-stricken. However, just as the golden hand further extended outwards, an unidentified projectile suddenly flew over from the sky. It drew a beautiful curved trajectory and moved straight into the range of the magic circle without any deviation. A stern cold snort resounded in the air. The golden large hand then grabbed the falling object and squeezed it hard. The unknown object from the hilltop shattered into pieces as black and yellow fluids splashed all over the mysterious figure who had not yet emerged from the teleportation array. A very pungent smell gradually spread within the vicinity of the summoning circle afterwards, as everyone suddenly fell into a strange silence. On the hilltop, Demacia was surprised, opened his mouth wide unconsciously, and let go of his hand that was still holding onto a bucket load of feces. The golden hand hesitated for a moment, as if the mysterious figure from beyond the portal had been confused. Then, everyone saw the arm slowly retract as they heard the sound of huffing and puffing, as if someone was smelling something. Upon hearing this peculiar sound, everyone couldn't help but feel a shiver down their spines. It off, sort of like a bad premonition. Soon, a destructive energy suddenly erupted from the magic circle, accompanied by an extremely angry roar. Damn it! Who is it? The golden hand reached out from the magic circle again. This time, the opponent's speed was very fast, and the whole body had been teleported over in an instant. Everyone finally saw the appearance of this summoned mysterious existence. It was a giant nearly 10 meters tall, with a prominent body akin to a chiseled male bodybuilder. He wore a sheep skull-shaped helm and a shiny gold and silver fur robe, whilst holding a silver axe, Sir Bifrost, in one hand, and a cloak made of grey bird feathers onto his back. His face was painted with totem-like patterns, which were very enigmatic and arcane-like. Totem, demigod Volker. He was one of the 3 demigod-class divine messengers serving under the god of winter and hunting, Uller, and his status was second only to that of a true god. However, at this moment, the totem guardian Volker had completely fallen into a fit of rage. Tainted. He, a powerful demigod-level being, was actually defiled by the filth of the mortal world as soon as he teleported over. Damn it. Who was the daring imbecile whom had the gall to dare to do such blasphemous sin against him? This was simply an insult to a demigod like him. They must pay the price. The other party must definitely fully pay the price with their lives. At this moment, Volker even felt the task given to him by the hunter god could be postponed for a little bit. He must first find the guy who had dared played tricks on him, tear his body to shreds, then extract his soul, before purify it into the purest raw energy to feed it to his hunting dogs. His furious expression made Volker even look more sinister, as a demigod energy keeps converging around him, making the whole space around him change color in his hue. The magical level of within Saiguis has not yet been fully replenished. Henceforth, the maximum supportable power any deity can use is only at the demigod level. Not only that, but it can only be barely supported as it is. When Volker had gotten angry, the space around him seemed to also been affected as well, and started to become chaotic, because it couldn't withstand the violent energies fluctuating from him. Even the clouds in the skies were stirred into a huge vortex, which was particularly a spectacular scene. All the mages and priests within the vicinity felt that the elemental mana in the air was becoming restless, and their control of magic was vaguely disturbed. At the same time, a frightening pressure radiated with the totem guardian Volker at its epicenter. Unlike the vestige of Uller before, this time around, demigod Volker actually came in person in his true form. He could fully release his true pressure. And this terrifying power almost made all the nearby orcs lose their ability to move, and could only tremble where they stood. If the players were not far away, then they would have also lost control of their bodies as well long ago. But even so, they felt a deep fear from the bottom of their hearts, as their whole bodies seemed to move much harder. Both sides consciously stopped fighting and began to retreat slowly. When this high-leveled being had descended, the situation of the war was no longer something that any weaker beings could intrude upon. And in the sky, the black dragon Marier, who was still toying with the hellhound, widened his dragon eyes instantly. Looking at the dazzling aura emanating on the totem guardian, the dragon couldn't help but to exclaim, Demigod. Marier quickly ended his bullying and slapped the hellhound away with one paw, then turned around and ran away with his tail tucked between his legs. His small wings flapped quickly, just like when he bumped into Eve the first time. Lord Totem, the enemy's black dragon. Seeing the black dragon trying to escape, Jusan immediately shouted, "Dragons can hold grudges for a lifetime. The Kavarok tribe has offended the black dragon, and they must not let the other party go lest they face his wrath once again in the nearby future." Upon hearing the voice of the high priest, Marier's dragon face turned stricken. "Bastard! This lord will eat you sooner or later." Marier cursed and flew faster, vowing in his heart that he will return someday to punish this whole tribe. Volker gave the fleeing dragon a cold glance, then waved his hand lightly. A silver light shot out from his hand, which then turned into a rope, shooting towards Marier like an arrow. Divine look. This is a skill that all higher beings who can control divine power could acquire. Seeing the divine lock reach him in an instant, Marier was once again binded to death, just like when it first met that evil tree god. Marier. The dragon instantly lost his flying ability and fell down, burying himself in the soil face first. "Oh, why do you gods all use this annoying move? This lord is so angry." "I'm really angry." Marier struggled in the crater he created while whimpering in grievance. "Players. Fuck. This boss easily defeated the black dragon in seconds. What kind of monster is this? Why does it feel more powerful than that silly incarnation we fought with before? Could this guy be the divine envoy that Miss Saint talked about?" Demacia stared with wide eyes at the enraged Volker. "This boss mob, it looks like we can't beat it, right? Let's retreat for now." We've already gained a lot of benefits in this battle. Smung guys, let's escape. A strategic retreat for the time being. His voice sounded a bit cowardly. However, what puzzled Demacia was that no one responded to him. He then looked around and found that everyone had already moved far, keeping a distance of at least 20 meters away from him. Demacia, who was, just now, after catching the black dragon, Volker's deep voice sounded again. However, everyone could hear the suppressed rage in his tone. He was like a volcano about to erupt, which is extremely terrifying. Seeing the enraged totem guardian, Josons felt relieved as he pointed excitedly to the hill in the distance and shouted, "Lord Totem Guardian, it's the elves! It's those elves on the hill that besmirch you. They used a catapult to throw some feces onto you." Elves? Catapult? Volker's voice carried a hint of surprise. Then, his gaze swept towards the direction where the players were situated. Seeing the boss's threatening gaze fell onto them, all the players once again moved away from Demacia by a few more steps. Many players even picked up their looted equipments from the ground and began to move stealthily towards the teleportation array, ready to retreat when things went south. In an instant, Volker saw clearly Demacia standing next to the catapult, holding a stick dripping with an unknown liquid, and a nearby bucket emitting a pungent smell. Demacia. He quickly dropped the foul stick, coughed twice, saying, "Ahem, I have something to do. I think I need to go offline first." After speaking, he turned ran the teleportation array. Humph. Volker coldly snorted again and waved his hand lightly, as another silver divine lock shot out like a bullet as it flew directly towards Demacia. The divine lock was extremely fast, and it easily bound Demacia in the sight of all the players. With a pitiful scream, Demacia was pulled back by the divine lock towards the demigod. However, just as Volker was about to catch him, another crisp icy snort came from above as another golden divine lock shot towards the totem guardian this time. The golden divine rope was extremely fast as it instantly interrupted the actions of Volker. The demigod's eyes narrowed thinly as he quickly loosened the divine lock that bound Demacia and instead directed it towards the sudden attack instead. The two chains of divine power collided, causing a ripple of violent energies, which created an expanding, booming explosion. The whole earth trembled in fear with its intensity as all the players felt their ears implode for an instant. When the dust had finally settled, they looked back at where Volker stood and to their shock found a crater nearly 100 meters in diameter had appeared in front of him. The structures and orcs that had originally been there have instantly vaporized in ashes as well. Fuck, this is a bit too strong, isn't it? Staring dumbfoundingly at the aftermath of the explosion, the players subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Only at this moment did they truly realize how great the difference was between the power of a demigod in comparison to that of an ordinary person. Volker didn't seem surprised by the sudden attack and the appearance of the unfamiliar divine lock. He just snorted coldly as his deep gravelly voice, imbued with vicissitudes of life, echoed through the air. Heh, the hunter god's speculation was correct. There really is a new deity who had ascended into one of the divine thrones. This divinity has the breath of nature and life. Sure enough, you have indeed stolen the power that should belong to His Majesty. A new deity's ascendance? Upon hearing Volker's words, the orcs were all taken aback for a moment, but soon fell into shock. A new god has been born to the elven forest? Could it be that this new god has subjugated the elves? It must be so, otherwise, how can you explain their drastic changes? These long-eared folks have actually changed their faith? Wait, could it be the world tree? Impossible. If it really were the world tree, then the hunter god would have already descended long ago along with all his allies. The orcs discussed the matter amongst themselves, despite never guessing the correct answer. Well, their ignorance cannot be faulted, as the news of the world tree's downfall was widely known. Unlike the new gods, whom completely relies on the power of faith to garner power, old ancient ones can draw power from within the cosmic void just with their divine essence, so neither having any sort of believers wouldn't have a hindrance to these ancient beings. The fall of an ancient one also means the death of their essence. And it's almost impossible to rely on the faith of their believers alone for their resurrection, unlike the new gods, since a divine essence can never be fixed again once it's destroyed. Furthermore, the gods which are hostile to the world tree still hasn't showed any kind of reaction so far. One falsehood gives birth to another. Nevertheless, the revival of the world tree being discovered will likely only be a matter of time due to Eve finally taking actions. However, despite the potential risks, Eve still decided to make an appearance here by donning a new facade. After all, there isn't much time left for her. 20 years may seem long, but for deities like her, this would just be a blink of an eye. She must seize every opportunity to strengthen herself. She must at least have the sufficient power to fight back against her enemies once the truth is finally revealed. Upon hearing the orcs' discussions, the players' side were also surprised as well. A newly ascended god? How come they've never heard any of this before? When did this newly born god emerged in their elven forest? Isn't one goddess? Moreover, everyone could hear the crisp cold snort just now, and it was exactly the same voice of the goddess they heard back when they initially created their characters. Due to the Saintess Alice forewarning them, the players knew that Eve's real identity must be strictly kept secret otherwise. Once the news of the World Tree's revival is revealed, it's very likely to attract the siege of the gods. And considering the nature of this game, if that actually happens, then the plotline will definitely collapse. It's all game over once the story collapses. Elven Kingdom has plot and history lines that directly involves player participation. The developers has also announced a news in order to enhance the player's sense of participation and realism. Elven Kingdom will not reset any of the game's storyline progressions, no matter what happens. If a player's recklessness causes the entire storyline to collapse, the Elven Kingdom will announce the game's closure and suspension of service. This news has caused an uproar within Earth's various online gaming communities, and it further created a wave of heated discussions all throughout the internet. Many netizens thought that the publishers of Elven Kingdom must be complete crazy to implement such risky game mechanics. Because, for example, would Elven Kingdom be ruined if someone with the ill intent of sabotaging the game directly interferes with the main storyline in a completely malicious manner? However, the beta testers have contrary opinion. The developers have a tight control over the game, not to mention, although they are reluctant to admit it, the players are indeed far more cautious and also have a stronger sense of realism and immersion when playing such a high-risk, high-stakes game. A collapse of the storyline is not what the players ever wanted to see. They created the novice town from scratch, and it took a long time and colossal amount of cooperation in order just to build it. The players performed various tasks every day, hunted monsters, and eventually got promoted to Iron Rank just to make their town fully functional complete with its current amenities. This sense of accomplishment made everyone fall in love with this game. The intertwined sense of belongingness and achievement brought these hardcore gamers genuine feelings of joy and recognition. wants to lose this game. The players promise to themselves to beat down anyone who wants to mess around, even before the goddess takes action. Anyhow, the main topic at hand. What does the words of this strange enemy, envoy, actually mean? The players were left puzzled as they were about to communicate with each other. They suddenly found, to their surprise, that their ability to speak seemed to have been entirely sealed. All players can't verbally speak anymore. Fortunately, the chat function on the game system is still functional, hence everyone shifted their discussions to their own chat groups or the global chat channel. Wait, why can't I talk anymore? Do you guys can't speak as well? Yup, I cannot speak either. It seems to be imposed by the system. Cutscenes. I'm afraid we have entered an animated cutscene. I heard he also lost control of his body when Demacia went to see the goddess. So that's the case. The players suddenly realized what's going on, and everyone got excited as they watch what's happening in front of them with rapt attention. But what's the deal with this new god or Sith? Isn't the goddess the same as the world tree? Hey, did you guys forget what Miss Saint said before? The goddess seemed to have misled the enemies in order to hide her true identity. These misunderstandings must be her doings. Haven't we also got mistaken as a bunch of undead? XD. I see. But why do I feel like the current appearance of the goddess has suddenly changed? I always remembered that Elf King's goddess was flawless and majestic. But it seems her looks just now has been nerfed, like she's in a wretched state. How she was before. Ha ha ha. The god is also an NPC, not just a background character. As long as she's an active NPC in this game, surely she must have her own emotions as well. Maybe she's feeling down ATM lol. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel much closer to the goddess. Guys, I'll try to flatter her when I offer an offering, and pray next time. Lol, who knows, what if I got chosen as one of her attendants? Lumfao. Dreaming dude. Record it. Live stream this scene fast. The goddess is definitely going to participate in the next battle. The players had opened their recording function. At the same time, the divine protector Aiel emitted a burst of brilliant holy light. He then devoutly kneeled down on the ground, while silently praying with his eyes closed. Before a vast and holy aura suddenly descended upon the whole scene. Under the solemn gaze of the demigod Volker, the gentle divine power continuously gathered and converged before forming an ethereal and sacred figure. It seemed to be the goddess, surrounded by a shimmering aura of divine power. A ray of holy light concealed her face, but her vigorous divinity cannot be hidden. The physical appearance of a god can be changed at will, but the aura of their divinity is difficult to disguise. In an instant, the demigod Volker instantly recognized her. This aura carried the essence of life and nature. However, he also noticed that her aura seemed unstable and intermixed with a hint of death as well. The demigod Volkers slightly brightened. As expected by the hunter god's speculation, this was indeed a newly born deity who relied on the assistance of the death goddess to steal the divinity of life and nature. Moreover, her condition was obviously not good, as she couldn't even properly control her own divine power. No wonder she was so secretive. This new god is probably not as powerful as an old experienced demigod like him. This is an opportunity. Volker straightened his back as a confident, lopsided smirk formed onto his mouth.